This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Clan Showdown, sponsored by AMD. Big shout out to them. Hi, I'm off. We're going to be covering the first match and probably, or maybe even, the match that could be later down the line, the grand finals.
Oh yeah, potentially. But before we get there, we've got this upper bracket match, the prelude to the grand final. Perhaps these are the two teams that everyone believe are the strongest on the server and have obviously won this contest before, but this is where we left it after yesterday. Motiviaya and Invil both won their upper bracket match, which is going to be the first one we're watching today. Then we had the lower bracket run where, surprisingly, we had this shock upset where both of the teams that were already in the lower bracket actually knocked out the guys that dropped down into the dungeons to play against them. So it's going to be Band versus Kylie, and that's kind of a grand final in itself because we know how much the players value these tournament badges, these rewards, these gold fist, silver fist and bronze fist badges, and the winner of that will be securing those, so pretty important.
Yeah. Upper bracket match, Motiviaya versus Invil, and indeed the lower bracket move. I think it's very rare to see the two teams, or I don't even remember the last time I saw it, that the two teams coming from the upper bracket actually managed to lose in their respective lower bracket match. But back on track, Motiviaya, talked about them yesterday, Mov, Cashback, X Aboba, X Baby. I think would be the
Baby. Yeah, Baby coming into the lineup, spot the Romanian, the one in there with all the Ukrainian gamers, and then Positive, of course, there. And, you know, like we said before, this team, a lot of players are similar, but Barbarian came back over, having come from W before. Positive came back into the fold as well, and I don't believe Liberty was actually like ever playing in this team before, so they've kind of come together with some of these former Cashback guys, these Onslaught players, and they are trying to take this challenge to Invil, trying to be the Invil killers.
Invil hunting for that triple diamond, especially Monster and Piotr. They're the two that are on 9 wins right now. If they were to win this tournament, they would be the very first, I think, to unlock the triple diamond, at least in Europe, and I think even in NA, but I'm not sure about that. But would be a big achievement, Muff.
It certainly would, and it would be a very cool flex. I mean, you know, it's all about the exclusivity, right? And that's probably just about as exclusive as it can get, with only one other person sharing the same badge as you on the server. But the important thing they've got to focus on right now is the win. Community predictions here, 74% in favor of Invil, so the Polish fanboys coming out in force here, the Ukrainians not backing their boys so much.
I think that's a little bit too much towards Invil. From what we've seen yesterday, most of those teams could be in for a long match here. I don't think either of the two teams was really that far ahead of the other one.
I would say at the moment, I think Invil has looked the better from all the matches we've seen previously, but I agree they haven't had such a dominant display, and Motivaya's games were very scruffy as well, so, you know, I don't really know what to expect going into this.
Well, from what we saw yesterday, right, I think it's a possibility that both these teams are going to be slugging it out. Then again, it's also a mixed match of playstyles now. I think Invil does best against teams like Aurora, usually, that don't play super fast, super in their face, and do less good against teams like Motiviaya that take the lead of the battle themselves.
Yeah, they have a bit more of a measured, calculated approach. That much is true. Interesting pick and ban coming out here, though, because Motiviaya in their match yesterday against Goldfish actually banned out Himmels. So I'm wondering if that was a tactical ploy from them to not have to play the map so they don't leak strats so they can save the map today because they have now picked it against Invil. So interesting choices.
Yeah, they did ban it yesterday, but they're going to be playing it now. Highway coming out, a banger for Motivatia, but then Cliff Moth, an absolute juggernaut of a map for Invil. But I think it was a Boba that brought it to them on Invil as one of the very first teams to were like, okay, we really don't care that you like Cliff, we will fight you on it, and you will not come out ahead that nicely. And we saw that they can bleed on it as well. Aurora taking a round from them yesterday, so definitely possibilities there for either team. Then Liveoaks and Fisherman's Bay being the bans, and gives us what a beautiful third map of Himmels.
Yeah, like I said, I think it is a tactical ploy that they banned it out before. Hopefully they're going to have something special cooked up there that is specifically intended to take the fight to Invil. It's going to be Sand River tiebreaker, and we know how important it is that you get to pick the side there. We watched the defense hold very strongly for the side of Kylie yesterday in that lower bracket match versus Aurora.
That was very bad for... That was indeed very bad for the boys from Aurora, that they did not manage to convert that attack. But the drops them off today, mystery drop day, you will get one of those potential rewards. Personally, I really do like the T103. Actually, if you were lucky to get that, I found it to be a very nimble and fun tank.
I do know that it has very strong AP rounds.
It's actually surprisingly quick as well.
Really?
Yeah, for its size, it's surprisingly quick.
So a surprise a sleeper tank there that actually is quite good. We got some ×5s as well. Day of Premium, some nice cameras in there. And is that a Lorraine 40T? Or it is a Lorraine 40T. It looked a little bit like a Samoa, but... No,
the Samoa has a 5100 shaped hull.
Yeah, it's more angled.
Yeah, it's like, it looks a bit more modern as well, if you want to call it that way. So that's a possibility for you to get today as well. And I don't know, Moff, what did you think between these two? Who did you predict was going to be the winner?
I went off of the recent form, and my assessment of that is that it's going to be Invil, and I went 4-2. But we're quite split in the predictions, actually.
I think for my script, I mean, it's already ruined by the lower bracket, my prediction game. I think I predicted Motivatia to win in tiebreaker. This means I'm not really convinced of, either team taking it that easily.
No, and Key went for Invil in tiebreaker, so varying predictions across the board. I actually got to put mine in early today, so I actually went for what I had in my mind rather than just going for a wild prediction.
I mean, it's not really wild though. Predicting tiebreaker is like playing it kind of safe in a way. And
you're hedging your bets on both.
Yeah, and the best part is, Moff, that whenever Sion's chat sees this prediction pop up, they're gonna go like, Baki's anti-Invil. Oh my god. So that makes it even better.
It's all fun and games in the prediction game, but round 1 on Highway is going to be coming up now. I'm actually surprised that Motivatia have liked to pick this map, because I recall in qualifying the games they played were really quite sketchy. They had some pretty bad rounds.
Lineup, so Motivatia coming in with an EBR, double Hori, 5 to 60s, double I7, and 5 60 TPs.
Meanwhile, Invil going with double 60 TP, double E100. That is 7 260s. I can count an E5, an STRV, and double EBR. So a bit more mobility from the side of Invil. Motivatia with a double Hari, going to be hoping to pack a punch from the back lines.
Split-wise, you can see Motivatia going mainly towards 1-2. Invil sending the double EBR towards 1-2 as well, but only supporting it from behind. Not really challenging either side. More defense, kind of similar to what we saw Motivatia do yesterday.
Look at Aka though. Look how aggressive he's going to go in that EBR. This is exactly what Invil want. They want this 1v2 situation. They're going to try and go for the pick on him, and Aka has lost a lot of speed by making that turn. He gets tagged twice, and that's a good trade for Invil. But Ketsai also taking a lot of damage here. There's fire support coming in for Aka, and the rest of the Motivatia team are joining.
Yeah, I think this is gone just fine for Motivacija. Yeah, Akal did lose a lot of speed, lost a lot of HP, but Gets are doing too much better. And look at Invil reacting immediately by pushing down with the 260s. He's like DJ, Piotr, Mentos, they're all going for Hellmind and Brainbreaker, and they will find success as well, Moff. A quick and decisive move there from Invil. A lot of damage taken though for that, but they get the double kill already. T-Sec dropped low as well. A little bit of an overcommitment into that river, Moff. They didn't need that much, but they are cutting the map in half, and it will be very hard for Motivacija to start repushing that, because the split map is a good map for Invil.
Yeah, this is a lot of map control for Invil right now. Motivacija need to make a move quickly, otherwise they are going to get in a stranglehold. They're trying to push over in towards A2, in towards that IS-7, but the STRV is there with some fantastic fire support, so you should be able to do a lot of damage on towards that IS-7. And just look at the map right now. Invil have total control of the situation. Motivacija trying to push out of the crossfire, Barbarian leading the charge, but there's no one really going with him right now.
Yeah, there's a 60 TP following up and then another 60 TP, but this is all very disjointed, one by one moving in. Clownzik, Barbarian are going to pick over now and hopefully delete Conrad doing a very good job there and body blocking, but gets blown up anyways. Too many angles, too many guns. Barbarian will continue pushing down towards A6. They know they need to push away the SRVs and try and gain some control back to clear the under river bridge part of this map, and he will take some more damage getting into position, Moff, but they need to wrestle back some control.
Yeah, crucially he's alive, right? He's made it into that under position, and that's going to force them back, but Little in the meantime has dropped in the Ho-Ri. Invil pressuring the base from the side of Motivacija. We've got Jackie up there in the EBR, the 260 pressuring in towards G2 as well, and they're still very pinned in towards their base.
It's going to be extremely hard for Motivacija to come back in this game. They need to, I don't know, push the river back. I mean, they are really just in a rough position right now, being this far back in their base. They need to kill Mentos, and they need to kill Under. They even get shot the whole way down.
I think the one thing that might benefit Motivacija is that Invil have so many tanks committed into this waterbed, right? Which means it's difficult for them to rotate across the map. So if Motivacija can find some kind of overmatch somewhere, then they will be able to make a push. But if you just look at positions like Mentos has, he is just poking up and spotting the rotations on just about everything. And remember that Motivacija, they're supposed to be attacking in this scenario, and they very much look like they're hard camping their base.
Yeah, but they're attacking. You know, like, they're hard camping their base, but they have to drive out of this at some point. And the only good thing I see for Motivacija right now is just how many tanks there are committed for Invil. If they were to make a move and push it, they could find numerous tanks on that swing, which I think is the only good thing for them.
It's very tricky though, because look at how many guns Invil have covering any kind of push you want to make. There's a lot of open ground there, and that STRV, which is played by Monster, he has eyes on pretty much everyone. Clownzik taking quite a lot of damage there. Was full HP, now down to just 352, and actually falls, so not even able to get safe in that situation. What a blunder.
Yeah, he came too close and started getting shot, and I don't think they realized Jackie was perma-spotting them. So a good move from that EBI player, getting the spot out. And now, what does Motivacija do? Because it looks like they're just discussing about how they're going to play this.
They look absolutely rattled, to be honest, and Invil have just forced them into this really, really quite unpleasant situation. And the more you have to force your opponent to deviate from their own script, the more difficult it is for them to formulate a plan of action, an idea of how they want to turn things around here. And Barbarian is just like doing everything he can, just peeking and shooting and peeking and shooting, but it's not really providing any kind of effectiveness.
Well, so far, he's not really able to achieve anything, but what is the move here for Motivacija? Like, what are they waiting for?
I think they're just stuck, to be honest. I mean, when Barbarian actually falls, and that is horrendously bad. They've lost 2 tanks in that position, and that...
-5, Invil's -1. I feel like it's kind of over, Moff.
Yeah, I'm very much inclined to agree. Barbarian was the only tank really holding any kind of map control for the side of Motivacija, and they've been stunned in round 1. They've been very much shell-shocked here, and Invil the hard work's done. They don't really have to do anything in this round now. They can just sit back, relax, and both teams realistically can look to focus on round 2.
I mean, maybe they're already discussing the other round, believe it or not. They may as well at this point.
Yeah.
Pushing down is looking impossible for them. I mean, they can try, but the moment they do, it is going to be...
I think the best thing that they can do right now is ideally focus on like not giving Invil like a fastest round, but that wouldn't really make sense anyway, because we've still got maps like Cliff to come, and Invil is defending anyway, so it's not even fastest attack round win. But you can essentially use this as a de facto timeout. Just reset and discuss what you want to do. The HP isn't actually like that dissimilar, but the positions and the guns in the game just completely nullify any kind of movement here.
I am inclined to agree with you, Moff. It really doesn't look like Motivacia is going to make a move anymore. And that's weird because they're attacking, but it looks like one of those battles where it's like, we better use this time productively, and we're going to use it productively to already talk about the future because, well...
Here we go. There's some... Ooh, Jackie getting spotted out in the EBR. If he were to go down, then maybe that opens the door. But here comes the push that we were talking about. They're going to go on towards Mentos. How much damage are they going to take for this Rambo going in first? There's so much supporting fire as Rambo leaps over the top of Mentos. Looks very cool, but not going to give you any kind of advantage in this situation. They do manage to pick up 2 quick kills, but the HP is dwindling. Marcel trying to back out of there, just make it as tricky as possible for these tanks from the side of Motivacia to break out of this dip.
Yeah, Aka falling as well in the EBR. They're now 6,000 HP down, and they really are stuck in that hole in the mud. Franek, Rexar, Panzer Fury are having a shooting gallery right now, where the Motivacia tanks are just giving themselves one by one. They pick up another kill. They're going to get a very big plushy bear moth with the shooting that they have done there. Absolutely winning at the fun fair. And absolutely winning round number 1. I think Invil still overcommitted a little bit on the 4-5 and sending too many down. But, you know, with Motivacia having everybody 1-2 line, it is so hard to retake those positions.
I think they just wanted to make sure that they secured it. Because, you know, you could try and risk it by only sending 3 or 4 guys down into the ditch, but by committing as many as they did, they guaranteed that they were going to win that part of the map. And they also had the info that there were so many tanks going towards the 1 line anyway, so that helps. Pansiri now just pushing forwards, trying to provide spots for his team. There's just 1 minute left on the clock here as Invil move in with the cleanup crew.
Cleanup crew. Invil gonna win the game out as well. So, you know, Motivacia is just playing it in the long run, Moff. They're playing for the fastest win because they just assume nobody's gonna win the attack. And round number 1 going in the way of Motivacia of Invil against Motivacia. And yeah, I mean, pretty chill for Invil after the initial move, right? Not much to do. Not keeping all the good positions, finding a few kills here and there. Did not seem like the hardest stuff.
Solid stuff from Invil, and sometimes that's all it takes to win a round. 1 decisive push, 1 great call, and it's game over. Sometimes we have these rounds where you just tactically outplay your opponent, and even if you're Motivacia, even if you're Invil, it's just not a recoverable situation, and they didn't really have anything to cling on to in that round apart from Barbarian pushing under in towards the AB line, but even that wasn't really ever going to do anything.
Not without some spots and some crossfire to come back in to get those people in position. And yeah, damage-wise, Monster having a good game though, and that SCRV kind of expected.
Yeah, he's doing his job, right? 6.2, I mean, always nice performance, but that's pretty much expected. With the positions that he was taking up, he was just providing the covering fire for pretty much everyone on his team there. Everyone else just kind of not doing a whole lot of damage, and definitely not the IS-7s. Both of them actually did 0. They didn't even manage to connect a single shot there, which is not great, but wouldn't really have changed the round a whole lot there.
No, of course not. After the initial move, it was kind of over, and that's sad to say, but it is kudos to Invil for what they did in this battle. They made a quick move, decisive move. They got the info, they pushed under, and once you take those positions, it's very hard for them to repush. And now they get to attack from what some would say the more favorable side, because you can challenge 1-2, you can challenge City. But you still have to make it work, and you can see that Motiviaya did not manage to convert that. They're now going to be playing on the defense. And we saw them yesterday play a similar defense, I think, as Invil in a way, where they were playing a little bit left, right, and everywhere at the same time in the beginning, not committing fully City, not committing fully Field. Bit of a change there from what we used to see.
I think the nature of Highway is still being figured out by the teams, right? It's still... I mean, we've had it in tournaments in the past, but relatively speaking, it's still quite a new map in the tournament pool. So teams, especially from the defensive side, they're really trying to figure out how they can approach the map, right? You don't necessarily have to just camp on the 9-0 line.
No, but it's also a possibility.
Oh, it's definitely possible.
Because, like, think of how light people are playing MOF now. If you bring a really, really heavy setup towards the city, it's going to be really hard to dig through it later. No matter how good your team is.
Yeah. Always having more beef in the lineup can be tough to chew through, but I would say that by and large teams have heavier lineups these days, especially compared to recent past when you had like way more 907 spam. It's like the 260 and IS-7 have very much overtaken the duties of those medium tanks like before. Invil's lineup pretty comparable to what we saw in round number 1. They're bringing triple 60 TP. They've gone double IS-7, then 6 260s, 1279, Monster in the STRV, and the double EBR once again.
1 EBR for Motiviaya, triple Hori, 4 260s, 5 260s, 1 IS-7, and the rest 60 TPs. And they're also playing this more split defense MOF in the beginning. Not really committing too much left, right, anywhere, only sending the IS-7 A-line, and just covering all their bases at the start.
Yeah, Akka with a big responsibility here. Does he win the EBR 1v1? He's trying to auto-aim, and he waits for the turn back. That's good discipline there with the aim there. Just waiting for Jackie to turn his EBR back around, so the reticle lines the shot up, puts in a good HE shot. They trade it out between the two of them. Not really much info gained by either EBR here. Brainbreaker spotted in his IS-7, just pushing up into A2. Invil aren't really committing too heavily towards the 1 line right now. Look at the double IS-7, that's the key thing to focus on. They are pushing up through the waterbed, but also look at Ketsai on the minimap. Look how aggressive he is in that EBR. He has completely cleared out the positions.
Getting a challenge by Akaro, who's just making a run at him and trying to push him back as the IS-7s are going under, and Brainbreaker now in a lot of trouble in that IS-7, going to be moving towards the building already. Invil making no delays on taking map control MOF. Very quick, very aggressive in this opening stages of the battle.
Yeah, okay, so look at Ketsai's spot now. He has so much control here in this this little bush that he's got. Even tries to take a shot on towards Akka, who's just trying to pressure him back to the best of his ability, but there's not really much to be done there. Here? Maybe, because they're sticking around, right? If they weren't going to repush, then they would have left already, but Motiviaya looking like they're trying to set up a trap here, but Ketsai spotted it out. The Horis are now lit, and they have no cover whatsoever in that position.
Yeah, now they're running away, and they're going to give up Brainbreaker either way. It's 100% happening. That they're gonna lose Brainbreaker positive. Also taking some. Ooh! Oof! That was nasty. That was 993 onto Ketsai in the EBR. I mean, they're losing Brainbreaker for it. But MOF, you have to keep into account, I think, that on Invil's team, you have the double EBR, which are usually not that useful.
Especially when they go down to low HP, because Ketsai, that's really going to prevent him from being more aggressive and being more confident with pushing up and making these kind of plays. Now we've got second phase of the attack coming in from Invil. Double 260 going to push into the low ground underneath the ridgeline of Motivatia. They're trying to peek up and damage them, but Barbarian just gets pushed back for that, unable to do any damage. And Motivatia, like we said, they're getting pinned back in towards the 9-0 line, but they've already wasted about 7 minutes on the clock here, so maybe it's not so bad.
Still a lot of time for Invil, and they've taken a lot of control off. I don't think this is as good for Motivatia as we may think with how much Invil has taken across the map this early.
And now Invil regrouping towards the city. That's going to be their final pushing destination. We've still got the SDRV covering field, so that double 260 at mid will be fairly secure for the side of Invil as well. And they've got all the time in the world to figure out how they want to make this play. All of the guns from Motivatia are kind of a push back into that 9 line where they're all going to be aiming down towards the city, and it's going to be quite important to see how much punishment they do.
There's a lot of tanks here from Invil. I'm just trying to count. Motivatia is holding very far back, though. They're not even challenging that part of the map, Moff. They want to spot them coming in and then react to it, no?
Well, the way they're setting up right now, we've got a bunch of 260s held up in A9, which would suggest that they want to repush field, right? It would suggest that when this play comes in from Invil, they want to retake some map control, but they wouldn't really be pushing into anything if that were the case. It's just double EBR in field for Invil.
But look at how far back Motivatia has gotten pushed. Like, how many squares of the map do they still control right now?
It's not very many, that's for sure. It's getting closer to single-digit sectors for the side of Motivatia, and they're bleeding HP as they try to fall back. They're bailing from the city here. They have decided that they're going to go full turtle mode, and I don't know if this is even possible for them. They're going to take damage. That Invil have all of these angles on them as they try to run away.
They're repushing A-line right now. They're still up in HP. They're trying to get across this part of the map as quickly as possible, try and clean it out and force Invil to push 9-0 line. And because of that, Moff, I think this is not the worst thing ever, because look, they're already taking shots from the side from those 260s that are now starting to create crossfire. Yeah, you have that group of 60 TPs that are going to have to trade themselves off on the 0 line where Liberty has already fallen, but the pressure on 1-2 will be pretty big and will force, at the very least, Invil to keep pressuring this quicker than they may have wanted to initially.
Yeah, and you can see these 60 TPs are all trenched up. They're grouped up and ready to soak up all of this pressure from the side of Invil. Pan's Fury trying to push into this position, but there's so many guns covering from the side of Motivatia. They need to maybe even pick up these kills cleanly without actually committing their guns into this fight. Rexar seems to have a good angle to put in some good shots there for the side of Invil. Invil actually splitting their forces. They're going back towards their base. The STRV has been pulled back, as have some 260s and the double EBR. So very split across the map now for both teams.
There's 1 260 holding 1-2 line right now with an EBR behind. There's a second one that might join from B6. There's one committed in D3 for Motivatia. So if it's a full 1-2 repush, that 1 260 will not be holding this right now. So that field repressure from Invil might be what brings the win here. But now we have to start looking at the time, though. It is ticking, and it's not ticking in favor of Invil. It's ticking in favor of Motivatia. 3 minutes left. Piotr is pushing up against Beast. Beast hits the first shot, and there is going to be a 260 joining, while the 260 on the lower side from Motivatia gets pincered by the double I7 from Invil. Now, Beast, though, trading it out against Piotr, and I gotta say, though, Monster is coming, but this is all a little bit too disjointed and too delayed, I would say, because Piotr is just dying.
Yeah, Piotr has just bled a lot of HP, losing that 1v1 to Beast. Monster has now showed up in the STRV, but he's not the greatest tank for this fight. He has a lot of DPM, that's for sure. Marcel picks up the kill on towards Iced, and Invil making this repush across the field. Again, Jackie trying to flank in his EBR and cause all kinds of distraction, but in return, Motiviaya are going to repush in towards the city, and it's looking pretty good for them right now.
Yeah, they're trying to pick up the kills in the city to re-establish some sort of control because they're getting boxed in again. They're losing 1-2 line. Clownzik dropped towards 535. Can't really sit here. He will do one more shot against Orchek, who's still on reload. Can Budget Baby finish him off? Positive fallen. Aka fallen. Motiviaya tanks are in the trenches right now. Invil still has 13 tanks left standing. They don't have any HP whatsoever left on most of them, but they have them shooting, they have them fighting, and the cap has been started, and the rotation towards 1-2 will bring Invil up 2-0 over Motiviaya. That highway pick him off, not really working out.
No, the map is going to be split 1-1, but look at how much HP sharing Invil had. I thought it looked good for Motiviaya. They had so many tanks of HP, but just the sheer number of guns that Invil have managed to keep in the game, they're not wasting any time. They're going for that triple cap, and that is going to make it... Oh, sorry, it's going to be 2-0. Sorry, I'm completely lost right now. It's not going to be a split map 1-1. Invil taking a commanding lead in this opening map.
Commanding lead, going on to Cliff. Motiviaya might have been a little bit shook there even. What has been done to them just now. Losing 2-0 on their pick is going to be rough. Not really what they expected whatsoever, but Invil did a really good job there with surrounding, with boxing in and sending appropriate tanks back towards 1-2 to hold it off as well. All of that paying into their pockets and then constantly forcing Motiviaya to repush while keeping their one-shots alive.
That was a recycled strategy from Motiviaya as well. I believe we saw them play it yesterday against Goldfish, and maybe they also played it in the group stage. But, you know, if you're going to recycle your strategies, Invil, they are going to pay attention to that. And it looked like the way that they'd set up, the way they pressured across the map, they just completely countered this opening play they had where the IS-7 of Brainbreaker was committed in A2, and they're all covering him with those tank destroyers, and Invil just slowly and methodically closed out all of the positions on the map and just took it away from them.
Yeah, really good surround and not going too aggressive either.
No, it was great because they didn't waste any time with it. They weren't hyper aggressive, but they also weren't didn't spend like 2 minutes sort of dawdling about their rotations, and because they made the decisive moves early in the round, that meant they even had time to go back and repush their spawn, and then even then they still had 3 minutes left on the clock, and just really good
3 minutes
time
is
management.
About enough when you have those positions, I guess.
Yeah, 3 minutes is like the magic number where it's go time. It's like that's the last opportunity you have to realistically make a push, and like I said, the time management is a very important skill for any team. You've got to be, not only make the right decisions, but you've got to do it in good time as well.
And they were able to do that. Now, Cliff Moth is the map where I would assume Invil to take advantage to begin with. So the fact that they lost Highway to 0 is very, very worrying.
Yeah, it's definitely not the start that Motiviaya would have wanted, especially given that it was their own map pick. Now going on to Invil's map, if they well, if they lose this 2-0, it's over, right? It's best of 7 in this upper bracket, so they need to at least split the map 1-1 to keep themselves into the fight and take it to Himmels.
You believe in their return on Cliff?
They have the potential, for sure. I mean, they can definitely have the capacity to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Invil, but it's a very tricky map.
And just don't feel like they're going to be able to do it.
Well, it's trending that way right now, but what defines the good and the great teams is that they are able to turn around these kind of situations. And they need that now.
They need, I mean, who knows, Moff? Maybe they 2-0 each other on each other's map pick.
anything is possible.
But do you believe in it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I need them to win 2 rounds anyway for my prediction. So they 2-0 Invil on Cliff, and then they lose.
I have faith, Move. Motivatia is going to cook, and they're going to cook with double CS, double BAT, double B, 160p, and the rest BZ.
Yeah, a much more cultured lineup from the side of Motivatia. Invil just doing some more brute force Chinese super heavy power. Well, not super heavy, heavy power with rocket boosters. That is, I believe, 12 BZ 75s and then just 3 CS. So Invil's intentions are clear in this round.
They are splitting 2 tanks down, 13 tanks up. Motivatia is sending a few more than 2 tanks down. They're sending most of their squad there in the beginning. Piotr and Orchek probably just going to punish, not going to be committing in, just holding the map control if it comes towards that point in the game. Monster crossing, will the rest of them cross as well? That's a good question. Can Liberty actually clip out on Monster? He actually might be able to. Piotr gets an ignite on Monster. It's going to take a lot of damage here crossing over. Maybe one more shot from the 50B that misses, so half his HP. But look at Invil not delaying, going straight over the middle by the looks of things into those Motivatia tanks that were committed there. They're not stopping. They're actually holding because they know they have the double CS coming in from behind right now. And what does Motivatia do as a reaction?
Motivatia just trying to peek in towards the middle and do any kind of fire support they can, and Ketsa actually pushing in here, taking a lot of damage and actually gets deleted, so that play not working out for the side of Invil whatsoever. They do pick up a kill on Aka in one of the 50Bs, and now Motivatia are re-pushing back in towards the middle of the map, but do they have enough guns to make this work?
I don't think so. Monster is dead, but in return, Motivatia is now arriving back in the middle into the crossfire of the CSs, into Invil's BZs, who are shutting down Barbarian. Got you, baby. Next, Hellmine, Brainbreaker, I said. And Rambo not long for this world either, as Invil, with another decisive move, is taking the kill advantage. But they're starting to struggle just a little bit with closing it out cleanly. But they still have, again, 12 tanks alive versus just half the team of Motivatia. So even if they were trading evenly, the kill department just not going their way. And this upper bracket is going to be a quick one by the looks of things, as Invil is going to make it 3-0 already against the boys from Motivatia.
Yeah, they are speed running straight into that grand final right now. Invil, they're bringing the BZ powerhouse, the synergy that they have, all picking the same tank gives them an incredible buff as they look to make the final push around the corner. They're just waiting until they're all prepared to push in. They don't want to throw the game, but there is absolutely zero chance of that happening unless they all get Amaracked instantaneously. Rexa now pushing in, taking shots for the team. Positive trying to do what he can in that bat chat, but this game was over long ago. It was over very long ago. Positive doesn't want to get rammed. He will fall regardless. And Invil looking super clean right now.
Yeah, really good opening as well. That double BZ from below. I think Piotr Mov, I'm going to be honest, I saw him get 2 fires and an Amarak. So he had a good game. More likely than not.
Did he do 2 fires or did he get 7 fires twice?
He ignited 2 tanks and he blew up 1 tank.
Yeah, well, would that have made the difference in the round?
No.
Probably not. Probably not.
For opening, Invil's was just better.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the way it goes on Cliff, right? If you just have, if your opening just counters your opponent, it can be very difficult for you to recover that kind of situation.
Okay, not that great. 3.5k. Expected more. Devil doing 5k in the bat. Positive doing 4k in the bat. Pretty good results for those players. But then Barbarian 0, Aka 1 shot, double BZ.
A fair bit of the bat's damage is just late game farm, right? It's just doing clips at the end when it's already over, inconsequential. Piotr, he may have only done 3k, but that's like a product of, one, you're playing a BZ, which means you don't have insane DPM to do a lot of damage, and two, because your team played so well, everyone's alive, which means you're all taking damage off of each other, so no one particularly doing a standout performance there. Mentos at the top with 4k, but it's a pretty slow trickle down between the rest of the players. Only Ketsai, who did 51 damage by going in first, sacrificed his life for the greater good.
Yeah, he went in for the team and took the damage for the team as well, so that is something that happens there. Nonetheless, though, for this team of Invil, they're chilling. Up 3-0. The remontada would have to be immense for Motivatia to even make it back to tiebreaker. It's currently very much looking like they're going to be going towards the lower bracket, and Invil is going to put themselves in prime position for the triple diamond.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic for them right now, but at this point, given that it's 3-0, you might consider from both teams' perspective that it's just better to end this map 4-0. From Invil's point of view, if they end it 4-0, they don't have to leak any more strats on other maps. And from Motivatia's point of view, it's a similar story. They're thinking, okay, we kind of bottled this attempt, but this is what the upper bracket is for, right? If we get relegated to the lower one, destroy whoever's there, and then we have a second chance. Yeah, exactly. It's a warm-up round.
They just wanted to figure out what Invil wanted to play them off.
Yeah, they're just trying to test the waters and just feel out what this matchup is going to be like. Still a chance that they could bring it back, but reverse sweeps are certainly not a common feature.
Trying to recall when was the last one. I think it was Invil against... Invil against W comes to mind, I think.
The one that comes to mind for me is Motivatia against Goodnight Nomi. You remember when Goodnight Nomi, they were up to match point, and then there was this amazing clutch by Positive in the 1v2, and then they did the full-on reverse sweep. It was quite a miracle.
Yeah. That was against Goodnight Nomi. I remember the Cliff game, the 2v1 that they should have never lost, that they actually lost. Cliff is also where Motivatia needs to bring it back. Fosh B, STRV, double 50B, 6 to 60s from what I can count, or 7. And then BZ's behind it.
Yeah, Invil steering clear of Clipper tanks. They've brought a K91 from Ketsai. That tank, of course, newly buffed, has an absolute crap ton of DPM there, which is wonderful. Invil splitting a little bit, whereas Motivatia are sending everyone to this side of the map. Not much damage actually dealt on the cross monster. It gets away fairly for free. Pan's Fury just sits in the middle of the open, and Motivatia taking a lot of damage as they try to go up, but they're going to lock Invil into the bottom side of the map, and hopefully for their sake they're going to be able to do a lot of damage here, but it's very scruffy.
It is indeed a brawl of all sides. A lot of tanks still committed on the lower side from Motivatia. Double Forge B, STRV, and the 50Bs, and now they're trying to bully themselves back up in this area. But again, Invil coming from the top, establishing the crossfire. They do manage to pick up Orchak from the side of Motivatia, who wanted to go into some crossfire angle. They're trying to clean Conrad from the rock. They're starting to clean up the lower side as well, but the CS63s from Invil still in crossfire. But I think this time around, Motivatia might have done just enough. They're starting to pick up the kills. They're starting to eliminate the crossfire. They're starting to clean up the lower side as well, which seems to be deleted now. Liberty, the Forge B main, coming back in as well. And Motivatia, for the first time in what seems forever, leading a game in both HP and tanks, and are able to bring themselves back up. The Forge B just doing what he does best. You know, that's why he has 5.7 KTPG. Moff just knows how to play that so well after all those Onslaught games. But for Motivatia, finally they get something going. Finally the ball starts rolling and they are able to get an advantage. But it's not over just yet. Like, they're starting to throw a little bit as well in this battle. They're going to be careful not to throw it away. But I don't think that they should be falling in this scenario.
No, they should be alright. The HP may be close, but the guns in the game definitely favor the side of Motivatia, and Ketsai is pretty much locked out of the round because he's stuck on the bottom side compared to the rest of his team. But, you know, you've got to be careful in these kind of situations. Rambo has a lot of the HP in that STRV, which is definitely not the kind of tank that you want to have that health on, but he's pushing in now, And Mentos is actually pushing back across, and Rambo picks up the kill on towards DJ. There's Mentos who picks up the kill on towards Positive. The HP has gotten very close, but it should still be Motivatia coming out on top as Liberty secures the kill on towards Ketzai, and it just leaves Mentos in the 1v4.
And finally for Motivatia, they find something. They find a first round, and now we will move on towards Himmelsdorf, where they need to do it 2 more times to bring it to tiebreaker. Yeah, everything really on the lower side for Motivatia, and I guess what worked for them is keeping those tanks stuck in that bowl area for long enough that the 50Bs come back in, the STRV comes in, the Foch B gets a second reload. They're able to clean that up, and Infil just doesn't have the damage output to compensate.
Yeah, I think the fact that they committed all of their tanks towards the bottom side of the map, it really is just that simple, right? You just create an overmatch in that area, and you block most of the Invil tanks, or at least slow them down from climbing towards the top side of the map, and then you just use your Clipper tanks, you just punish them, and then you steamroll with that advantage that you have.
Himmelsdorf, there's another one on those maps where Invil is really good. I could see Motivatia definitely win a round. I don't know if I see them win 2 rounds on it though. Do you believe that that would be possible? I mean, the 50B is doing good jobs there. The SCRV even as well, 3.9k, the Foch B. Those are the tanks that you really want to see topping that scoreboard.
Yeah, the STRV is an interesting pick now, especially with the K91. It's kind of come into play where it's sort of this middle ground, I would say, between having a Leo 1 and between having an STRV, but I think perhaps the reason they still bring an STRV is because you don't want to completely show your hand about what you're doing, because if you pick an STRV, you could still conceivably play topside.
Yes. You could play topside with the STRV. But I guess teams are also used to it being on the lower side.
Yeah, just a little bit of trickery there to
I think it was Motivatia even that
your...
played it in the beginning with like 1 or 2 STRVs, and they both played lower side as a surprise.
Yeah. Some pretty wild mind games that can go on there. Ketzai, on the other hand, with the K91, he did pretty good damage, 5.3. So he definitely held up his end of the bargain with regards to trying to carry the team through that round. But it is going to be Himmelsdorf, and this is the map I said I was interested to see because, well, one, we haven't seen it being played at all yet so far in the Clan Showdown playoffs, which is really quite a tragedy because it's a fantastic map to watch. There's so much chaos that can go on here, but I'm just really curious to see what Motivatia are going to bring because they were so deliberately banning it out yesterday.
I mean, they also banned Highway yesterday. How did that go?
I don't think they did. They played Goldfish on it, did they not?
Wait, they did.
It's fine. We're all fried.
Yeah, maybe we are cooked.
When you've watched so many Clan Showdowns, they all kind of
Dude, I even watched
some,
I even rewatched some APAC, dude. So like, you know, my brain is really starting to tumble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you there. Lot of history with this event. So many Clan Showdowns throughout the years. We usually have at least 2 or 3 going on every year, so it's quite easy to forget what has been before. But what will Himmelsdorf look like in this newest iteration with new meta tanks?
I mean, the setups have been very, very heavy, and it's pretty hard. I mean, yesterday we played Blitzkaz on an ADO move, and the EU team...
Really?
Yeah, you should rewatch it. And the EU team decided to push the hill, repush the hill actually, with 60 DPs against BZs to 60s and Blitzkavitz in position. Let me tell you, it did not go well.
No, I can imagine. But Blitzkavitz is an interesting choice, especially because it had a lot of utility in Onslaught, but that's because of the Juggernaut ability, which is not the case
it's
in...
actually decent to play around the hill.
Maybe, but Invil and Motivatia, they don't look to have discovered that gem. But as we know, NA is 3 days ahead of the meta, so that's obviously why they're not bringing any Blitzkavitzes right now. But
Invil is a lot heavier here than
yeah, they got a lot of 60 TPs, and they are going straight through the middle of the map right now. Comrade leading the charge. Ketsai went towards the 8 line at the start of the game to try and spot anyone going towards the hill. Not sure if he managed to get that info or not, but there is an absolute swarm of Invil tanks pushing across the open here. Do Motivatia have enough guns to support them?
Squeezy getting deleted,
Ouch.
trying to run away from that window position, gets absolutely deleted on the crossing. -1 tank already for the side of Motivatia, and Invil doesn't look to stall. Monster leading the charge, the team captain swinging around that corner, keeping the push going towards the 7 line, where Aka, who also was in another window, hasn't retreated nearly quickly enough. The damage is being dealt, I mean, but Invil has such a heavy lineup, they don't really care. Brainbreaker now trying to make it out as well, but he has not really any place to escape to either. Positive in the 50B trying to run away. Aka getting overrun, stampeded even by these tanks from Invil. They're going to continue now on towards the 705A, and Motivatia is down 6k HP Moth and have no real position to play anymore.
I just want to say, Ketsai, look at his position now. He went up the hill, drove down the 0 line, past all of the Motivatia guns to reunite with his heavy tanks force, and he is now caught in a bit of a pickle here in his CS63. And like you said, the HP advantage that Invil has is just so significant. They're up 6k right now. Now they're moving in towards the 1-2 line. Piotr crossing towards the train yard there, trying to make some kind of crossfire. Can they pick up the kill on towards Clownzig? Yes, he can. Eyes now has a nice hold down there in the 705A, but how long is he going to survive there?
I mean, they're bringing back the HP, though, from the side of Motivatia. I will say they have done a really good job at recovering that deficit that they were in for the longest time. It was about 6k, now it's like down to 3k. They're crossing back over to deal with Piotr and Mentos. And I think I got the same off. I feel like we have a game on our hands here. Rambo and Togra should finish off that first 60 TP, pushing away the CS63. Togra finds the kill. Now Invil trying to repressure through the 3 line. It's still an HP lead for them. They pick up Iset as well, and are able to clean up a little bit of those positions. But Barbarian and Liberty still covering those crossings. 5 line being repressured as well. They want to go for Gotcha Baby. Positive is lurking there with his comrade in the BZ72 Van. And as the dust settles, Moth, I would say it might just about be playable for either team. Rambo is in trouble though in that 260. That looks to be another kill for the side of Invil. And I think that is the biggest issue here for Motivatia. They're just losing so many guns in this scenario. They're going to be down 6 guns where Invil is only down 2. And, well, let's be real, that is very important on a map like this.
Yeah, and Invil, again, just showing how much of a good job they can do with just keeping these guns alive, even though the HP is still quite even. They've just got so many people left alive in this fight, and Liberty is trying to make a play towards the E100s, but that is just not going to work. And now he's just driving in to the middle of the open. He's surely going to get deleted as he falls, and there's not very many people left to the side of Motivatia. Little is trying to peek into the side with his 50B, but he just doesn't have enough clip potential to deal with the hit points that Invil have available. It's just 4k remaining for the side of Motivatia, and despite the minor hiccup on the cliff round, Invil will look to win this upper bracket final 4-1 in quite a convincing fashion.
Quite a dominating fashion for Invil, putting themselves in the grand final. They're going to be waiting to see who is going to face off against them. They get to relax, launch back, and watch the lower bracket runs come into full effect. First we'll have Band versus Kylie, then we'll have the winner of that versus Motivatia, and then we'll have the grand final. So quite a bit of waiting time for them as mop-up operation has begun. But yeah, this is initial start. Invil just driving down the middle, picking up a free kill as well on Squeezy and Aka, which I guess shouldn't really be happening for Motivatia.
I think what those guys were thinking, Motivatia, is if you looked at the minimap, it looked like they had enough forces there to support everyone, right? It looks like it's a fantastic position for them to be in. They have control of the hill. They've got like relative control of the 1-2 line. They've sort of pincered these guns in, but the reality is that Invil just don't care. They trade off the HP and they just push straight through the middle of the map, and they isolate the guns that they need to. I think there was a lot of misplays going on from like both teams in that kind of brawl, which is to be expected when it's so chaotic. But I just want to reiterate, it was so funny to watch Ketsai just on the minimap just drive up the hill and just ignore the 4 tanks from Motivatia, I believe, that were up there, and then just go straight past them and infiltrate their spawn. Ended up not being like a super effective play, but still cool to watch.
I mean, he was spotting out how many tanks are still on the hill for Motivatia. And YOLO there, top of the charts, 5.3. Good spread all together. And you can see a bit of issue there. I think Squeezy doing one shot. He just got blown up by 60Ps on the crossing. I think they all tapped him on the move and he just died.
Yeah, 60TP does have sort of a deceptively accurate gun when it comes to those snapshots, and that is amplified in game modes like Onslaught, especially with the dispersion buffs. But I'm not sure what equipment they run in this situation in competitive, because I've been unwashing a bit recently and playing some advances, and the gun handling on 60p feels like unholy when you play HP Turbo Rammer.
It's not that bad. You just have to forget that Onslaught exists, Wolf.
Just aim your shots.
You just have to forget everything about Onslaught, because otherwise you really start missing the guns that you were playing there with, you know?
I know it is very off-putting when you go back to regular water tanks, and you just feel like you're missing everything all the time. But Invo players not having any problems with that. They'll move into the grand final, where they will await their opponent, which is to be decided with the lower bracket matches coming up.
Yeah, like I said, first up we're going to have Band versus Kylie, who won their respective lower bracket matches before, and then the winner of that will be taken against Motivatia. Between those two, Mo, from what we saw yesterday, who would you favor?
Well, I would favor Band. I think they've had the stronger results on the whole, counting the group stage as well. Remember, Band actually beat Motivatia in the group stage, so you know, maybe you would take that with a pinch of salt. I don't know, but I think that that game between Band and Kylie really just depends on the map pool that the teams pick up, because we saw that Band didn't really like to play Himmels or Cliff. They don't like the Broadly maps. And that game between Aurora and Kylie, that was like the campiest game of water tanks you've ever seen, right? Both, pretty much every round there went like the full 10 minutes, so I think it just depends whether Band have learned the lessons from watching the games before, and if they can break down those kind of camps.
Well, we'll have to see if Band or Kylie will bring it to Motivatia, but first, let's take a look at the replays and see just how Invil has put themselves in prime position for the triple diamond.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Stones and bones. Stones and bones. Heed my words. The earth burns, flames licking the sky. Thunder splits the heavens, a roar unlike any before. A wave of steel crashes against ancient cliffs, shattering rock. Stones rumble with echoes of future battle for the weapon of untold power. Bones whisper of glory won and lost in a quest for divine steel. Few will prevail. Only the worthy shall wield it. Stones and bones. Stones and bones.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the second match of the AMD Clan Showdown. And, well, the first match was a little of a blowout, actually. A 4-1 by Inbil. None of us expecting that. I mean, I said it was going to be like a, I believe, 4-3 for Inbil, but that was kind of a safe bet, to be honest, because going off of what happened yesterday, I saw both teams kind of evenly matched. That was not the case. However, obviously, second chance for Motiviaya later on. Now, however, elimination match. It's going to be Band versus Kylie. Ducky, what's your take?
Well, Ban had a really good group stage, even though they ended third. They beat good opponents, while Kylie's group stage was a lot worse in that regard. And then coming into the playoffs, they both beat good opponents, though, Goldfish and Aurora. I really don't personally know who is going to get ahead of this. I can tell you, though, that Kodicek yesterday will rolled 5-0 by Dopamine on the North American server. Will that play into his confidence, Kihan? That is the question. I don't think so, but, you know.
I mean, first of all, he came into the pick and ban today for the maps, and he picked a map that was already banned. So maybe something has stuck from that 0-5 that he played yesterday against you. But to be honest, this match here is kind of a black box for me as well. Like, whoever emerges here might be, to stick with that comparison, kind of a dark horse. Because, to be honest, Band had, as you said, quite a good group stage. They beat good opponents yesterday. For me, still, I think Inbel and Motiviaya kind of on a different level, but I think on a good day, either of those can come close to beating, like, the vast favorites here.
Sure. I mean, this is 15v15, though. Anything can really happen on any day, except for Invel takes the tournament away.
To be honest, I wasn't sure what to predict in the upper bracket finals, and I was like, well, in doubt, you know, what has worked in the past few years, I kind of go with the Polish squad. So that was how I ended up with my prediction. But here, to be honest, I think it is, as I said, an absolute black box. Community predictions say 66% banned. Remember, those were made before the actual playoffs, so maybe the group stage playing a little bit into that, where I think Band did look stronger.
Okay, Highway again, Fisherman's Bay. Tiebreaker Murovanka. Banning Cliff for Band. Live Oaks for Kylie. I mean, this is looking to be a very slow series, Gant. With Highway as very first map?
I mean, the thing is, you can see what banned first. Sorry for, yeah, you're once again gonna hear that word a lot.
Like Himmelsdorf.
And then Cliff, so they really don't want to play those fast, like, communication intensive
No, but they also banned
maps.
Pokorovka, though, if you think about it that way. Like, they banned Himmels, which is fast, they banned Cliff, which is fast. But, Ki, I'm be honest with you, Prokorovka, in essence, can be a very fast map if played that way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, the way that Inbil and also Motiviaya played it in the past, it can be over in like 2 minutes. So, I think the team with the red logo, to not say the word once again, they really opt out of those super brawl heavy maps, and they would like to go for more of a control style, whereas Kylie seem to like comfort banning, like the maps that they don't want to play, which are, well, first Sand River, then Live Oaks, which are also kind of slow maps. So I don't want to read too much into it, but maybe Band getting a little bit ahead, at least in terms of the maps that they want to get, but that obviously might not translate it into what we're going to see.
But Highway could technically still be fast, okay?
It could. We just saw it.
You can force it not to be quick, though.
Yeah.
As a defender and attacker, you can force the game not to be over in 3 minutes, but just by your opening. You can always sit back and wait.
Yeah. So let's see how this one goes. Like, I'm actually very interested into both of those teams, because they are, like, some of the players that are playing on both teams have obviously made appearances in the past, but the rosters themselves are kind of new, completely shuffled around. And for both, I think both of them to have made it this far is already, in my opinion, kind of a like success, and that also means that, you know, one of those teams now is going to secure bronze fists already.
Bronze fists. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. We need Band to win, so Carlos gets bronze fists.
That would be the timeline indeed, but is he going to do that? That's the question. Kylie coming into this lower bracket semi with a double EBR, one whole re, a T57. We haven't seen that one yet, I believe. A double 279, triple 260 double mouse, and quadruple 60 TP.
On the other hand, there's double mouse on both teams. Double Hori, EBR, Manti, K91, triple I7, 560p. So yeah, we're in for the long haul, Kian.
I mean, it seems like my eyesight is getting bad with age, because for a second I thought there was a 13105, but no, it's a Manticore. But yeah, Sagi there setting up very, very passively. Maybe we can even get a look at Sagi's equipment there. Let's see, maybe in a minute or so.
Shot of damage as well going on there.
But yeah, I think that's a lot of map control. And to be honest, like, yeah, he's down to like 1200, but if he can stay safe now, all right. So full spotting equipment on that Manticore here. So EBRs are never going to outspot that thing in a bush. Drya with the EBR spotted on the way out. That's actually kind of dangerous. It's a little bit like on Prokhorovka when you're too close to the ridge in the middle with an EBR, and then, you know, 5 tanks all of a sudden just peek. They take some damage, but they take you out. However, we do see the A-line push coming out from Koma and Carlis, and they are going to take a lot of map control. In the background, Loop taking a shot of damage. Not too bad for him, but he should maybe bake off. But that is actually somewhat of a decisive move here from Band.
They have pushed up very far in the city for Kylie, though. Taking a lot of control. If they're able to get an EBR established as well, it's only going to get worse for them. It could be possible. They have their own EBR for the set of Band playing J5, but this is a very heavy Kylie lineup, Kian, that you're forced to re-push into.
Yeah, I mean, the HP not that far apart, but I do agree. Obviously, a lot of that HP is on the mouses, and talking about the mouses, look at what the Band mouses are doing, Ducky. They're just driving over the open field.
What if you made a shield with a mouse?
I personally dislike such plays.
But I'm just thinking.
But, you know, I think back in the day, we even won some Silver League match by boxing in some light tank with mouses and capping that way. So I'm not going to rule it out as of yet. There have been instances of this in the past. For example, also back in the day when you couldn't push Rex, right? Just parking a mouse sideways on all the bridges of Erlenberg in Clan Wars, and then be like, yeah, you know, let it draw if you're the defender. But let's see what's gonna happen here. This is certainly curious, and I think Kylie smells that there is, you know, something up, because not only are they sending IGOT very far up in that mouse in the city, but they're also pretty heavily set up in the north here. Like the tanks from Kylie that are in the south, that is 3 tanks. That's, to be honest, not that much. That might be bait.
They're just playing the aggressive positions, trying to spot out any sort of push or any sort of pressure that may come from the side of Band. They can still back off. They're not too committed. All of these things are, of course, a possibility for this team. And we can see, though, that Band is gonna go for the AB line push. And aren't they going to? They will make a shield with the mouses for the Manti on the cap. They will make it.
All right. And I just checked, both of the mouses only have a singular repair kit, so they can repair once, and that's going to be it. Now, Sagi here, yeah, it is a mouse, and they are going to be running purple HP, probably, but let's see what's going to happen. Marty and Koidichek are going to be driving over the field, trying to make a shield for the still unspotted Manticore, mind you, and they are going to be making it into the cap. I think that is a way to do it, and keep in mind, Sagi is unspotted.
Sagi is indeed unspotted. Now he is spotted. The third of Marty should be turned, and Sagi needs to turn his third around because otherwise his gun can get reset by hitting it through the wreck if it's sticking out. Yeah. It's a little worrying that they lost 2 times for this. They're gonna get pressured on the JK line as well, straight. The EBR driving through the open on the F line needs to basically explode for this kind of play. To the Horis, if he doesn't, then he does explode to the Horis. Dopa Dipa biting the bullet there. Clearly was glazing him up while being the second best EBR after Mentos. Seems like not today, Kihan on highway number 1. He did spot out the Hori, but he goes de-spotted. So now, I mean, the cap is building, Kihan.
The cap is indeed building, and keep in mind, like, at any point in time, they can push more tanks into the cap to just escalate the situation here for the team of Kylie. That being said, though, Beton is getting repushed in the south. He's going to die to the superior amount of guns, but now Kylie are pulling the trigger here. Simultaneous push over the A line, over the B line, and they're trying to get Templeton for the reset on towards Sagi. Is he going to be able to push one of the mouse wrecks out of the way? It doesn't seem like it right now. 20 seconds. They're bleeding heavily in towards all those hold down guns, but Band, they don't seem to have enough firepower, but the reset comes through.
The reset comes through, and it drops the Sagi to a one-shot as well. And they're actually going to win this A-line pre-pressure as well. They're going to pick up Koma on that I-7. They're even going to kill the Manticore with Dansov. And they're surrounding already from the south side. I'm going to be honest, Kihan throwing double mouse away to shield the Manticore. It is a heavy commitment for that cap. If they were able to do it with just one mouse, then maybe you could say, okay, this has some merit.
mean,
but 2 mouses.
To be honest, like right now, it's 6k HP apart, but the thing is, the holddowns are actually being held by Band, and that's why we do see a few kills coming through. One of the 260s trying to stay alive, and this K91 from behind the lines, he will also be able to rain down hell onto anyone from Kylie that comes too far here. Like, yes, it's looking bad for Band, excuse me, right now, but it's still not completely over, as Kylie also has some rather low HPs that they need to keep alive. Hesinho with the 260 seems to be able to stay alive between some tanks here. Kylie, they need to play it methodically through the south, and it seems to me like they're doing that at the moment.
Drea could pick up Love. Again, that's a good kill, and him and the K91 couldn't combine on the 279 of Cry. Then actually they could crossfire that mouse of Egot and Loop rather effectively. Drea, I would say, even needs to go just kill that 279, take a shot, push him, kill him, because the 279 is a one-shot, 395 to a roll. Ooh. K91
I don't like what Lankark is doing there. He's getting greedy against 2 unspotted tanks. It's not really going to work out. Drea is going, yeah, with the EBR, so he should be able to maybe 50-50 one-shot kill even on towards the 279. He does take a shot of damage, as we do see what's happening, and he does get the lucky roll here. So the throw of the coin is going to go his way, and Kylie now double the HP, but similar amount of tanks. Lankak, though, with that K91, yes, he has a lot of DPM, but what he doesn't really have is armor even at the turret front, especially against the 279 heat.
No, and he's also not going to find a position where he can double bush those double guys. But Drea will be perma-spotting them now. Can they find the kill on this 260? It seems like he's really shielded in that position. The 60p is trying. Can he find a shot? He takes one in return. He misses that one as well. Carlos is now looking for it. Attractive is looking for it. But Time Kihan, they have half the HP, and they really do not have a lot of time left here to find those kills. Loop is even working his way all the way through the south, which is another issue for that team of Band, because he's going to pressure the base, keep the K91 out. They find the 260, but Carlos needed to push for that, so he takes a big shot from the Hori. And now what did he do?
Yeah, exactly. Especially since Laveliard is almost full HP still in that T57, so he can take the time to aim the shots necessary. Everyone on that side of the map is one clip for him, and slowly but surely, as time trickles down, so too does the HP of the team of Band. I mean, Carlos here takes another track shot, and the Hori of the team of Kylie unable to repeat the HE feat. Now Laveliard actually does start to peak with the T57 and seems to be unable to convert his clip, but I don't think it's really gonna matter, Ducky. Even with Drya running ring around the Rosie with Mindbreaker, getting an Amarak even. Yeah, it's a gimmick strat that both of us didn't like, and it doesn't work.
No, they're capping. They're gonna win off that cap for sure, for sure. Drya will probably kill Templeton, but Laveliard and Bagder will shut down pretty much everybody on this cap. Two of them are already dead. The third one is also gone. Carlos yet still alive. Drya doing a good job there. The Ignite coming out from Haze to pick off Loop. And the HP, it got close but no cigar. Still, at the end of the day, as Kylie will pick up round number 1 on Highway.
Yeah, round number 1 is going to go Kylie's way. Band, they tried a throwaway strategy, I guess. Pocket strat, as some would call it. It didn't work out. It got kind of close in the end, but to be honest, that was because I think Kylie was trying to like force the issue here, maybe hoping for a less than 10-minute victory. But in the end, like, as soon as the repush succeeded in getting the resets on towards the Manticore and the kill as well, which then disables that strategy completely because you don't have any tank anymore that's small enough to fit behind the mouses, it was kind of over.
That was the defense. I don't know, man. Look, triple tank with 0. Everybody else is kind of doing their damage, but you also just run into the issue, key, that if the Manti dies, the game is over in this scenario. And that's really bad.
Well, yes. I don't know what to tell you here. I thoroughly agree. Like, it was a one-dimensional approach, and that is always the problem. Like, right, that separates a good from a really great or even exceptional team is that those kind of teams, they will have multiple ways how to play with a single setup and even with a single opening. Like, once they get the first kind of information on towards what the opponent is doing, then they will immediately fall into like different patterns of like, okay, they're doing this, so now we have options A, B, or C. Which one is the best one to do? Okay, let's in this case pick option number D because we even have a fourth one. That was absolutely not the case here for the team of Band. They had plan A, and then a long time nothing, and then came defeat. So, yeah, a good first victory here for Kylie. I wouldn't read too much into it yet. I think they were, like, Band was trying to surprise Kylie, but honestly, it didn't work.
No, you could say that. But, like, you repush a B line with limited amount of people, you kill the Manticore, and the game is over. And that's what happened, right? You push into the Manti, you kill them at double 60p, and then it's like, okay, we lost half our team, but they lost half their team.
Exactly. And there was a point in time where I was like, maybe they've done just about enough, right? When they were down a considerable amount of HP, but Kylie had invested so many tanks into this repush on towards the open field close by their cap, where I was like, all right, maybe they can still, you know, kind of profit enough from that, that they can play from there. And it was like almost enough, but not quite. So Yeah, let's leave the first round be as it was, and let's focus on towards the second round, because as we're in a best of 5, this already is kind of a, I mean, not the decision of the match, but we are fastly approaching it. Only best of 5, so one more for the team of Kylie would mean that they're a match point, which means that Band definitely want to equalize it, and Band are trying to do that with double EBR, double Hori, a singular K91. That tank is really popping off in popularity. Double E5, double 705, alright, and 660 TPs.
Kylie, on the other hand, double EBR, mounts, double I7, double 279, double 260, then the rest being 60 piece. And it seems,
So I think a bit
seems like a kind of split again.
kind of split. Once again, the attacker here bringing this time not 2, but a singular mouse. I wonder what they want to do with it. Maybe it is just
Maybe they want to make a
keeping
shield.
that option open. Yeah, exactly. Keeping the option open, but right now not really committing to it. LeVay, we do see him here full spotting setup on that EBR. Oops, kind of a little bit of a Monka steer moment, but it does actually work out in his favor. He does intuition to HE, or no, he actually took a shot and missed. Oh. Well, Sagi is going to book it the hell out of there, and I think rightfully so. He didn't really spot a lot, but enough to signal to him that he should be going. And actually, there's an EBR driving over the open field right now in the northeastern part of the map. That is 100 LeVay. He does spot out Lankak in that K91. But so far, so good for Lankak. Damage Damarek. Let's hope for him that it doesn't cost him dearly. But LeVay really getting a lot of map control for his efforts.
Yeah. They were a bit late on retreating. Luckily, they only took one shot for that. Could have been a lot worse. They are going to be pressuring up the city now, though, in group, en masse, trying to take further positions. And as a result of that, we're going to go into a similar game that we saw on round number 1. And the question is, what push does Kylie go for? LeVay takes a shot there, but what push do they go for? Do they go for the A-B line pressure? Do they go for the F line and K line, or do they go full K line?
I mean, they still have some time to decide. 8 minutes and 10 seconds is quite a lot, and they do actually decide to push double I7 over that E line to just take more map control away from Kylie. That open area there, obviously, you need to be careful with like 1 or 2 I7s, that not all of a sudden 10 tanks overpeak and just, you know, one salvo you. So it is quite of a dangerous commitment. You need to be sure to have enough covering firepower, or you need to just gamble that the opponent doesn't dare to just blow up the I7s.
They're going full K line, so they have the I7s under. They're bringing back to 260. The Hori is going to cover for the repush. I think they have, like, the Hori should be city as well. But Band is very far back in the city. They're just playing that crossing position on the 8-9 line to spot. And everybody else is playing far back. So they want to be able to return the forces from the 9-0 line on time to support. That's why they're holding back in the distance. We saw yesterday, I think Motiviaya just ruffle stomping Aurora, I think it was. Was it Aurora? Or Goldfish?
So Motivatia yesterday was playing against Goldfish.
Yeah,
because Indel was
they were
playing
ruffle stomping Goldfish on that K7, K8 positions because they were still too close. They're trying to avoid that.
Now, Kylie is starting to make their move here in this southern part of the city. Let's see how far it gets them compared to what Motivatia was able to achieve. I mean, they're going to take the outskirts, the fringes of the city, but not for free. Laveliard already taking a shot. Now, Dopa making the run in that EBR, trying to get spots, and Hayes is going to pay a price for it in his E5, but that doesn't matter too much because the front line is going to be the southern part of the city. This is where the HP and damage taken actually matter.
So you see that they have some info now, but there's no fight here. So, ooh, Labo peeking very, very aggressively. Taking 2 shots for that. Not really what you want to do on that IS-7. That overpeak, they're costing them dearly. And now they have to decide how they're going to approach this battle. Like, how do they push from this? Because they see how far back Bound is playing, and it's like, this is not great. Pushing the double 705A all the way back is going to be very annoying.
Yeah, indeed. The 705s are going to do wonders side scraping there. And even if you have like 5, 6, 7 tanks even shooting HE, that's going to take a considerable amount of time to really get them out of their positions here. So far, it's only Backdoor trying to trade against Marty, and we really do see that, 60 TP, great tank and all, but when it comes to side scraping against the 705, that's not where it shines. Backdoor now starting off the push. He does have a little bit of support with him, but now that cross over the rails, how heavy is it going to cost them?
Danceoff taking all the damage in the mouse in the beginning, literally shielding his teammates or trying to shield his teammates from taking too much. Backdoor, however, is the unlucky sacrifice to the slaughter. He gets picked up on the crossing. They're now moving on towards Mighty in that 705A. One of the 60Ps not connecting. 705A, one of the most annoying tanks to shoot close range. Kihan, if you can get a good angle. And from behind, another non-connection coming in even from another 60P. So Mighty's going to do at least one more shot, potentially even two. Another non-connection. That's triple 60P shot already. Mighty is definitely going to blast for this in return. Coma not doing that well either in that regard though. Down towards 929, and Ignite from Templeton will help. Mighty now down towards a one shot. I think he will get just one more shot out in this battle. Another bounce from the 60 TP. So Mighty says thank you. Another bounce from the 260. The 75 is tanking better than Rocky Balboa, and he's still alive and kicking, and Kylie is going to be very unhappy. But even with that little bit of a failure on that part of the map, and he's still yet alive for some reason, he still hasn't died. Mighty almost taking on the whole team. Kylie's still winning.
Kylie indeed is still winning. Currently, they're starting to slowly push that city out, slowly and methodically. Maybe not with the best pen rates, but so far it is yielding success, because I think also Cody just bounced one on Tansoff that tried to take the initial shots, but only now drops below 2000 HP. The tanks behind him, however, not doing so well either. Finally, Tansoff takes a truckload of damage as well, as a band is now slowly starting to stabilize in the city. Tansoff is going to bite the dust. Meanwhile, a fight has also erupted close towards the base of the defenders, as Templeton gets pushed by double EBR and 6CTP, and the repush by Kylie in the city. Meanwhile, in full effect, Stepopov is going to get picked up, but Monera falling to the grave as well.
Now Kylie just kind of marching on the city. It's the snowball effect. We've seen Invil have it as well, having that extra guns available, picking up Baton now, continuing on with the low HP still alive, with the 260, the 60 TP, Templeton as well, Loop as well. They're low HP, but they're alive, and that's all that matters in this kind of scenario. Finally, another kill going the way of Band, but they are in trouble with that K91. And they're also, of course, still surrounded nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed. It seems to be a bloody grind fest here between Kylie and Band in round number 2. But to be honest, that double EBR is currently, I believe, enough to hold the field. That being said, I think Band is trying to attempt a breakout. They are trying to break the contain, and indeed that northwestern part of the map with the EBRs, that is crucial right now, as Sagi starting to push in, and Lovey, he is an HE1 shot. I think Sagi is just waiting for his second EBR maybe to come, but that one is super low, as Sagi takes a stunner to the face down towards 200.
He's not going to get out of here either. Dopa and Lovey will shut him down. Murovanka pushing up in the meantime as well. Attractive in that full HP 5 nearly. Is trying to hold the front lines. Sagi now falling back towards the bush. We know that he can't have escaped because, well, they also know because the I7 is under Sagi. Will he get the one more shot? No! Lovey ready, picks him up. And that's the EBR of Sagi deleted. Now the Hori retreating towards the A-line. Attractive still trying to do what he can, but with 1 minute 30, it's holding on for dear life here for the side of Ban. Can they run the timer down? Can they actually make it out? Mimi in that 60 TP is probably losing this against Igot as well. He's not over peaking. He's afraid, I think, of the Hori, who hasn't been spotted for a while. He does find the shot. The EBRs are moving in as well. The Hori is camping at A9. Dopa Deepa coming in with the EBR. Spots out Drea as well. Can the Hori actually hit a shot? No, Lovey picks it up. And now it's just Attractive Haze and Xolaban standing between the match point for Kylie. Attractive still trying to tank in that E5, but he's getting surrounded from numerous angles. 53 seconds. Laviard might drop low, Kihan, but there's a full HP Hori coming in. The Hori from the side of Ban dropped low. That will be Kylie to pick up match point in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it was a slow, it was a grindy, and it was a brutal death here in the end for all of the tanks of Band, and Kylie are going to be very, very happy after this extremely hard-fought round on Highway, but I would say deservedly so. They put themselves on the match point here, despite some, how to put this nicely, despite some maybe unfortunate missed shots or non-connections in the city.
No, that was not the greatest, let's put it that way.
I am very, very curious how much block damage that 705A has. So I guess let's check out the post-game stats to actually find that out. I think that was Steppapuff, right? That was getting pushed.
Marty. It was Marty.
Marty. All right. Yeah, I think we're going to go to the post-game stats shortly. And I'm just going to skip all the rest and directly going to go to him. That's a lot.
That can count. That can definitely count. But yeah, those far back positions in the city still getting overrun. And then you just get picked off one by one. And that's the annoying part.
Yeah. Like, we can really see, and I think that is kind of a recurring theme of teams trying to hold on to the city with like 5-6 tanks. Like the southern part of the city, that is, if there is no backup plan to support them, then it doesn't matter how well they trade and how well they do. They're still going to die at the end of the day. And then you're down 5, 6, 7 guns. And from there on out, you're going to have a hard time winning the game.
Oh, for sure.
So,
you're definitely going to have a hard time winning the game. So, now 2-0, Kihan. What's our second map again?
That one is coming right up, and it's gonna be Fisherman's Bay. So normally a 1-1 map, which should translate into a Kylie match victory, but obviously we have seen crazier things happen. I mean, it is now obviously quite likely that Kylie is going to pick up this match, but the thing is, Band, I mean, the first round they tried something, it didn't work. I think the bigger problem, or the thing that raises more eyebrows for me personally, so I guess both, is that here in round number 2, it didn't really seem like they were reacting properly to what Kylie was doing, because Kylie was not doing anything crazy special, and they were not even executing super well. It was just that Band wasn't reacting accordingly.
I don't know if Band can win 2 rounds on Fish Bay, but who knows, Gihand? Who knows? It's a hard map to win.
Soon,
it's a hard map to win 2 rounds on, though. I could see them win 1, but 2 is always such a hard thing on this map, especially because again the attack side is pretty favored still. Either way.
The thing is also that Kylie have picked this map, so they were actually the ones opting for playing it. But to be honest, since the changed system for the best of 5, I don't know how much to read into that anymore, because both sides actually get a ban before they get to pick. So it might not even be that Highway or Fisherman's Bay, for that sake, are like the absolute preferred maps for either team. But so far, Kylie obviously have made it work beautifully.
But you end up with a good middle ground, though, normally.
Yeah, and normally with more played maps as well. That being said, I mean, not a lot of Himmelsdorf so far on EU, so... But let's see. What is not shall possibly still be, as Kylie are coming in looking for the clean sweep, and doing so with a singular EBR, a double Hori, 1E5, double 279, that is 4260, singular mouse, 1IS7, and triple 60 TP.
Band picking a little bit of everything: EBR, STRV, Mino, K91, E5, 758, double E279, 1I7, and then the rest being a 60 TPs. Opening here from both teams in the beginning, very much 1-2 orientated.
Yeah, let's see. Evo, actually, in that STRV is going to park himself right up. Remember, guys, Evo yesterday with that absolute monster round of 8,800 plus damage. That was actually crazy. And to be honest, right now, his team kind of needs it. They're fighting off against match, against tournament, elimination point, and Dopa, to be honest, doing a good job of feeling out the enemy lines. He does even get into a pretty forward bush. So right now it is not necessarily a shooting gallery. Carlos, I guess, pretty lucky to only have his track taken off there, but so far no damage taken as Igod gets committed into the 1-2 as well.
And they're pushing up, but there's a lot of things hidden there from Pan. They're waiting for a timing key hand. What the timing is, we don't know yet. It could be a spot of something more taken 1-2. It could be a spot in the city of a number of tanks where they will react by pushing. See all the blind fire coming out. I mean, that's not really going to do much either way, but it's nice to try nonetheless. But it does give info though, Kian. When you hear constant sounds of like shells landing next to you, you're like, okay, there's a lot of tanks shooting.
I mean, the E5 does get spotted now, and Stepapov taking 900 to the face. He is obviously going to relay to his team that that was not the I7 spotting me, boys. The EBR must be somewhere close. Carlos, with kind of an unfortunate peak, is going to take one to the face by, I believe, the whole re on H1, and that AP pen is definitely enough for the shoulder plate of an I7, even at that distance.
Well, that Hori AP is amazing. One of the most fun things you'll ever play, in my opinion. Have you actually ever played it?
Yes, on press accounts only, but yeah, the AP. I mean, a lot of tanks try to peek into you, and they're like, yo, look, I have armor. And then the Hori is like, well, maybe against other tanks you do.
Big rotation,
now rotation.
Big rotation to the city, and we should see one of two things will happen. Okay, there's only two options. Either one, they'll repush 1-2, or two, they'll try to cross back through the A line. But the E5 getting spotted at A2, I think they know now that the EBR is like really deep, so they can't really make that rotation across the A line.
That would mean that Band kind of need to make a move on the 1 line or something, otherwise they'll be bunched up. Because they cannot afford to essentially be boxed into that northwestern area of the map. Otherwise, with that much time still to go, as soon as Kylie is going to push out the city, and it looks like they want to and will, that's going to be hurting them a lot. Even Cry is going to start advancing in the city with that mouse now, and that is 5 heavy tanks pushing into the city, and that is only a 705A that now heavily gets tacked on. The Cross even down towards half HP, does get held with the track as well. Not what Marty wanted. And the Mino, yes, it's going to be annoying, but it is not going to be the wall that stops the tanks of Kylie here in the city.
Mino is hiding. And Mino is hiding behind the corner. Sagi's clearing Dopa Deepa. He found him as well. Nobody to shut him down though. That's very sad, like nobody ready to really even kill him. So with that, as a result, sadly, there is no kill available for them. They're still getting spotted though. Tag is down towards a 1-shot as well. He will fall to Slavo in the 279 more likely than not. The kill gets picked up, but he was only trying to buy time for his team to cross back over the A-line, and Mino is hiding. And now you can see pressure back in towards the city area. Templeton taking a big one as well from a 60p, and they're going to be running away from the city, which is probably the best possible thing they can do, but it doesn't look like one of the 260 with a damaged engine is going to be able to do that. Ilias did a good job there, making sure that he gets away unscathed. No, he's fine, don't worry.
Isn't that going to be one of the worst plays of World of Tanks history? Now you can see the Mino crouching out of the water, unlike some other tanks in that position in the past. And now the 260s indeed are going to be doing probably the best thing for them. Well, except for Hisinio, that is. He is going to back into the cubby of the houses, but he kind of forgets that he can still be shot from the middle. So he's just going to delay the inevitable here. I think he is going to go down, and this city push that had kind of a promising start is going to end in, well, a little bit of a disaster for now for the tanks of Kylie that really have to scatter to the winds, and a mouse doesn't do that particularly well.
Yeah, no, Carl is getting repushed on 1-2 line. He's going to fall to the guns of Kylie, who are taking a commanding position in this battle. The issue is the SCRV, though, of Evo will be very hard for them to deal with. They're trying to clean out 1-2. They're trying to fight the middle, while at the same time, Band is trying to push back through the city. The mouse is going to be holding positions, going to give himself up for the team. Attractive with a good shot there, maybe with the finish. Needs to get on the side, probably. Actually, Attractive is the one to finish it off. Hayes falling though, the repush in the middle. Godicek falling as well. Immensive is not doing much better. They're trying to hold out on this 1-2 line. Evo doing the best he can in that STRV, still unspotted. Dansov getting tracked, getting held, but more tanks coming back now towards the city from Kylie. 2 prone attack. Can Dopa Dipa make the difference? So if he spots the STRV, Kihan, this game is over.
Indeed, Dopa is trying to line up with the EBR, but currently Tansov needs to be careful, is not able to escape. Mimi gonna pick it up here. That is another tank fallen for Kylie that currently still have a gun advantage though, and that is a lot of high DPM tanks for Band that are still cowering down, bunking, hulking, and trying to survive somehow in the northwest of the map. Mimi with another kill here. Those are going to be extremely important. You can see Evo at this point in time has stopped firing, is probably very afraid of the EBR, and rightfully so, as he does get spotted, and he does not get completely shut down yet, but Backdoor is going to close the door on towards the STRV. That is a very important kill.
That was a bad move there though from Kylie. You saw those tanks from the middle, Kihan, trying to go towards the city to support. They should have just let whatever was there die. They needed to give that up and just be like, okay, we're gonna lose that part of the map, so be it. Igot is gonna fall against Lang, I guess. He does find the kill there. Now can they clean up Baton? No, Baton picks up backdoor. Another kill for the side of Band. And yeah, that move back towards the city, Kihan, it was not a good one. Now they have a bunch of low HPs left, but really only the Hori of Mindbreaker being the one that could still do something. And Marinka. Ooh, Manera falling though. Koma gets a shot. He was spotted for a very long time.
I mean, maybe there was the skill after you die that for 2 seconds longer the opponents stay activated. Yeah, then exactly. Call of for Vengeance. Now, though, Mimi is going to try and trade it out against Marinka, who misses a shot in that 260. You can see from the middle of the map, the shots are trying to come in, but that is a very, very low 260 that is trying and panning the 60 TP. So for now, the best made from a bad situation for the 260, who even connects another shot. The 60 TP seems to not be hold down, so Mimi is going to try to dump into the water. He just about makes it. Marinka now faced with the choice of hoping to not get panned from the middle of the map to pick up the 60 TP. Is Mimi gonna... Yeah, he's gonna peek, and this means that Marinka now needs to commit in, otherwise he's gonna die. Is he gonna do the shot? He takes his sweet time to aim, but the shot does connect, and meanwhile, Stepperpuff manages to survive on the A-line. This is not done, but Band, they still have so much HP, but it's all on one TD.
The 60 is gonna make some nice crossfire though, of Marinka. He's gonna put some really nice crossfire. Topa can outplay Steppa. If he can find the kill here, he does! Beautiful stuff from that EBR. They can start the cap, but it's not enough time to cap with only one guy, and he falls actually against Solaban and the 60 TP. Ban look to hold on, Kihan, because the time is just ticking away. That EBR, I didn't think he was going to die, but I guess the 60 TP had an angle after all, and as a result of that, there's very little time now to finish these remaining kills. Mindbreaker is moving in with his Hori, and he gets absolutely tip-tapped from multiple angles. Mino, though, getting crossfired as well now. But they still need to find Koma, they still need to find Solaban, and he's so healthy.
Yeah, exactly. The HP for Band kinda really good right now. The Minotauro, 3 shots in his clip. I don't think he's going to go for the long reload as he takes a big one from the back. And that does enable Mindbreaker and Templeton not to turn around. But we can see Marinka in that 60 TP. Very, very low HP. Ilias trying to stay safe. Mindbreaker with a miss. And Templeton here is going to shoot from the back lines, but he doesn't have the alpha damage to finish off the Minotauro. 30 seconds remaining. It's 4 versus 3 tanks. Make that 3 versus 3 and 2 versus 3 as Band managed to pick up some kills, but it is a 2v2. But to be honest, 20 seconds should never be enough.
No. It will be Band picking up a round, and I think Kylie actually threw it there, Kihan, with the move from the middle towards the 7 line. They really just had to bank on winning 1-2 and not care about the city, and then they would have had a massive advantage in this battle to finish off the game. And Koma will even survive as well. And for Band, that was yeah, it was a rough one, but they do pick up the round.
Yeah, for Band, it's gonna be like, whew, guys, we survived for now. Maybe it wasn't pretty, but that doesn't matter if we manage to pick up the round. And to be honest, now they get to attack on Fisherman's Bay, which maybe it didn't look like it in the past round, but it's normally supposed to be the better side. So not everything is lost yet for Band. I think is the most positive thing for them.
Careless Fists
But-
2025 are still on the menu.
I mean, that is the meme, Carlos, right?
Yes.
Should be.
Yes.
Ay. Meme players getting 15v15 fists. All
It
right.
would be something.
It would be something. And for him, maybe it would be everything. First of all, damage numbers, though. Mimi really pulling his weight here for his team. He did get some important kills. He did a lot of damage. And we do see all of those 60 TPs here by the team of Band really pulling their weight. To be honest, the STRV did a little bit less than I would have expected, but maybe he was just so afraid of that EBR to spot him. And to be honest, when he got spotted, he kind of got deleted. And yeah, Dopa, 5k plus spotting damage. So it wasn't his fault.
No. I think that move from the city down was just not it, Kian. It really was not it. That's what cost them a lot of HP. They got crossfire then later on. I don't know. That was close. They really almost took that away. But Band has a lifeline now.
Band indeed with a lifeline, and that one, pulling that one would mean winning that next round, because that is still what they need to do to stay in the match, to force the tiebreaker, to make it 2-2. I mean, yeah, it is Fisherman's Bay attack, but to be honest, if I now think back about all the Fisherman's Bay rounds we've seen so far in the tournament, like the
defense has won
defending
all of
team.
them.
Yeah. So
Gas
maybe we
figures,
need
gas
to
figures.
rethink once again. I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, I don't think... From what I've seen, it just looks like Kylie is the better team right now. I'm gonna be honest, because they could have even won this round, and Band, I think, had no real way into round 1 or 2 on Highway. This one was close, but Kylie probably should have won as well. If we're completely honest, they made one mistake that cost them the game. So, you know, I expect Kylie to take it away.
For the sake of the match, I hope Band gets another round, just so it gets a little bit more dramatical. You know, tiebreakers are always a pleasure to watch. Maybe not a pleasure to play for the teams. Tiebreaker would be Murovanka, but we are not there yet. Where we're at is still the match point for the team of Kylie that were unable to close it out in this third round. And I mean, when push comes to shove and you're able to get these close rounds, maybe that's not only a lifeline for you to stay in the match, but also like maybe the psychological kick in the butt that the team of Band needed to finally get going. Because those best of fives, if you have a bad start into them, you need something. You need a Kickstarter. Kylie, however, are going to try to go through in regular time, and they are going to bring 5 60 TPs, singular i7, 5 260s, double 279, 1 singular Hori, and the EBR.
Band, Mouse, double 279, VK, double Hori, EBR, 4 i7s and 60ps. That VK tells us, Keyhand, usually that they do want to go 1-2 line.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is here, there is no fog of war. So the VK is obviously a known quantity for the other team. So they can react to seeing that. First of all, though, Dopa and Sagi are going to try to spot each other out. And it's going to be the EBR Sagi to use the bush and get the outspot. But actually, I think Dopa was able to get a quick snap HE into Sagi as well. So for now, the EBR is trading kind of even.
Again, the defending team very much 1-2 orientated as well. Starting it off there, making sure that they're in position. Like you said, the EBR is shading it off a little bit, but not really losing out on either. It's just normal trades in the beginning. And it's slow and steady. I mean, this is not a surprise. There's a lot on the line here for both teams. Those fists are valuable for these players, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unlike Keyhand, they didn't get them for free.
I did not get them for free, all right? It's a different story.
It's a very short story.
You know,
Just like your playtime in
that's
the
because
tournament.
I only played once. I mean, you know, a good horse only jumps as high as it needs to, is a German proverb. Anyway, Evo is not going to be happy with the start of the game, as he just lost a lot of HP for, well, essentially nothing. Not sure if he got blinded, if he was spotted, but he's down to 1k, and Koidicek in the middle of the map taking some damage as well in that 279 for readjusting. So not the best initial trades for Band, considering that Sagi in that EBR now all of a sudden is down to 200 as well. Maybe some good blind shots coming out from Kylie even.
Yeah, very nice there. Sagi actually dropping this low is the biggest issue for Band. I mean, you saw how important Dopadipa was in the last round, even spotting the STRV on the one shot, but that was also after the EBR of Band made sure to trade himself out, or try to trade himself out for that. Now this rotation towards the city though, Kihan, and time is ticking, man. They're going to be down 3 minutes by the time they get there, and that's a lot of time on Fisherman's Bay. It is a large map. There is a potential that when you go towards that part of the map, there's nothing there. They've fallen back into the 1-2 turtle, and if they have fallen back into the 1-2 turtle, Kihan, well, let's be real, it's a hard one to break with these lineups, because you would have to rotate all the way back yet again.
Yeah, the thing is, like the 1-2 turtle, you can break it, but you need two things. You need positions and you need time. And, well, both of those are currently not being held by the attacking team, by Band, so they kind of need to trade a little bit of one of the resource, which is time, to get the second one, to get positions. But you need both at the end to actually snowball it down and collapse in towards that hunkered down northwest. Are they going to have enough of both at the end is the real question here. And if the answer to that, to either one of those is no, then that means that we are looking at a Kylie victory here. It's not decided yet, obviously, but as of right now, I think it's looking better for Kylie.
Definitely is looking better for Kylie when you look at the way that they're moving their tanks across the map, reinforcing the 8-9-0 line, triple 60 TP, 5 to 60s. They're all here, Kihan. There's only 6 tanks pushing from Band. They're gonna run into a wall. Like, they are not getting across the border. They're getting sent right back where they came from.
Not sure if they're going to run into a wall, more like into quicksand that's going to swallow them up whole, as they are going to see the 260, one shot into it, but that might even be a bad thing for them, because they are now like, all right, I mean, you know, we're taking like 1 or 2 shots on the mouse of step above, but, you know, let's just continue, because not the entirety of the Kylie tanks in the city have been spotted, and now Band, they are marching to victory or marching to that doom. It remains to be seen, but also that is not a lot of DPM here by the tanks of Band. That's 4 IS-7s. They are not known for having the best of DPM.
Yeah, but Kylie pulling the trigger a little bit early. Manera and Templeton getting the worst of it in their respective 260s. Carlos now just establishing position, and this was the kind of battle, Kihan, where you wanted to draw them in a little bit more, wanted to get them to forward before you decide to pull that trigger. Getting spotted this early, they do find immensive. Getting spotted this early, it makes them stop, and making them stop means they still have some positions to play from, even though they're already down 5,000 HP.
Yeah, now kind of stationary warfare in between both of those teams, with the focus of both being the middle and the eastern part. That is the city here. On the west, there are still some tanks of Band that have not yet been committed to a complete fight, but a big shot, a big hit into that VK-72 is going to make Ilias back off, as Koidicek also getting spotted here. He probably assumes that there is an EBR, but he doesn't really find anything. Obviously, Dopa probably going to be running that low noise exhaust, as the VK-72 has to back off as well, and currently the trade Starkey for Kylie are just so superior.
Yeah, and you can see that Band is just bogged down in this area. I mean, they're starting to pressure a little bit of a 1-2 haste, taking a shot there as well. Could have been from the whole recovering, and Band just looking more at the moment to find a position, to find anything where they can get an advantage, and they are not able to do so right now.
Yeah, you see on the 1-2 line now, the EBR once again having to go close, and that's never a good sign if you need to commit such a low HP EBR. Dopa now on the open field does get spotted out, but to be honest, like the the HP for Band just really bad. All of their tanks, whenever they took peeks, have been taking damage as well. So no one is in position to shoot Dopa in that EBR, even while he's on the open field. And as time drags on, it probably feels like it rushes on for the team of Band because it's not in their favor. If that timer goes down to 0, that means that they lose.
They're not finding anything. They bled another 3,000, 4,000 HP, while Kylie lost about 1,000. So the difference now looking at 80k, even over that, as they take another shot there on Ilias in that VK. And now they're just like running towards the other side of the map. They're getting read like a book right now. Already double tank from Kylie coming across that A line for free at 60 DP and a 260 to reinforce 1-2 line, which is only one Band 60 DP that is joining them there. And it's just really dire for the side of Band. They're now putting the mouse of Stepav here as well. He's going to come around that corner swinging. He's going to get his teammates behind him. But this is like the last dance, the last march of Band. The last way to try and get something, but there's just so many Kylie tanks here as they start to realize the gravity of the situation that they're in against. Stepa doesn't have time to process all this information as he's dead. Now Marty, Attractive, Carlos, and Koma, they're trying to do something, but what can they really do against the might of Kylie in this 9-0 line going in with the i7s? They have to try because they have nothing left. They have no time, no HP, and soon they will have no tanks. Cleaning up the i7 on 1-2 line is just extending their lifeline just a little bit longer. But when we look at the situation that we find ourselves in, Kylie has everything under complete and absolute control. Band is not going to be securing fists, but Kylie in return will be doing so.
Exactly. Now the repush starts by Kylie in the cities. The remainder of the push on that beach area have been cleaned up, and now the middle does start to advance as well. So as one flank collapses, the next one does start to get cleaned up as well. This is currently the victory march of the Kylie tanks in the lower bracket semi-finals, and they are going to secure the bronze fists with this victory. But who is waiting for them is no lesser than Motiviaya, that have probably been watching, you know, licking their wounds from being completely blown away by Invil. But yeah, that wasn't clean by either team. Kylie did look a lot better, but their next opponent is going to be a lot harder to win against as well.
And the next opponent should be very hungry after the disappointing defeat they had against Invil, where they really never got into the match except for that one round on Cliff, and everywhere else just getting wiped away. Dopadipa with the airtime, facing off against Sagi, the 1v1 of the agents. Who wins, Sagi or Dopadipa? Sagi picking it up, shuts him down, just extending it a little bit more. His last moments in this clan showdown. We'll have to see if they return for the very next one as a team and are able to qualify. Always an interesting story to see as well. And yeah, Sagi, wondering where it all went so wrong for his team. Those highways, man. Those highways.
Those highways, indeed, a big problem for the team of Band. An insurmountable one, as it turns out, just as the 279 armor from frontally is against even EBR Heat. And as it stands, Kylie is going to advance in the lower bracket finals. They're going to do it in regular time, in my opinion, deservedly so. In 3 out of 4 rounds, Band were just utterly unable to find the answers they needed towards the questions that were being asked by Kylie. And even that one round that they picked up, I would say arguably could have been Kylie's as well. So yeah, definitely the better team today advancing, but, you know, it's not going to get easier for them.
No, it's not. The next opponent is hungry, really hungry to get back to that finals. What a banger finals we might be getting, Kihan, if Motiviaya makes it. The clash, right? The clash of the ages. But damage here, I mean, nothing to stand out. I think just good spread for Kylie. Nobody really popping off too much.
Yeah, I think the problem was that Evo wasn't doing almost 9k damage. You know, that was one of the rounds that he managed to secure for his team this way. Shout out once again to Evo. I mean, that's an absolutely monstrous score that I haven't seen in at least 5 clan showdowns. So, Yeah, that doesn't remedy the situation for him, obviously. And now for Kylie, it's going to be, you know, about mentally resetting. Because, well, this match was, you know, hard fought at times, but they did manage to secure it. But against Motiviaya, it's going to be, I think it is fair to say, a different kind of match, a different kind of beast, because before Band versus Kylie started, you know, the two of us were like, well, we don't really know what to expect here. It was hard to make a prediction, at least for me. But in between Motiviaya and Kylie, at least I myself am making out a clear-cut favorite.
Really? You gotta remember though, in groups, Kylie beat Motiviaya.
Yeah, well, groups are groups and playoffs are playoffs, as Invil 2 have shown time and time again. But first of all, what we are going to show are going to be some replays from the past match.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello there, and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown. And Moth, we have arrived at the lower bracket finals. It's going to be a best of 5 in between Kylie, that we just saw beat out Band, and Motiviaya, that are coming off of kind of a, I don't want to say devastating, but it was definitely a pretty harsh loss against Invil.
It was a pretty sobering defeat, that much is true. Going down 4-1 there, only being able to pick up 1 round, of course. Now, they've been relegated to the lower bracket, and they've got to face it off against Kylie. And I think most people would expect that Motiviaya should be able to just sweep them aside, but these teams have actually played each other before, not in the group stage. They actually played in the pre-qualifying stage against each other, and that was quite a close match even then between the two of them. Kylie definitely put up a very good fight against them. It's going to be Ukrainian on Ukrainian action as well, so a bit of a derby there, but how much of a chance is there that Kylie perform the upset?
Well, let's see. First of all, for you guys, for information, Motiviaya did not perform a mid tournament player swap. No, it was basically us importing the nickname of the player from in-game, but he actually wants to be called a Brain Breaker. Just for you for information, and actually the community predictions were not that sided as I would have expected. 35 to 65. I mean, personally, call me biased, but I would be giving it quite a lot more to Motiviaya, actually. Maybe.
I mean, the Ukrainian vote could also just be split between picking their favorite team. But, you know, 65%, 35, you know, pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it's like 1/3, 2/3, roughly. That being said, though, I think it is time to look at the ins and outs of the match at hand. Maybe the maps are going to be revealing a little more about what we're going to see. And Himmelsdorf is going to get taken out by Kylie. Cliff, interestingly enough, getting taken out by Motiviaya, who have been known in the past to tactically pick and ban maps to not reveal strategies. Then Sandrivel taken out by Kylie, Highway taken out by Motiviaya, so maybe they saw something by Kylie that they really didn't like, or they're kind of still, you know, sombered up by what Invil did to them on Highway. So we are going to start on the map that we just ended on. It's going to be Fisherman's Bay. To kick it off, it's going to be kicked by Kylie.
Yeah, that's not surprising that they want to pick into that map. Again, all of the brawly maps are being banned out here. Highway banned as well. And that's not important, not just because Motiviaya lost quite badly to Invil just now, but in that pre-qualifying game that I mentioned, Motiviaya actually lost 2-0 to Kylie in that game. So perhaps they want to ban Highway specifically against this team, or maybe they're just completely done with the map altogether. The cliff ban is interesting as well, but again, like you alluded to, that might just be a plan to like save strats for a potential rematch with Invil, because it's gonna be a best of 9, so you're gonna play more maps. I'll tell you what though, if you look at Fisherman's Bay, Muro, and then Proco, Kylie are a team that's not averse to camping. They are more than content to do that, and if we do go to Murovanka, we may see more of the same.
Yeah, let's
Well,
see.
we will be, sorry.
Yeah, after Murovanka, if we get to it, it's gonna be a Prokhorovka. So quite an interesting map as the tiebreaker for me personally, especially because as the defender you can choose to kind of play passively, but we have seen especially Motivacija in the past play it extremely aggressively with like 15 combat tanks, skipping the light tanks altogether and surprising their opponent that way. So if we get to proc, I am going to be very, very interested if, or what Motivacija mostly is going to be picking. But yeah, that is going to conclude it. Obviously, this map pick and ban that you see right in front of you right now was done live. The teams obviously had no clue that they were going to be playing against each other at the start of the day. So we are going to be giving a little bit of time to either team to prepare here. But that time is not lost because it does allow us to speak about our sponsor of the tournament, that is AMD. And they are actually giving an AMD Radeon RX. Oh my god, I almost knocked over the microphone. Now I have to be careful to fit it into the screen. There we go. But actually, an AMD Radeon RX 7700 XT 12GB to every single player in the winning team. Now I tried to snatch up one of those myself, but it turns out they counted the GPUs before sending them to us. So unlucky me, I guess.
That's very unlucky, and all of those gamers, they're going to be running about 1,000 FPS on minimum graphics, as they love to do so.
Always 3 stretched. It's like,
yeah.
you know, but you know what good is that gonna do? Once again, if you only have a 120 hertz display, right? So they might be looking maybe in towards upgrading that as well. Who knows? But I think that GPU for World of Tanks definitely is more than powerful enough. Maybe even for World of Warships, who knows? But yeah, anyway, Motivacija against Kylie, what did you predict?
I haven't actually done my prediction. No, I meant to think
about
that. That's unfortunate.
I mean, you can do it live right now.
Live. Maybe Phil did it for me, and I should have just played it off as, yeah, that's my prediction. But I would probably go for a 3-0 or 3-1 for Motivacija. I think that would be the expected one to go for. Hey, I can call out Daki as well. He hasn't done this prediction either, so you know it's not just me.
All right. So I actually did tell my prediction to the production staff here in the room. So maybe it's not in the sheet, but I actually did go with a 3-0. Which is always a kind of hard prediction to make. Because, I mean, even in a best of 5, there is always something that can go horrendously wrong for either team and around. Like, I don't know, we have seen, you know, double, triple Amarax onto 279s in the past on some rounds, which seemed one for a team, and then all of a sudden, you know, it was not so one anymore at the end of the round. But I think it is fair to say that Motivacija should be the favored team going into this one. I mean, they have had deeper tournament runs in the past compared to Kylie, who in that combination of players really haven't really been acting together. So for Kylie, I think the appearance in this lower bracket final should already be considered a little bit of a W. But yeah. Maybe they're able to surprise.
They can see it as a W, but like if the mindset that you need to have if you actually want to like take down these top tier teams of Invil and Motivacija is no, we actually can beat them. We actually have the capacity to, and we're not just content with taking bronze fists in these tournaments. back to the prediction, though, you got to be bold sometimes. Just because you want to give the teams a bit of credit and pacify them, and be like, oh no, it's okay. You can have one round. You gotta be brutal with those predictions. And I've started leaning into it more. I think I predicted 3-0 for Aurora yesterday, and they ended up losing. So yeah, that was a really great insight there.
At least predictions like those give us a talking point. What's also a talking point is the map that we are currently staring at. That's going to be the first one to be played. It is Fisherman's Bay, and to be honest, what we just saw from Kylie on it, I mean, yeah, the second round against Band kind of went okay, but the first one was a bit of a blunder. So maybe they saw something which they could fix easily, and then just be able to win from there. But to be honest, they didn't seem like they had the map like absolutely nailed down.
I think that last match said more about Band than it did about Kylie, to be honest, because the Band were just bleeding HP all over the map. But to Kylie's credit, they were doing a lot of blind firing in the beginning of the game. There was so much blind damage on that bush line on towards Ivo in the Hori, on towards Sagi in the EBR. They were just constantly blind shooting the whole game, which did give them an edge. So we'll look out for that and see if Motiviaya are prepared for that kind of action. But look, there's no light tank. There is no EBR for Motiviaya.
Yeah, talking about being prepared, let's see if Kylie is being prepared for Motiviaya, not bringing any light tanks whatsoever. There's a singular Hori, double E5, then 3 279s, double IS7, triple BZ and quadruple 60TP on the lineup of Motiviaya. That is a extremely pushing focus lineup, and obviously Dopa in that EBR sees no light tanks in the enemy team. I need to immediately get information for my team. He does end up not getting spotted, but those were quite a few blind shots, I think, going his way. He does see double IS7. Is that enough as of now, as Motiviaya is just pushing middle and also transitioning in towards 1-2? They are trying to force a decision right now, right here.
Yeah, Motiviaya taking a lot of aggressive positions in towards the middle of the map, and this is something that we've seen quite commonly, but how long can they hold on in these positions, and will Kylie react to this? They need to try and retake the map control because this is a very aggressive opening stance from Motiviaya. They bled some HP on the IS-7s, but they have control of the positions that they want. They have middle and they have 1-2.
They have middle and they have 1-2 for now, as now the trades in the middle are going to sort of go on. Beast in that IS-7 did bleed quite heavily, and while that is a lot of HP lost, that is some information gained as towards how many tanks are actually in the 1-2 line for Kylie. And despite him losing quite heavily in the HP department, his team has been able to trade back a little bit. 100 LeVay even getting forced off the angle. Obviously, those 279s, when angled up, can be great, but when they're in the lower ground against enemy tanks, all of a sudden, not so great anymore.
It's also more difficult to play in these 1v1s now because, remember, not only did the 279 get nerfed a little bit in DPM, but it also got its penetration nerfed on the heat rounds, which means it's just a little bit more 50-50 as to whether you can actually pen on those flat ground situations. Overpeaking there from Barbarian, takes a shot from the Hori in the background. I think this game is going to be slowed down for quite a while yet as Kylie look to react to or decide how they want to react. There seems to be a discussion going on as to how they want to make the play. There's a rotation starting now. So the 260s, 60 TPs, they're going over towards the city. And if they did make that push at this exact moment, they would win that city. They wouldn't find very many tanks there, though, and you'd imagine that Motiviaya would have something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, Kylie, as they're making this transition into the city with quite a few more tanks, leaving only the IS-7 on that 1-2 line in the middle of the map, they are sort of setting up for receiving some kind of overpush that they then expect to come through upon, that city commitment. You can see the 60 TPs, the 279, they have all already retreated down towards this lower area that by now offers some cover as well. The EBR of Kylie, that is Dopa, who did lose some HP now. He is trying to scout it out in the city. As you can see on the mini-map, he has found the BZ-75, and Aka now does get spotted here in the middle, and rightfully so, does suspect that the EBR is making his rounds somewhere there. So yes, some information gained for Kylie that, well, the 279 is still there, but also some information on the side of Motivatia, because Aka is a player that definitely will say on TS, like, hey, I got spotted, I saw nothing in return. That most likely was the EBR somehow, somewhere making rounds in the city.
Or other forms of voice communication, if they please. I wonder if you can you use the in-game voice comms in a team training room in Water Tanks? That would be interesting to see. One thing I want to point out, though, is that is a BC-75 in C7, which is not really, like, normally the sort of tank that you'd like to see in that anchor spot, which makes me believe that his goal is to spot them pushing in towards the city and then potentially rocket boost away out of trouble, because it doesn't really make sense for it to be a BZ in that situation to me.
I mean, the BZ with the kind of low heat pen does bounce on the mouse. No big surprises there. And now the 260s are going to be able to advance through the city.
They're not spotted.
For now, they are unspotted indeed. And this might be problematic for Hellmind. I mean, he is pushed into that house cubby, but at the same time, Kylie trying to make a push in the middle of the map. But that is one angled up 279 above them. That are going to be some very tiny weak spots on the top of the turret to hit. But Hellmind, he has not boosted his way away, so he's trying to trade his life away, actually. But how effective that's going to be, I'm not sure.
No, he's melting right now. He didn't spot the push on time from the 260s, so he is going to be very much caught and held here. But how do Motivatia react to this? They are pushing out the 1-2 line right now, but there's not really much there for them to meet against. Aka is getting peeked on towards in the middle of the map as well. He's going to go down eventually, but not before Love oversteps the mark in his 279 and also goes down. Backdoor might struggle to pick up the kill on towards Aka. He might have to shoot the Cupola because he's below the 279. He does not connect the shot. The other 60 TP does as well, and now it's Squeezy and Positive trying to hold out in this part of the map. They do have a lot of DPM with those E5s, but there's so many tanks converging on towards their position.
Yeah, you can literally see on the minimap the tanks in white from Kylie are all converging on towards those E5s, and while those have okay front llama and good DPM, as soon as there's 5 tanks around them, both of those abilities don't really matter as much anymore. Squeezy, the first one that's probably going to bite the dust here as he gets picked up by Tansov, and now it's only Positive that's probably cursing right now the situation that he's in, because there's not going to be a remedy. He does get picked up, and Mightbreaker does make it a triple kill for the side of Kylie. Motivatia, they still have HP, but they're bleeding in the gun department.
Yeah, and the mid positions are compromised as well. Rambo and Barbarian are not long for this world. They will get picked off. The angles are there for Kylie to find them. A kill gets picked up on towards Igor, though, in the IS-7. He really shouldn't have been going down in that spot. And time, the cap as well, has been started by Dopa in the EBR, and he will not get spotted out. The 60 TPs just do not have enough view range to spot out an EBR that's running Bond low noise exhaust in that situation. Mindbreaker gets set on fire as well. That is not great for the side of Kylie, and Motivatia actually retake the HP lead, but they have this cap play.
Indeed, the cap is what's going to hurt the team of Motivatia the most here. I mean, they do have the possibility of blind shots, but they instead opt in to send Neko Heinz in that BZ-75. Is he gonna get close towards the EBR? Nope. He does get shot down by Cry. And that now means that the team of Kylie are starting to encroach on towards this northwestern bastion of Motivatia that time and time again proves to be a stronghold for the defending team, but this time is not looking so impregnable anymore, as Little takes 1300, make that 2k in a single salvo, double tanks on cap, and this is going to mean that both of us who predicted 3-0 are going to be wrong.
That's unfortunate. Oh well. Move on to the next one. But you can see the absence of a light tank came back to bite Motivatia in the end, because they were forced to suicide. They had no other way to spot the cap. The EBR just has so much camo. They couldn't do anything in that situation, and some questionable moments going on there. I don't know if Hellmind is making like a major misplay by not spotting the cross there, because it's not just that he's not able to get away out of that situation, like he's dead anyway, but if he spots that push maybe 10, 20, 30 seconds earlier, it's just going to give his team so much more time to react.
Yeah, exactly. Also, because of that, the E5 ended up dying without really achieving a terrible lot. I mean, Positive getting almost 3k, Squeezy 2.4, that's, yeah, their HP and damage, kinda, but on the other side of the map, the BZs, I mean, yeah, Nico Heinz was getting committed in for the spot when the battle was already lost, true, but, you know, it just felt like the tactic that Motivatia opted here at the start of the battle was trying to catch some initial stragglers, trying to, you know, really catch Kylie off guard, but Kylie was like, no, that's not happening. So
I think they're just too split across the map, to be honest, because they're trying to control 1-2 or trying to repush 1-2. Then they've got like tanks like Hellmind and then the E5 that's committed, but they're also committed into middle. And we saw that Kylie were just able to repush into that area, and there was no one really in position to support Aka in that spot.
Yeah, and now the team of Motivatia that yesterday looked, I mean, not too shaky, but like they could be hurt, all of a sudden down against Kylie, which are kind of new kid on the block, and starting to emerge like a little bit of a dark horse here throughout the course of this tournament. I mean, they started in the lower bracket. They are now in the lower bracket finals, leading them. They only need 2 more rounds to have a, you know, jab at Inmill.
Yeah, I mean, it's not started the way that Motivatia would have liked. And as I said, this team of Kylie, they did give Motivatia quite a difficult time when they played in qualifiers against each other. So Kylie definitely have every opportunity to win this round, and they're just win this match, and they're proving that right now.
Exactly. And the thing with the team of Motivatia as well is that sometimes they look really, really great against some teams, and at other times they look really bad against other teams. And I think what that might be down to is that they are really able to capitalize against the kind of style that teams play that are like, you know, kind of slower, but, you know, not quite there individually. But when they have to come up against methodical teams, that is when they seem to struggle, at least so far in this tournament. Maybe they prove me wrong now, however, but they are not going to pick an EBR once again. It's going to be double Hori, quadruple E5, double 279, double 260, double I7, an E100, and double 60 TP. Motivatia on the attack is playing extremely heavy.
Meanwhile, Kylie are bringing 560 TPs of their own. They've got 1 IS7, then we've got about 5 260s from what I can see, then double 279, a Hori, and an EBR. So, like you said, again, Motivatia flying blind without the an EBR, and Dopa Deepa should be pretty happy with this. I mean, playing an EBR when you don't have to worry about one on the enemy team is such a big relief. I mean, he still has to make sure that he finds impact in the round by providing crucial info and spotting for the rest of the team, but it just allows you to relax quite a bit because you know you're not just going to get randomly spotted by CVS in any kind of situation. We've got Nico Heinz pushing straight in here. Actually got spotted delayed, so that means Mindbreaker from the back lines cannot put in a shot in the Hori. So he's actually crossed underneath without taking any bleed, which is not great, but it's not terrible for Kylie.
No, it's kind of okay still for Kylie. And despite Motivatia starting with a very heavy lineup, the HP are kind of even just because of the amount of 60 TPs that are being brought by the team of Kylie here. As this round, number 2 on Fisherman's Bay, once again settles down a bit. Motivatia here once again driving into initial positions and then waiting for some kind of timing. They do on the city side have an E100 and an E5. The E100 a little bit more forward, But now we see Motiviaya peeking with a lot of tanks here. Maybe we're going to see some volleys of blind shots. And it seems like, they've watched some replays or something of the bushes and ways that Dopa Dipa likes to play. Because once again, like at the start of the match of both rounds, they were blind firing the exact positions, the exact way that Dopa was driving at the exact time that he arrived. And it seems like, you know, he likes some bushes more than others. And they were counting down to blind fire those as well.
Listen, I'm not going to pretend that that's the most obvious bush in the world that he was sitting in, but it is a bush that we have seen multiple times before, and it's definitely not like a super obscure one or rare one that's used. So the fact that he gets blinded there, honestly, it's not like extremely surprising to me, but good shooting there from Motiviaya. That's going to force the EBR to move back a bit and not hold quite the angle that he wants, because he wants to be able to spot any kind of push down the one line as early as possible. And if he gets pushed back, then that's just denial of info. And right now, the EBR is not having any utility for the side of Kylie, which is exactly what Motiviaya want, especially when they're playing without a light tank. I want to see if we could go back to Nico Hines, perhaps, because we know this position that he's on the rock. He was trying to create the angle on towards middle. We've seen it before. It's very, it can be very tricky for a player to do by themselves, especially because those rocks are so soapy and you don't want to accidentally just over peek into the open. But what he's trying to do is angle his tank up so that he can shoot on towards the 279s in middle.
Currently, though, he seems to not have the biggest of impacts with that. However, Mindbreaker in the backlines does get spotted in that hurry. Let's see if some out-of-render shots are going to find him. But yeah, what I also wanted to say is that obviously both of the teams have had access to the replays from quali and group stages of each other. So them blind firing a lot is not necessarily a surprise, especially on slow maps like Fisherman's Bay, where, you know, as an EBR, you might get comfortable with a particular bush because, you know, 1 or 2 games might have gone extremely well for you, and then it all falls apart in these stages. Luckily for Dopa, he only lost HP. He didn't lose his life, but Kylie are now transitioning a little bit. I mean, they do know that the opposing team doesn't have an EBR, so they are pulling more 260s to the city. They have seen an E100 there, and we, as the all-knowing observers, we do see that currently Motiviaya is transitioning the 260 and the IS-7 away. So yes, they're going to fight an E100, but if they push, that means a lot of 260s are going to be out of game.
Yeah, it does. And in return, Motiviaya, they have 2 tanks that they could easily push on towards on the one line as well. So if Kylie want to go for this play, then they are accepting a trade of map control, essentially. And how well that trade will go depends on when the timing of the info comes in and how both of the teams react to this. We've got Mindbreaker who's already left towards A5, so Kylie are pretty content with just abandoning this side of the map, and they should be grouping up. Well, they look like they're grouping up for a push at some point in time, but if they did, it's only one E100 that they would find.
It's better than nothing, but Motiviaya are going to be the first ones to pull the trigger as tanks start pouring down in towards the 1-2 line. They do get spotted for it as well. So that means that now the jig is up. Kylie, they need to react. They cannot really counter push in towards 1-2, and neither would they want to. That's a lot of E5s. That's an absurd amount of DPM that's currently being shifted through the one line to the north, and that is a lot of 260s as well from Kylie that are now driving down towards the south into that E100. I think I got with a very good reaction in his IS-7. He would have never survived even the first salvo of those pushing tanks. So he is just trying to stay alive for longer, maybe do 1 or 2 shots of damage. He's dead anyway, of course, but, you know, he prolonged his life for, you know, a few seconds, which was the most he was able to get. And Toger on the other side, obviously, is going to share the same fate.
Yeah, it's the kind of play that looks cool when you jump over the dip like that. Like, oh, look, I dodged them all. But the reality is that they can all just overpeak and kill you instantly, perhaps just waste a little bit more time. And the map has been split. They trade 1 tank apiece. But again, Motiviaya, they don't have a light tank, which means that Dopa can spot out all of these tanks crossing, and Nico Hines is tracked in the open right now. The crossfire needs to come in for the side of Kylie. They need to shut down this push over the A line, but there's not that much damage done being on the tanks like Beast, who's just charging straight forwards in his IS-7. He's going to ram on towards the Ho-Ri, and that is a massive truck ton of damage using controlled impact there, and Brainbreaker is coming in, the dynamic duo of IS-7s picking up the kill.
Exactly. Mindbreaker gets put down by Beast as now the battle in the middle is in full effect. Cry trying to tank it out like a champ in the 279, but those E5s, they don't have the nerfed HE pen, so it's going to be squeezy to pick it up in the bottom left. We can see that also the battle in the north is ongoing. Kylie trying to re-push in towards the middle, currently with more HP, but less guns. This one is still neck and neck, and obviously if the battle cools down, then Kylie would be defending, but Motiviaya, they don't want to let that happen.
Yeah, and look at Dopa just still spotting everyone in the middle. The A5 in A5 cannot peek at the moment because he is perma-spotted. Motiviaya is still trying to move in, trying to make the play, and essentially they are up in hit points right now because that EBR cannot actually do anything. The kill has been picked up on the E5 though, which means that's going to allow Dopa an opportunity to try and scuttle away and provide some crossfire, but Motiviaya is still pressing their advantage here. They're still peeking in towards the middle of the map.
Exactly, they're peaking and they're finding success. Love, the next one to the grave. Tansov probably not long for this world backdoor one shot, as well as Rambo starts to close in on towards Tansov. Has his turret turned? Is he reloaded? It seems to be the case, but he's already readjusting on towards backdoor. So Dopa able to get one more, finally reveals his position in that EBR, as Motiviaya now have the firm gun advantage. Every single tank spotted on both of the teams. Brainbreaker trying to kill Manera. 90 seconds left, and I think, Mov, that Motiviaya have just about held on and done it against Kylie in round number 2.
But time could be an issue here. Time could be an issue here. There's 1 minute left on the clock. They need to get over towards the cap because Dopa is still alive in the EBR. And if they cannot find him, they may run out of time. But I think they'll just about have enough left to secure the cap. If they go straight towards it right now with a triple cap, they should just about have enough time, but it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. Dopa Dupa, obviously.
He's trapped though. He can't leave.
Yeah, he cannot leave, so he's just going to stay here and pray to the gods of RNG that no one will be coming his way but Beast on his approach already. And I mean, he does get spotted. He's probably wondering where the EBR is. The EBR needs to leave, but everyone is aimed already. Beast to pick it up at Motiviaya to make it 1-1 in the lower bracket finals. And to be honest, Mov, it was looking kinda okay for Kylie for a while there.
It did look pretty good, to be honest. They traded the map out and they wasted a lot of time in doing so, and being the defender, the more time you can waste, the better. But that crossfire just didn't come in. The shots from middle were just not there on towards the IS-7s who were just pushing across the open. And I would love to know if Mindbreaker, the Ho-Ri who got rammed, I would love to know if he has controlled impact trained on his tank, because controlled impact, people don't know how overpowered it is in this new meta. If you're running controlled impact and your opposition is not, especially if they're a lightly armored vehicle, you do so much damage when you ram into them.
I mean, the Ho-Ri is certainly not a lightly armored vehicle of any kind, but the IS-7 obviously is an extremely potent ramming tank. The torpedo coming out there, and successfully so, because like the IS-7, yes, it doesn't have the most of DPM, but the thing is, if you're able to take so much HP off of your opponent without even shooting, that, you know, helps out so much. And on the other side, I think Motiviaya were just able to get their E5s into the fight where it mattered, right? Because they were able to kind of counter the 279s in those annoying positions with that high DPM, very, very reliable, accurate gun, and positive, obviously, with a very good result on his part in that Ho-Ri as well. So overall, I think Motiviaya with a victory of the will.
Yeah, they got the fight they wanted in the E5s because of the way they pushed around back towards the middle. All of those 279s from Kylie were just sitting in the low ground, which means that their armor is just completely ineffective. And the map is split 1-1. You know, I suppose on the whole, Kylie would probably, you would say, or we would say that they should be the happier team with that, given that they're coming into this as the underdog. But the map is split. We move on to the next one. That's going to be Murovanka, and there's a lot of history from yesterday on this map.
Yeah, Murovanka yesterday was played quite a bit, and I'm not talking only in speaking about the amount of rounds, but also about the amount of time that we spent there. Because a tank that has not really made an appearance yet today, I believe, was picked quite a bit, and that was, I think it's the FE217 Badger? Anyway, the Badger, and whenever you see 4 or 5 of those on one team on Murovanka, and that team is defending, you know that they have just applied to the brakes to the vehicle they're playing in because they are parking the bus.
Yeah, you know what's up when the Badger comes to town. It's the new chieftain, overpowered British vehicles, at it once again, ruining the meta for everyone involved.
Always this friggin' bias towards British vehicles.
Of course. But if Kylie do camp again, if they do a similar kind of camp, yesterday, Aurora, they actually broke it. They figured it out. They just didn't execute it correctly in the end game, right? So
I mean, they just sent Bunza to die for no reason.
Exactly.
That was their problem,
So Motiviaya, they have a perfect blueprint of how to win the game from yesterday. They know how that they could break it, or how an idea of how they could break it. So I'm really curious to see if Kylie are going to do it again, and they certainly are. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 badges from the side of Kylie, with 1 EBR 279 mouse and then a truckload of 60 TPs.
And Motiviaya, I mean, you can say that they 100% expected this, but they are certainly bringing a pretty heavy lineup of their own. That is 6 60 TPs, 6 IS7s, 1 CS63, 1 Hori, and 1 EBR. Now, that battle of the EBRs is going to be quite an important one. Obviously, if you lose that EBR as the defender, that means all of your rotations are going to get cut off by the opposing one. If you're able to pick up the opposing EBR as the defender, that means you have just so much freedom to roam around the A line.
Yeah, and Dopa is not going straight into a camp bush in the beginning of the game. He's going to be doing some spotting runs over the one line at the moment. I think the key thing to pay attention to for the side of Motiviaya is being efficient with your time. You've got to take the positions of the map early on that you want, because you know they're going to be camping, and you just have to make quick decisions, correct decisions, of course, most importantly, but quick decisions about how you want to break it down.
Yeah, and currently the decision for Motiviaya seems to be pushing the 9 and 0 line. They have a lot of tanks situated there, even EBR, even CS63. And to be honest, Kylie, they were waiting for a timing on the 1-2 line. It didn't happen, so now they're transitioning some of the badges towards the A7, A8 position, and that is actually also something that is very important to do as such a team, as Murovanka has taken a lot of damage in that 60 TP. Overstaying is welcome a little bit, apparently. But to be honest, if a push were to happen, he was going to die either way. So yes, it looks really bad. And it will be really bad if he takes maybe another cupola hit. But he's going to die anyway.
It would die anyway. But if, you got to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent. And if your 60 TP is only half health or below half health, then it means that Motiviaya won't have to overcommit quite as much as they otherwise would if he were full HP. So it all adds up ultimately. And Motiviaya are grouped up. Will they actually push is the question. They've got positive rotating over in the EBR, so his goal here is going to be to get into those bush lines just on the edge of the water and try and outspot all of these guys over here. But do Kylie have a plan for this? Because this is quite a common strategy that teams use to try and break the camp.
I mean, let's see. Sometimes brute force can be what opens the door as well. And currently that is what Motiviaya seems to be going for. Never mind all of those 60 TPs are not all of them, but most of them starting to turn around. So they decide against this a 9-0, just a brute force attack. as Dopa in the EBR from the defending team is also getting rotated over. Positive just on the rotation away. So it seems to me like Motivatia are going to count their winnings on the 9-0 line, having done a lot of damage to one of the 60 TPs. Now going in a little bit more reserved defensive positions. While this, honestly, Moth, this might already be the last rotation that we see from Motivatia in this round, just because it takes so long. You can see they're already cutting across, they're cutting corners. Those are not going to be ending up hurting them too much because there is nothing to spot them. But Murovanka also kind of a large map, so there is this rotation and maybe half of one more. And after that, they need to commit somewhere.
Yeah, and 60 TPs are pretty damn slow as well. Even if you got Bond Turbo, it's still going to take quite a while to get over to the other side of the map. There's already been almost 4 minutes now wasted for the side of Motivatia, but, you know, they've got to gather info, they've got to confirm that the tanks are in the positions that they expect them to be, because you cannot just take it for granted that it's going to be the exact same sort of camp that we've seen before. Interestingly enough, Dopa, Deepa in the EBR, has rotated over to A9 and is sitting in a bush there, and this is kind of what I was expecting, is that they would send a tank to that area to counter the EBR trying to play in those A0 bushes. So that's going to be his job here. At the moment, Motivatia look like they're setting up to push straight through the 4 line, which is exactly what Aurora did before. And it worked, they just didn't play the late game out correctly. So if Motivatia make this push through the 4 line, can they make it work when Aurora failed?
Let's see if they're able to. Currently, Hellmind is spotted in that IS-7, and to be honest, he's just going to continue playing there. Hold down to get more information, maybe, you know, catch a tank on the rotation, catch it rotating. Sometimes even seeing it rotating without doing damage can be quite good for your team. That's not going to happen as of right now, but it definitely feels like Motivatia now are getting to that later stage of the game where they will have to commit somewhere, and that somewhere is going to be the 1 and 2 line. Now, the first 60 TP on the minimap of Motivatia has been spotted already for this move up.
Here we go.
As the IS-7s do get committed in to the 4 and 5 line, and already look playing it better than yesterday, where I think it got completely blown up. Let's see how the damage on those IS-7s look. Hellmind, half HP, and those badgers don't take long to reload. This is brutal punishment. This is not rain. This is a hailstorm of bullets coming in towards the IS-7. But the low HPs actually managed to stay back, and now it's 4 versus 2.
Yeah, the IS-7s have made it across. They've bled a lot of HP, but they've got into the position that they wanted. Can they focus out the guns now? The 60 TP and the Badge are going to be very difficult to deal with. The 60 TPs, the other flank, the other force is pushing through the 1 line right now, but there's a shield in A1 for them to deal, which is very, very tricky. They're focusing out the Badger, though, which is the correct tank, has more DPM. They need to pick up the kill on him as well, and now they can start focusing out the 60 TP.
Indeed, now they can start focusing out Cry, who does try to ram Brain Breaker, doesn't really do any damage with it, as Nick Owens goes down towards a one-shot, but Cry bites the dust, and Rambo, not sure if he's gonna be able to kill Manera, that is, but he's certainly going to be able to box in that 279 to remove it from the equation for the time being, as Kylie have also exploded out of that northeastern corner with their tanks here. Aka fending off multiple enemy tanks here by himself, losing the trades against one of the enemy 60 TPs.
Yeah, it's a gun blocking 1v1 in the A1 position. Rambo's actually backed up because he's like, oh yeah, I have teammates and they can all shoot if I just reverse out of this situation. But Kylie are trying to push out of the camp. They're trying to push back into the forest. They found Aka. That is somewhat of a free pick, but it's not actually, because Tansoft has had to overcommit for this play. Manera has finally fallen in the 279, and that means all presence on that side of the map is lost to the side of Kylie. And Motivatia with an HP advantage and a significant gun advantage should be able to just clean it up here if they can play it well.
Well, let's see. Liberty currently a 50-50, and indeed backdoor rolling well. So that CS is going to go down. Little getting spotted out in the hole too. And those badges from the A7 position are raining down hell on that Japanese tank destroyer as Motiviaya are probably calling it a dub buy push on that A line here. That is a really great amount of tanks, but is it going to be enough against hold down badges? Not for I said it isn't. Down towards a one-shot as well, but Toger, 3k HP still, make that 2k.
Yeah, these badges are really packing a punch right now, but there's only 3 of them, and they have run out of teammates. The triple cap is going on as well, and they've got to worry about that. They're starting to overpeak. Barbarian gets picked up, but there's 8 seconds left on the cap. They need to get a reset. They need to either blind the EBR or kill one of the heavy tanks. There's 20 seconds left. It's been reset a couple of times. They're actually up in HP now, and Mindbreaker picks up the kill on towards the CCTP as well. Brainbreaker is just doing what he can to try and harass and distract these guys for as long as possible. The cap play is still going on right now, and Love's actually given up on resetting the cap. Does Dopa have a reset? He resets it with HE, goes back up to 30 seconds. The cap has been denied for now.
The cap has been denied for now. The Badger now trying to put one more into Clownsick. It's gonna happen, but Dopa needs to suicide, and he does get the torpedo ram kill before dying himself. All of a sudden, the tanks by Motiviaya need to commit on towards the cap. It's one more Badger remaining for the team of Kylie that's able to put in shot after shot, and he has a designated spotter tank for himself. He doesn't connect the next shot in the Badger, so that is going to be a triple cap backdoor now with the task to spot. Good blind reset coming out from the Badger, giving a little bit more time. So now the Badger is going to spray down with HE on towards that IS-7 that's in the bush. The other ones trying to stay behind the Rex. This is going down towards the wire. 20 seconds remaining, 30 seconds on the cap. Is it going to happen? That is the question here. All of them behind Rex now. Backdoor probably starting to aim. This HE doesn't connect, however.
Oh, it's so close. They're about to get it. A reset comes in, but they're resetting the guy who has no points already. It's going to be so close. Do they get it in the end? I don't know. They don't. The reset comes in. Incredible stuff as Kylie hang on in the 2v4 situation. Unbelievable.
Yeah, backdoor with...
Oh my god.
March.
That's amazing. How have they done it?
Field, man. It was a collective effort between 2 people, I guess. Kylie, crazy. They managed to get the decaps. It is absolutely mind-boggling. And Motiviaya here now against this team of Kylie, looking at tournament elimination, and they have to be kind of kicking themselves. I mean, it wasn't clean from either side, most likely. But I think Dopa, with that EBR, he must be, you know, even though he died in that decamping attempt, he must be so happy because that was a beautiful torpedo reset and ram kill.
Yeah, he went in like a torpedo and he hit his target. What I would love to see, though, is his pathing for how he managed to get behind them at A3, because we're so distracted from looking at what was happening in the Magic Forest, and then suddenly he's behind them in A3. Like, where did he go that he was able to get there unspotted and get a reset?
I mean, that's what makes a great EBR player as well, is that when you recognize that the opposing EBR is basically bound or, occupied with capping, then all of a sudden you realize the amount of freedom that you have on the map. And I mean, honestly, for Aka and like Hellmind, you know, in pushes over the open field like that, someone has at some point to bite the bullet and take the damage. So I'm not going to blame them here whatsoever. What I'm going to blame, however, is that, you know, while the match wasn't clean from either side, it just felt like Kylie had the willpower to hold on, to do that little bit of more of damage that ended up counting in the end. And to be honest, yes, those HE resets at the end are always kind of a bit RNG. Do you actually hit or do you not? But it's, you know, the luck is sometimes with the brave, and it felt like Kylie's push out of the northeastern corner, it was on the edge of being dumb, but still brave, and they rewarded themselves with another round on the board. Once again, putting themselves ahead of Motivatia. And now, they are in prime position for a big upset here in this lower bracket final, but they still need to beat Motivatia on Murovanka defense.
Yeah, it is match point, and I'm sure that Motivatia would oh so love to take revenge and come in with an Uber camp of their own. But, I'm just thinking about how that game could have gone differently, and although it looked like Motivatia were pretty efficient with the time again, they started doing their final push at about 4 minutes 40, you're kind of thinking, or in my mind I'm thinking, did you need to waste even 5 minutes to get to this point? I understand that you cannot take things for granted. You got to figure out where your opposition is before you decide that you're just going to make this 4-line push, but it seemed pretty apparent from the beginning, after the initial spots come in, that was going to be the case. And I'm also wondering why they're still committed in towards the Magic Forest. Why do they still have tanks committed in 9-0 when they should know that the only way that Kylie is going to break out of the stranglehold is by pushing into that area?
Questions that will probably not be answered right now as we are going right in towards, and it feels a bit weird to say, but Kylie's match point against Motivatia. And that is from Kylie, 1 EBR, 1 Hori, 1 260, double mouse, and a double IS7. And that is a whole bunch of 60 TPs, 8 of them.
Yeah, that is very, very heavy lineup. Motivatia not going with the Badger spam. They are bringing one Badger, however. It doesn't look like they're going to be camping, at least based on that lineup. IS7's going to be having way more mobility, and they are indeed pressuring towards the forest in the beginning of the game. Let's see how many tanks get spotted out by the EBR. Bunch of 60 TPs, couple of the IS7s. Actually, that whole group of tanks heading over towards the forest is known about, so a lot of info being given away there to the side of Kylie, and they do have enough tanks here to soak up this pressure as well. They've got Hori in the back and then a whole bunch of heavy tanks to absorb any kind of push that comes in.
Yeah, it seems to be like Motivatia at the start of the round here are trying to conquer a lot of ground that possibly, them being the defender, they can give up later while buying time. They did obviously give up a lot of information in the process, but to be honest, I don't think the way that they've done it necessarily, puts them in a bad position. Now, Kylie obviously knows that currently Motivatia is pretty committed, but that can change simply because of the way that the Magic Forest works, that you actually have safe routes of communication through which you're able to rotate tanks in and out. If the EBRs are not super close, and at that point in time, it's almost a guarantee that they get spotted. Dopa is in that forest already now, but he needs to be careful. He knows that Liberty is around somewhere in the CS.
Yeah. The key thing for me right now is how does the double mouse actually get involved in this game? Because there's nothing really going on around the middle of the map. It's just an EBR of Positive who's spotting out. And he's in quite an important position as well, because you don't want to get blindsided. We've seen pushes where teams from the attacking side, they go towards from the left of the Magic Forest and try and dump into all of these tanks that are grouped up here. But as long as Positive's in that position, he's going to be able to spot it out. Dopa Deepa going for some more peeks, just reconfirming the positions of the tanks from the side of Motivatia. And both teams just feeling each other out right now about how they want to play this round. They have a heavy tank that's quite committed in the G0 hold-down right now.
I mean, to be honest, I think what Motivatia are possibly vulnerable against at this point in time is something that they themselves have invented, and that is when the defender is kind of playing pushed up in the forest, and you have to obviously have some tanks on the other side of the map. What happens if the attacker actually just takes 15 tanks and overpushes forest?
Yeah. And look, what I said earlier, Positive was spotting that blindsided position towards the Magic Forest, and now the IS-7 of Templeton has pushed up, which means that they don't have any eyes on that part of the map. So if Kylie were to group up the mouse and then a whole bunch of heavy tanks behind it and just drive in a diagonal straight towards this forest area, they might be able to get the overmatch. I mean, there's still a lot of guns from Motivatia. You've got CS in the back as well, covering fire, so they're still pretty entrenched here.
I mean, the 3 tanks of Beast, Clownzik, and Rambo would be a nice little snack to start off the brawl here, and then they could keep collapsing onto Direwolf and to Akka. Yes, they would probably lose a lot of HP and maybe a gun or 2 in the process, but it could work. However, it seems to me like Kylie are not going to go for that approach. Instead, Dopa taking a shot here by Liberty. So as the EBR has transitioned to the other side, so has the CS to retaliate. Instead, it seems like Kylie are going for the 1 and 2 line push. And that is, I mean, kind of concerning. Then again, at the I just want to alert you to the fact that the mouse that's currently being rotated through the forest, that is Tansov. He was just spotted for a little while, actually transitioning over. So Motivatia might even be expecting some kind of overpush, and this is why we see Motivatia rotating everyone there but 1i7 of the Barbarian, who is now spotted as well. But to be honest, if Kylie push here now, they're going to find 1 tank and not a whole lot else. It remains to be seen how much Motivatia has that they can immediately react with upon the tanks of Kylie in the forest.
Yeah, and they need to do it quickly. They need to figure out this bait and that there's no one here. If they push right now, they will give themselves enough time. But Motivatia is spotted so early here because of that G0 position, the IS-7 of Igod who's hold down there. He is spotting out this push from Motivatia early. Barbarian will fall, but that was always going to be the case. The question is, will the push from Motivatia down the 0 line work?
It might. Igod is obviously hull down for the time being, but possibly not for much longer as the 60Ps and IS-7s of Motivatia are starting to roll down the 9 and 0 line. Igod is going to get caught out here. And yes, Kylie has some tanks to receive with over on this side, but Igod completely gets blown apart. And now those next tanks by Kylie are just going to be a very, very tasty snack. Yes, Kylie, they do have some tanks behind that in hold down positions, but how much damage can they realistically do against this amount of firepower? Turns out a lot, as Rambo takes a lot of damage. The overpush does come in, with the mouse though being the first focus here. Tansov completely eliminated, with Clownzik taking the kill, and now Motivatia, they are down a lot of HP. They need to make this work here in the southeast, but the cap started.
Yeah, the cap has started. Meanwhile, Motivatia need to clean this up, and it's not necessarily even a guarantee that they'll win this part of the map, because there's still another 2 60 TPs in the corner in K0, which is also another nightmare position to deal with. The cap has been started as well, and you can see Positive, he's trying to do a similar kind of play that we saw in the previous round. He's sneaking round the back in his EBR, and that could be critical in the end. It's only a double cap though, so there's a little bit of more time to work with, and the mouse is continually getting reset from the side of Motivatia. They have managed to hold these positions in A7. They haven't lost this part of the map. Eyes takes quite a lot of damage though, but still, Kylie bleeding a lot of HP, but they're still up a lot of HP as well.
Indeed, I think they're trying to sacrifice Mindbreaker here currently to make the capture for that EBR, to force Positive to come out of hiding. And sooner or later, he will have to do that. 20 seconds on the cap here. As soon as the mouse dies, that's always obviously going to be doubled. So 36 seconds here. When is Positive going to get spotted is the question. They have left Marinka in that 60 DP for this exact situation, as Dopa is able to get the kill. But, oh my god, Positive gets what he came for.
Yeah, he did a afterlife jump over the top, but the kill still comes in. Dopa was not able to stay safe behind the wreck of the mouse. But again, Kylie is still up HP. Now they're going for the push because it's the only option that they have left available to them, because they can no longer cap. They're pushing in towards Eyes. That's the hold down Badger. He hasn't got much HP, but he's going to do as much damage as he possibly can before he gets taken down here. Motivatia with a slight gun lead, but they're still down HP, and once Eyes falls, they're going to be in trouble.
Indeed, now Marinka here with that very high HP 60 TP is just going to shut down Iset in the Badger. Now Nico Hines, the next one probably on the chopping block, coming with a very high HP IS-7 to pick up Laveliard, but he took a shot from the backlines as well. There's another 60 TP in crossfire as Troger from downtown able to pick up Lave. Nico Hines now starting to push onto Marinka. He does have Liberty in support. That's a full HP CS63 coming out of nowhere with a lot of DPM, but Motivatia still so much down. I think Marinka just bounced the shot on the CS63. That's such an important one to make at this point in time because there's so little time left. Yes, Troger does get collapsed upon and Hellmite gets killed, but that CS63 can run away for ages, and Kylie, they don't have that amount of time.
Yeah, there's still 1 minute left on the clock there, and Monera is just going to charge towards that CS, but he's still in crossfire. Nico Hines is going to be very important here because he's still alive in the I-7, which means he can put some shots into Monera. Monera cannot just drive across the open into Liberty. Another shot comes in, and the Ho-Ri cannot push into this CS right now. There's 50 seconds left on the clock, and it's slow, thanks to the 60 TP. They've still got to go and kill the I-7, remember. They cannot just go for Liberty in the CS, and he is absolutely booking it down the one line right now. He's actually stopped to try and support his teammate, which may be the incorrect play because there's not enough time left to do the cap. He should just continue to run as he does so. Now Nico Hines has fallen and the triple cap will be started, but they do not have enough time as long as Liberty just stays alive.
Yeah, let's see. Hasinho has now joined the cap, and there is one more tank coming in, but the reset on towards Cry is going to be detrimental towards Kylie's capping effort, and they're not going to be able to do towards Motivatia what they tried to do in the last round as well, which is getting another cheeky win. I mean, there is triple cap going on now, but the time runs out, and Liberty on full HP, he has not only baited the entirety of his own team, but also the opposing team. He is going to secure a tiebreaker. And what a tiebreaker. Holy crap. That was a very, very long, but very, very entertaining 2 rounds on Murovanka.
It certainly was. It was nothing like the camps that we've seen before it. But that was such deja vu from the EPR, making basically an exact identical play. He snuck around the back and then just went straight into the cap. He wasn't quite able to finish off the kill by himself with the ram, but unfortunately for Dopa Deepa, he could not get safe behind the mouse rack in time. I think he just drove out, and that allowed a crossfire shot to come in and picked up the kill. If he was able to stay alive there in that situation, Kylie almost certainly win the round, right?
Yeah, I think if the EBR is just able to stay safe there, then that all but secures it. But this way, Liberty is going to be the lone survivor for Motivatia. But, I mean, first of all of them are going to be revived for at least one more round. That is going to be the tiebreaker. But, man, 2 absolutely beautiful EBR plays, 2 monstrous saves on either side of the playing field coming out from Positive as well as Dopa. And to be honest, I think Positive also was on ramming course. So he saw what Dopa did and he was like, well, if I can repeat it, that would be cool. Oh, you're driving out of your cover. That's even better.
Yeah. It's a fantastic match between these two right now. It's so close between the pair of them as we go into tiebreaker. I'm not sure who has the fastest attack round win. I think it would probably be... would it be Kylie? Based off of... I'm trying to think back to the Fisherman's Bay games, because it's obviously not going to be the Muros where either team has a fastest win. I think Kylie will probably have the fastest round.
Yes, indeed. Kylie have the fastest attack victory, and they do choose a defense for Prokhorovka.
Here we go, another one. Do you think they'll bring 6 badges and sit in the top left-hand corner?
So if they do, I'm not gonna be impressed.
It's been a while since we've seen a full-on Proco camp. It used to be quite popular a few years ago, but teams have figured out some pretty creative ways to deal with it, whether that be creating shields and then just we've seen stuff, crazy stuff, where you sacrifice tanks like an M4, 54. Look at those predictions.
Look how stupid we'll look now.
We're so smart.
Well, anyway, though, but yeah, I think since the introduction of the CVS as a piece of equipment, those kind of 1-2 line camps with like 1 or 2 passive spotting light tanks, like Manticores, for example, I think that has fallen out of fashion. And to be honest, I don't mind that fact, simply because I always found it kind of boring to watch.
There is some excitement in it though, because it's interesting to try and figure out how you're going to break it down, and that's I guess that's where the entertainment comes from.
To be honest, I think the way that Proco is now being played from a lot of teams on defensive side, although I'm not sure if Kylie is going to do it, which is like super aggressive pushes right from the get-go to actually surprise the attacker. I find that personally a lot more interesting because I like my tank-on-tank action, you know, but I mean, tactical play, slow play, I wouldn't put it past Kylie specifically.
No, they've already shown that they have no moral high ground or opposition to the passive playstyle.
I mean, moral high ground, low ground, all doesn't matter if you end up winning the rounds.
As long as you win,
who cares? Yeah. If you lose, you end up looking as stupid as we all do with our predictions right now in this match. So, yeah, the last round of this match for sure, and this one is going to confirm not only Silver Fists for the winning team, but also a cash, more gold, more bonds as the reward, and the chance to get more of all of that, and also an AMD Radeon RX 7700 XT 12 gigabytes. Of course, that's going to be there for every single winner. Who that is, I mean, currently Invil is probably watching all of this, and they must be quite amused.
They'd be amused and they'd be happy as well, because, I mean, it depends how much you want to read into it, but this kind of a match, this back and forth grueling affair where it goes down to the wire, it's got to be quite mentally exhausting for both of these teams, right? And that's only going to give Invil, like, an edge. It's because they're going to be more relaxed, they're not going to be as tired going into their final match, which is the benefit that you get when you win in the upper brackets. So, you know, the longer this match goes on for, and it has gone to the finality in this tiebreaker, that's only going to be giving Invil a slight mental edge.
Yeah. Then again, also there is the discussion to be had, like, who would you rather be? Like, the team that just had a hard-fought match, but at the end you came out ahead, so you must be on high spirits, or the team that watched all of that, didn't really, you know, get to warm up. You have to kind of start cold, and you need to win against a team that must be feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, because but burnout is real, you know, burnout is a thing, and not only that, they had to leak more strategies. They have to leak more ideas from their playbook, whereas Invil have kept their cards close to their chest the whole time, and that, you know, you cannot underestimate how big an influence that has, because you can just win a round purely based off of strat opening.
That is, of course, true. Then again, at least Motiviaya has been known for tactically banning maps just to be able to reveal pretty cool strategies on them later on. But I think for the time being, that's a kind of enough yapping about strategies. Let's get down to some gameplay. So Kylie is going to be defending on Prokhorovka in the tiebreaker of this lower bracket final of the AMD Clan Showdown November 2024. And they are defending with WBR singular STRV, 6 260s, 1 mouse and IS7, a BZ75, and triple 60TP.
Meanwhile, Motiviaya have double 60TP, then they've got 5 IS7s, double mouse, double E5, double 907, and STRV, and just positive as the sole EBR for the side of Motiviaya. So he better not be misplaying, otherwise there'll be no eyes for their team.
I mean, otherwise eyes would be very sad. But anyway, Positive is playing it pretty safely here. Does get a little bit of a spot. Sees a mouse, triple 60 DP, the enemy EBR, plus 1 BZ. On the other hand, some information getting taken by the EBR of Kylie in the middle as well. The BZ of Manera takes 1 shot, but he does do the power play in towards the EF to ditch. So he's going to be chilling there. I don't think he's going to get repushed right from the get-go. But so far, Kylie opting for no super aggressive defense strategy. They are kind of, you know, putting some tanks on 1-2, putting some tanks middle, taking 9-0 as well, and they're waiting for what Motiviaya is doing. I don't think they are really getting complacent as of now, which would be an extremely dangerous thing to do, especially on Prokhorovka defense. But currently, that is actually a good thing for Kylie, that they're spotting all of those IS-7s on the 0 line.
Yeah, you don't want to be, like, sitting on your hands, like, twiddling your thumbs and just hoping that the clock goes down and then you end up winning on another draw. That would be quite unlikely. We've got double E5 in K1, which we saw yesterday was pretty powerful from the side of Invil. So if there is any kind of repush down the 1-2 line by Kylie later on, that's going to be pretty tough to deal with. But there's a lot of tanks committed on the hill right now from the side of Motiviaya, but they're just, you know, clearing their corners, just making sure they go through all of the steps of clearing out positions. And they've taken control of the hill. Manera puts a good shot, cheeky poke into one of the mouse in middle and doesn't actually take any damage for it, so good shooting there. But Motiviaya still not made their final decision here, still quite split across the map.
Yeah, they did transition over some 907s towards the 1 and 2 line now. I think those might be waiting for some kind of 1-2 push by Kylie timing that we obviously know is not going to come. They do transition back over once again as Rambo is going to set up at the red line. We're even blocking the way for ISET there a little bit. But those 907s are going to go towards the hill again. And now that Barbarian and God have been spotting each other, it seems to me like the, you know, more and more final stages of the match seem to be approaching. Positive there, even with a little bit of style sliding with the handbrake applied in towards this bush to maybe get a spot. And that is a whole lot of 260s that Kylie have just decided to commit into the water. And that EBR bush is
hyper aggressive.
Let's say that could be a 4CB position.
Yeah. I always say you got to be a bit crazy to be an EBR main, especially at such a high level, to make those kind of gamble plays, to go into such a forward bush. But he's making it work right now, and they don't know that he's there, so he will be spotting out anything that crosses, but not 907s, because 907s have a lot of camo. It's one of the highest, like, base camo mediums in the game, and even though they're super close to him, the EBR doesn't, in fact, have a lot of view range. Manera now running away as the double IS-7 sort of baits him into leaving because they looked like they were going to dump into him, and then they changed their minds. So Manera just bled a bunch of HP for no reason, essentially. I mean, he may have been pushed regardless, but could that be telling to Motiviaya that he doesn't, in fact, feel confident that he has enough support? Back to this side of the map, though, Dopa Deepa in such a position. If heavy tanks cross the red line in K-line, he would spot them. He's not going to spot the hill push, though, so this bush might end up not actually having any kind of impact in this round. That hill push is not going to get spotted by the EBR.
Well, let's see. First of all, the push is going to get spotted now, and iGod is going to try to dump into the ditch. He does manage to make it over for now, so he's going to be an annoying thorn in the side as Dopa tries to make it out, but he does get cleared out by ISET, and the IS-7s, they do commit on, but they don't know what they're committing into, actually, as the 260s are like, yep, come at us, bro, we're all here, but they didn't expect the IS-7s to transition over from middle as well, so all of a sudden, it is a overmatch for Motiviaya in the eastern part of Prokhorovka, and that trap that Kylie was building, it ends up trapping themselves.
Yeah, they sort of put themselves in a tough spot here, and they actually end up creating a situation where Motivatia have more yummy snacks and free tanks that they can pick up and put another advantage in their favor. They're going to kill backdoor in the 260, and then they're just going to keep on rolling. Kylie now trying to look to overpush the middle, but they don't even have an advantage here. There's still a double E5 just out of shot that's going to be able to shut that one down, and Motivatia with a gun advantage and significant HP advantage, and it looks like they have finally gotten the better of their Ukrainian comrades.
Indeed, Motivatia here are firmly ahead in this game and probably expected to win this round, as Mindbreaker does get broken by the superior amount of guns coming in from Motivatia. Now I said, and Brainbreaker actually are probably going to overpush over the rails to put in the final nails into the coffin of Kylie in this lower bracket final. Kylie, they had such a good showing, and it was such an amazing match to watch here, but in the end, it was not to be. It is Motivatia who are going to make the grand finals a rematch of the upper bracket finals, only this time 4-1 is not going to be enough for Invil. It's going to be a grand old best of 9.
Yeah, and best of 9's going to be quite the marathon, but props to Kylie for just putting on a brilliant show. It was such a great match to cast along with Yuki, and it was just so much fun to watch going down to the wire in both of those Murovanka games. But I think in the end, the better team won, and it will be a rematch between Motivatia and Invil.
I mean, it also feels a little bit sad here at the end for Kylie, the underdog. They made it so far, and you know, at the end it felt like they had like super cool positions that, you know, almost comically ended up working against themselves, like against anything else that Motivatia would have done. Like imagine they transition heavy tanks instead of 907s over. Then Motivatia ends up completely getting caught. But because it is those 907s that don't get spotted, then all of a sudden this hill push lands like a truck in towards the trap of Kylie. And I mean, it was a pretty interesting and well thought out trap, but you know, it just ends up falling flat on its face because of what Motivatia was maybe knowingly, but maybe unknowingly doing. So I wish them, like Kylie, that is, the best of luck in the future. They definitely have earned a little bit of a fanboy in me today. It was super cool to watch this match. But yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Motivatia, at the end of the day, was the more mature team. And it is them who deserve the rematch against Invil.
Yeah, the scoreboard tells the story ultimately, and it was a close affair. Still, you know, brilliant from Kylie to show up as they did, and it's always nice to see some new faces kind of making their presence known and really taking the fight to what we would regard as the top two teams on the server right now. But it's going to be a quick turnaround for Motivatia. I was saying just before this tiebreaker started, like, it's good, you know, you're going to be quite mentally fatigued after all of that.
Well, let's wait and see how match 8 of the AMD Clan Showdown is going to unfold. But yeah, this match number 7, this lower bracket final, quite the drama that unfolded here in between Motivatia and Kylie. I mean, as I said, I hope to see Kylie back in a possible next clan showdown, but for the time being, all eyes should be set onto the grand final that is going to be unfolding right here on the stream in some time. That all being said and done, though, Moff, thank you very much as well for co-casting this, I think it is fair to say, treat of a match with me. And we are going to be going to some replay to rewatch what just happens. And after that, we'll be back with, I guess, by now, the Classico of World of Tanks 15v15.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, well, well. Welcome back to the grand finals of the AMD November Clan Showdown. We have arrived at the final match of the day of the tournament on the EU server. And the stakes, I think, are high. At least for two people that are going to be playing. It's going to be two people of the team that have made it through the upper bracket. It is Monster and Call Me Piotr. Both of them are fighting for something that no one in the world so far has achieved. They are fighting for the 3-marked, for the diamond golden fists.
They're gonna have to hurry though, Kihan. Looking at the time, 7:40. From what I know, Grandpa Kihan has to be in bed in about 30 minutes, so
well,
better be a 5-0.
Let's see. The team to beat of, I think, 5 of the past 6 clan showdowns here. Invil in front of your very eyes. The only team that has managed to beat them, I think, in the past 6 clan showdown is the very one they are playing against right now. It is Motiviaya. Coming in under their team captain, Monster. And Motiviaya themselves, they just had a very long best of 5. Not only in terms of rounds, it went the full distance, but also in terms of strain, emotional strain. Those were a few very, very hard-fought rounds against Kylie.
Those were indeed some rounds, but I think in the end they deserved to win, though, Kihan. I mean, thinking about it, they kind of got robbed themselves a little bit on that Murovanka attack, where they should have won, but they decided to do some crazy stuff in the forest and the A-line. But I noticed something. Baby wasn't playing Kihan.
Yeah, maybe they
At least not
were.
in Prokhorovka.
Maybe they were saving the secret weapon, or maybe they have lost a little bit of faith in someone that might not be able to understand all of the calls that are necessarily being made, or maybe Baby just have something like very, very important going on for
Yes,
all
Real
that
Madrid
we know.
is playing.
Of course, yeah. Then of course he's gonna be one. I mean, yeah. First of all, map pick and bans. Obviously, as is tradition in the EU bracket, it is the team that went through the upper bracket that gets to do first pick, first ban. This also means that Invil gets to play the map they definitely want to play, and they get to ban the map they definitely want to ban. Now, there is a little bit of history here, Daki, with Invil losing that map 2-0 and then winning the next one 2-0. So, not that much that we can read into it, actually.
It is going to be a very interesting thing if they are able to pull off that, first map, because it's, of course, a bonus on one hand, but on the other hand, it's also a really risky moment, because you have the first pick on a map, which also means that if you lose it 2-0, that's a massive hit to your confidence.
They have, however, in the past been able to overcome that hit in their confidence more often than not. Now, Prokhorovka being the first map, we just saw it being played once, so maybe they also wanted to not give Motiviaya too much time here to come up with something else. Then we are going in towards, I think, all-time classics back-to-back. This match hopefully is going to be as much of a treat as the lower bracket final. Himmelstorf into Cliff. This is... I love it.
Yeah, it's a really old school map, pick and ban. Prokhorovka, Himmels into Cliff, and then into Murovanka. I mean,
What year is it?
indeed, the only thing missing is Sand River, but don't worry, we even have that coming into the tiebreaker if we get that far.
Yeah, so at least map-wise, this match here is shaping up to be an absolute cracker, but this match will have to absolutely deliver if it wants to be beat the one that we just saw, because in my opinion, this lower bracket final in between Kylie and Motiviaya had just about everything. It was like... It was drama, it was close, it was down to the wire. I mean, some people obviously would like to see the underdog win in such a situation, but I think for the storyline of the entire tournament, having Invil fight it out here against Motiviaya for the Diamond Gold Fist is absolutely everything that we could have wished for, and I think the map pool obviously underlines that as well.
A really interesting set of maps. Prokhorovka Invil has to be cooking something though, picking it up. I remember that that's where they also brought it back against W, the game they're never gonna forget in their lives, where they have everybody at A2 and Invil drives down the 2 line and you're like, well, this is over. And then it's not over.
Yeah.
And then they come back and then W loses. And, you know, Ali still doesn't have gold fists.
I think the dent in Ali's desk from that match is there to this day. And it will stay there till eternity. Now, prediction-wise, I think all of us a little bit impressed by what Kylie was able to do at Motiviaya, because realistically, Motiviaya went in vastly favored, and the result of the scoreline was pretty close, and the games themselves were as well. You know, sometimes you have like 3-0 scores in those best of fives, but every single game is close. And here it was like 3-2 in that best of 5, and every single game except for the last one was close. But to be honest, in that last one, it was not really as much like Kylie misplaying as, you know, J-baiting themselves a little bit and getting unfortunate a lot, in my opinion.
Well, game number 1 is about to get underway. Kihan, what did you predict?
I went with the 5-2. I think Morph as well. You went with the 5-3. So all of us expecting it to kind of go Invil's way here. But Motiviaya will try to do everything in their power to spit into the soup that Invil has been cooking over, I guess the past years at this point. And that today is supposed to come to fruition in the form of a Diamond Fists. Let's see what we can expect from the grand finals of the AMD Clan Showdown here in the November of 2024. Invil coming into this one with Mentos in the EBR. We have 1 STRE, triple E5s, triple mouse, and the rest is 7 IS7s.
Motiviaya, Keyhand, 1 EBR as well, 1 STRV, double 907, triple 260, 4 i7, the 60p, and triple mouse. Mouse galore. These two teams really playing a similar kind of meta.
Yeah, both of the teams here with an unusually heavy setup. They possibly have even been training against each other for all that we know. But now, as we do see the opening, Gotcha Baby has returned from watching Barca play, I guess, and or Real, and is back in the match to deal some damage and put on the hurt, as Invil are transferring a lot of the forces on towards the 1-2 line. To be honest, almost mirror opening, but the IS-7s by Invil are going to give them a little bit of mid-priority, as the IS-7s are always going to win the hull-down fight against Mouses over time.
Yeah, Mentos here not getting scared by that 260 just yet, keeping the info up, still running the hole, trying to get some spots, trying to figure out what's happening, and Motiviaya is pulling the trigger, Kihan. It is a march of 6 tanks down 1-2, supported by an STRV, but 907's already getting spotted by the I-7 peek in the mid. Ketsai gets the info. Invil knows this is coming.
Invil indeed knows this is coming. They have seen the 907s already. Now they do see the heavy tanks from Motiviaya as well. Now it is all about setting up for this push. Diavol already has to burn his rep kit on the approach, and that is still multiple 100 meters to go as Brainbreaker gets tracked as well. Piotr may be the first one to get pushed upon, but Motiviaya realize they cannot sustain this push down the 1-2 line. They are now going to collapse onto Rexar and Ketzai.
The middle getting pounced, but Invil immediately with the repush with their own IS-7s, and there has to be a swing from Motiviaya. Get out of the 2 line, evacuate in towards the 4-5 line, and this IS-7 of Rexar Ketzai will survive. Brainbreaker does not make it out when the rest of his boys get focused out by the Invil guns. Conrad is going to fall. Orchek is already dead. Those mouses, yeah, a lot of HP, but 907s with that DPM are able to chew through rather quickly, and now Invil realizing that they've lost the 5-6 line is making a push of their own on towards the 3-4 line, trying to pick up the rest of these Soviet heavies from the side of Motiviaya. But here come the 907s back in as well with the mouses over peaking, lording from the middle, the blow up on towards the sec. And for now it seems like Motiviaya, even with them getting spotted so early, is making this work. And you can see little Nico Hines and Gotchi Baby just raining lead upon these positions. And Invil with this push, this repush, have pushed themselves into their death, as Motiviaya is currently leading this game, but it's not over just yet as it stagnates a little bit. There has to be a reaction still from Motiviaya, because they cannot really sit like this.
There is one tank that is currently keeping in the game, and it is sitting in K3. There's currently no counter available against Marcel that is pouring shot after shot after shot of 350 plus APCR pen rounds in towards Aka at this point in time. And Motiviaya realize this. Their HP advantage is dwindling. They need to keep the guns. They managed to pick up Ketzai, but at the cost of possibly Diavol here. Those inbuilt pockets on the 1-2 line are not eliminated yet, but finally they're able to push out 2-3.
Look at positive there, Kihan. He has snuck by. He's going to hit Marcel. Marcel actually realizing this. Really good timing from him. Running towards K1. Can he get tapped on the crossing? He smelled the danger. Aka picking up Chucky. Marcel makes it into the corner, but not before taking a 1-2 combination to the face. Monster in the E5. Not going to do much better. He's going to fall as well to Liberty in the 907. And now the dust will settle. And Invil has 4 tanks against Motiviaya's. I'll make it 6 tanks. And that kill on the EBR, very, very important for the side of Invil. They have something to play with. The biggest issue here for Invil is, of course, that all the HP currently located on 1 tank. Well, 2 tanks really. Mouse and E5. But the mouse is a really, really big issue.
Well, there is a saving grace possibly for the side of Invil, and that saving grace is called Mentos in his EBR, who currently is behind enemy lines and does get a shot in towards Liberty, making that 907 a one-shot. The 907 cannot really peek over because the STRV might be shooting from the back lines. Let's see what Liberty is doing. The STRV is still able to put crossfire. The mouse and the E5 are now also closing in. So Invil with the HP advantage, but less guns are trying to make it work. Are they able to Rambo pushing over the 1 line with his STRV of his own?
That's not really great timing there for Rambo. He might just explode. He was trying to push Marcel, but that was not it for the side of Motiviaya. What is this? Rambo, he's watched the wrong movie, because in the ones that I've watched, he was always winning. In this case, he gets shut down. Rambo down. Liberty out as well. And it's not going to be just that easy for Motiviaya. It's a 4-on-3 now, but the EBR are alive, Kihan. And Rambo, they're throwing away the STRV. They saw the E5 repush. He just had to play position to cover, to watch this repush from coming in. And Marcel, you know, Kihan, the STRV at some point can start spalling for its own damage.
Yeah, exactly. The STRV here currently an absolutely crucial asset, as DJ now finds himself in the 1v2 with the mouses, but everything that he needs to do is angle and buy time, because behind him is that EBR that's able to put fire into the mouses.
If they find Marcel, low roll 395. Fire is also an issue. He dies. They find him. They actually find him. It's back in favor of Motiviaya. Unbelievable. But Mentos could be a playmaker.
I mean, is it in favor of Motiviaya is the question here. I don't think Mentos has shot in quite a while. This is why Nick Hines and Little seem to be confused. Now Little takes one to the side of his tank. He's now a one-shot. Now Mentos here. He's got to do it all. DJ, he can just delay. This is absolutely crazy. Barbarian is now rushing back up the 1 and 2 line. And let's see. The Mouses, are they actually... Are the Mouses? Are the Mouses able to
He
catch
touched the
EBR?
cap.
I don't
He touched
think
the
so.
cap, no? He touched the cap. For a brief moment, I think he touched the cap. They know he left. For a very brief moment, the cap was triggered.
Let's see as the game
But that's the
bombs.
defending key. I think we have to start stressing on that part.
Let's see. I mean, Mentos was able to make it out. He actually Little does get spotted by, I guess, Mentos on the way out somehow. And Barbarian will now have the job of suppressing DJ. Now, both of the Mouses have committed very far south down, funnily enough, leaving actually the 260 of Barbarian in quite of a pickle. Mentos, is he going to take a shot here at someone as Barbarian does start to peek over? But he misses the shot, so DJ still stays healthy.
Gotta be really careful if you're Barbarian. You don't know where the EBR is. You take one from the EBR, you're on one shot as well. But DJ, man, 1.8 HP, what is he supposed to do, Key? And honestly, I will say Mouse is a really good tank in this scenario. If Mentos jumps the rails, he's a true Giga shot. He jumped over. He actually jumped over. He jumped
oh my god.
over. He picks up the Mouse. He picks up Little. He jumps over the rails. Crazy. Actually crazy.
I'm lost for words here. Neko Heinz with a swing and a miss. He's going to get spotted for that. So once again, that's a little bit of information that's going to go over. And I think Mentos is going to try to capitalize. He knows now where Barbarian is as well. DJ giving up a little bit of his own HP for that information. Mentos now does get spotted. So Barbarian's going to readjust. How much HP is Mentos going to bleed for this? He does not take a shot from the 260 and the Mouse is obviously trying to drone around. Oh, the swing and the miss by Neko as well, but Mentos, he doesn't have a gun rammer, so he is going to take so much time. Does Neko have HE loaded? It doesn't matter. The 260 misses and the EBR turns. Oh my goodness, he is going to get it as well. 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Barbarian pushes.
Look at the Mouse in G2. He might get a shot on the back of Barbarian. If he does, makes him a one-shot. Now Mentos can push Barbarian as well. Barbarian hits the HE shell, but he's gonna get killed by Mentos as well. Mentos gets behind. Mentos bounces the shot, but it's actually DJ to pick it up in return. And now Aka with it all to do in an IS-7, but 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's not going to be the case. He needs to get on the side of that Mouse somehow and not die to DJ. But DJ picks it up, and it's Invil to win round number 1 off the back of Mentos.
Man, remember when we had 10-round Prokhorovka matches and there wasn't much to say? This wasn't one of those rounds. Holy moly. What a round. Congratulations to Invil for getting the first round on the board. But yeah, exactly. What a game.
Oh, positive dying for no reason in the EBR. Couldn't die in the EBR.
Yeah.
And then Rambo, like, they saw the E5 repushing already. He could have just stopped and just started shooting, started blasting, you know?
Yeah.
Or run away, but he tried to push down 1-2, which I don't know.
All right, let's calm ourselves a little bit down somehow, and
I mean, if Invil wins the tournament, and Mentos is 99% sure winning MVP.
0.9%. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the following rounds, but that was for sure an absolute carry. Like, he put 14 players and himself on his own back and just carried them over the finish line. But I mean, we were complimenting Evil for doing a lot of damage when he did 8.8, and Marcel starts off the grand finals with 9.2 and 4 kills. Yeah, let that sink in.
That's a lot of damage, dude.
That is absolutely incredible. That is off the charts, balls to the walls, crazy.
Well, there goes everybody's prediction game.
Yep. Yep. And I do agree. I think Positive could have had a less negative impact on this round for his team.
Yeah, but we compliment Marcel on one thing. His timing of going towards K1 was
Impeccable. Absolutely impeccable.
It was actually slightly late, but he survived, which was the most important part. If he stays for 2 seconds longer, it's like
GG.
another Jack A fuck clip, you know, like.
Yeah, vanish. Yeah, also good job Minairos. So Franek, he recently renamed 5.6k in that E5. So he wasn't just sitting there in I believe A5, A6, doing nothing. So he was also continuously putting in the hurt. But yeah, the most props obviously go to Marcel for an absolute giga chat round in that STRV, and also to Mentos, who, you know, he was the tank at the end that would make or break it. And yeah, man, like that must be clip of the tournament right there. Like jump over rails into mouse kill with EBR into carry. Like, wow. Wow. Like, I had my doubts that this grand final would hold up against, like, the lower bracket final, but if this first round is anything to go by, then we have nothing to worry about.
And I stand by it. I think Motivacija should have won that with the way that things were going. They cleaned up so well in the middle, found so much, but losing an EBR is so important. But mainly Rambo, man. Rambo driving in there with the STV, giving up his life. He could have been high and supporting his guys from the back. The moment he's like I understand why they did it, because they just wanted to send him to 1v1 the STRV and then peek him and shoot him, because it's STRV against STRV. But once the E5 gets spotted repushing, I think that plan needs to stop.
Yeah. Now, that is going to be the first round. The second round of the grand finals is coming right up. So Invil is now leading here, coming through the upper bracket. Motivacija need just one to equalize it, but Invil on their own first pick, without Motivacija having the chance to ban it out, are currently leading. Now, whether they should or should not, we'll leave that to debate. The fact is that they do. So let's go with it and focus on the second round here now, that they are going to be defending. But in between Motivacija and Invil, to be quite frank with you, I don't think it matters a whole lot who spawns north or south, because from either side it seems like teams can bring absolutely ruthless aggression.
See what kind of a round 2 we're going to get. Motivacija is really going to be kicking themselves in Invil as well. But the good thing is that Motivacija looks like they've shown up to play. They've shown up to not just give themselves up to the wolves of Invil. Can they actually do it? That's another question. Invil round 2, triple mouse, WBR, 5 IS7s and 4 260s and an E5.
Yeah, and for Motivacija, trying to recuperate from the loss of the first round, we have an EBR, once again Rambo, rocking that STRV together with quadruple 260, double mouse, double 60 TP, and 5 IS7s this time. Invil on defense, bringing double EBR against the only singular one of Motivacija. So a little bit more firepower for the team in yellow here coming into this one. But the spotting department is gonna get dominated by Invil here at the start of the game. With a pretty deep run by Mentos, doesn't manage to connect the shot on towards Positive. She sees quite a bit of shells whizzing past him, so he's going to be relaying that kind of information. Positive still spotted, and actually Mentos and Ketzai working together to establish deep spots here. Positive was spotted for a very long time, but Ketzai actually doesn't manage to keep him lit.
No, and the question is, I mean, Liberty getting spotted, they know. There's a way. If when you get spotted crossing over to K1 Kihan, it gives away the information that the EBR is push up. If he runs, he dead. Ketzai spotted Positive, is looking already. He will shoot him as well. Nico Heinz to put it down. It's crazy, Key, right? It's crazy. But the issue with it is that it's too easy to read.
Yeah, they know. They do certainly know. They were very, very aware. And in fact, For Ketsai, it was an El No Sabe moment that he was going to get picked up and killed so easily. I mean, he knew that Positive was kind of in the vicinity, so I disagree with running there as well. Like, I think he should stick it until he's dead, because he's dead then either way. But it is what it is. So, for the time remaining, Invil are going to be playing with a man down.
Equalize the EBR. Ooh, Piotr actually pushing into this position, spotting out Brain Breaker, who was trying to back away, I think even, who might take another shot. And Invil's now rotating towards the hill, though. The SRV from Motivatia is setting up for this play. They have what looks to be one tank on the hill, 4 behind it, by the looks of things. Hiding away still. Piotr trying to take some more ground. Rambo will be very ready. When this push comes out, it will be punished. And a lot of them already spotted on 0 line. Piotr just trying to get more info, spotting out Brain Breaker, who's forced to drive forward, I think, to not be in position where he can get caught out. Barbarian re-pushing the hill with Togre and Diavol. I feel like this just gives Invil more tanks to push on if they really want to.
I mean, more tanks to push on. It is quite a lot of tanks that they would be pushing into. That is quadruple heavy tank, and they themselves only have 5. If YOLO joins, that would be 6, but Aka is behind them, although he did just take a shot from the middle of the map. But it seems like Invil are once again pulling the trigger here, pushing into the ditch on the hill. Clownsake possibly going to be the focus, as the Sharks, or the Eagles of Invil rather, are closing in, but T-Sec takes so much damage.
He's like taking a lot of damage down towards a one-shot Barbarian to pick it off, but I still don't agree with the commitment here from Invil, from Motivatia into towards the dip. You can see the angles of fire are not that great from the Motivatia supporting tanks. Togre, Diavol now the last 2 standing. Diavol's actually gonna jump over back in towards Mentos. If he gets chased, they might be able to do a little bit more damage for that repush yet again, but still Invil cleans up 3 tanks, make that another one in just a mere second. Marcel picking up Togre, and now Diavol will fall to YOLO and Mentos. And I really think that that was a mistake from the side of Motivatia to do what they did there, giving up the 0 line position. They could have forced Invil to push way deeper down than what they did now. Diavol will fall to probably YOLO or Mentos. YOLO finds the angle, and that leaves just Aka left standing. And now the middle of the map, you can see those Invil tanks doing kind of what the Motivatia things that they did as well, starting to overpeak. The SRV of Rambo still farming away, though. Aka surviving on a one-shot. There needs to be somebody to pick it up. He survives a little bit longer, even a wreck to go behind. That means he will be able to shoot Piotr. Somebody has to go pick off Aka, because right now he's going to ruin the Invil tanks in the side.
Yeah, exactly. As long as Aka stays alive, it is good news for Motivatia that have also managed to hold on in the middle. Maybe even little bit of an HP advantage. Profuse in that IS-7 currently struggling to penetrate these super heavy tanks by Invil in the middle. But Aka, and that is very bad news now for Motivatia, falls. Invil slightly behind in HP. I think the kills just about even. They still both have an EBR available. But the thing is, Positive on that 1-2 line, not involved in the fight, is able to take 1 line a little bit, but there is obviously Mentos already in place. Rambo needs to be super careful here against Piotr and YOLO that are both low, but those are both guns that can easily overmatch the STRV.
It won't peek though. Little is probably going to rotate towards 1-2 line. Rambo, realizing that he cannot run away, has decided to sit in position. But now you have the issue that Piotr is able to start peeking. Squeezy's rotating south. Gotcha Baby taking some damage, pushed back. And now they're going to try and clean out 1-2 line maybe with the 260s of Liberty and ISAT. But they're so low HP. They're not able to do that. And I really think that right now, for Motivatia, time is not going to work in their favor either. That they need to start even over peeking with Squeezy and make some kills together with him and Rambo. Because the 1-2 line is getting repressured by the EBR and the E5, who is very, very healthy still, of Franek. So they have to kill everything on the 7 line. But how are they going to do that? Squeezy already taking more damage. He's getting peeked by the mouses. And it's just not looking really good for Motivatia again. This commitment into F0 was not stonks.
Indeed, no return of that investment currently for the team of Motivatia, that all of a sudden find themselves in a position of 2.5 1,000 HP deficit as well, to keep talking in financial terms. The trades have not gone in their favor, and the chart of their HP currently points downwards, probably the opposite direction of the hairline of some of their players, but maybe they are still able to turn around the trend. Rambo is somehow trying to find any kind of angle, and Monster there on the hill gets the kill on Isa. That is certainly not what Motiviaya wanted. They are able to return the favor on towards YOLO, but currently every trade seems to be favoring Invil. Yes, they lose Profuse, but they get damage dealt on the tanks of Motiviaya. Now only Piotr remaining in the south, however, and Positive comes to pick it up. He doesn't though, the HE not enough. Positive down to a one-shot, and the EBR position being revealed is absolutely horrible for Motiviaya.
You can see the HP just dropping on the Motiviaya side. It's really all ogre for them. They gave this overmatch to Invil. They donated it even, I would like to say, to Invil. They were like, okay, we're gonna put more tanks in the hole, so when you push it, you'll just kill more tanks instead of hiding on zero line, biding our time a little bit and getting everybody in position to shut this potential play down. And even getting the first kill, it is going to be Invil to pick up their map pick 2-0.
Yes, at the end of the day, Invil stands victorious on Prokhorovka. Mantus here once again picks up another kill on the lush greens of Prokhorovka, and Invil, they made it through the upper bracket, and they make the first and also the second mark in the finals, as Motiviaya, I mean, still struggling, still standing, but not for long.
Not for much longer. Yeah, I don't know, Kihant. There's, I'm gonna keep hammering down that commitment is just, I don't understand. You get 2 volleys if they push you on zero line. You get only 1 real volley when they push you in the dip in front of it. So the fact that they allowed themselves to get pushed there, I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think they were very, very taken aback by the push that Piotr was doing there with the IS-7, really ruining, I think it was Brainbreaker's position. With the other IS-7 that wasn't then, and like the tanks behind them could then not properly support against the pushing tanks from Invil, and maybe Motiviaya was really banking on the fact that they were gonna be able to extract a lot of HP from those pushing tanks during that really short period of time of over-pushing into the dip on the hill. But that didn't happen. So Invil had a simple overmatch, and, you know, the simple mathematics of if you have, you know, less tanks of kind of the same color, which, you know, 260s and IS-7s are, against more tanks, then the less tanks are most likely gonna lose.
Nothing really stand out anywhere. I mean, the EEBR positive not really doing too much in this battle, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like Motiviaya just donated this a little bit to Invil. Overreaction there. And afterwards there was potential for this or that, but Invil never really gave them an opening to really get back into, and good stuff on Invil to slow down the game after. They had all the positions, they knew it, and you know, they did what they were supposed to do.
Exactly. They got themselves into a good position, and from there on they just played it out. Which is the trademark of a great team, which I think is established by now. Invil and Motiviaya both definitely are. But Invil converts their own map pick, which is kind of unusual for them in the grand finals. But today they do make it happen. However, we're going to switch it up now. Prokhorovka, it was a map that went quite the distance time-wise in the first 2 rounds. I think I'm not going to be spoiling too much of the script that you alluded to writing yesterday if I say that Himmelsdorf most likely is not going to go that long.
No, I think we're going to see some quick plays from both these teams on Himmel's side or lower side hill. It doesn't really matter. It's just the way they both play. We saw it already in the first time they played on Himmel's. That was earlier today, right? They played Himmels? Yeah, they did play Himmels. where Motivatia lost like an E5 immediately and a 60 DP. Invil was just like, okay, we drive down the middle, we don't care.
That is also one of the trademarks of how Invil has been playing for years now on Himmelsdorf. Is like, at some point in time, they really didn't care about the hill at all anymore. It was like, for them, it didn't exist on Himmelsdorf. They just found a way with a different kind of splits during different kind of pushes, straight down, like 3-line, not necessarily rails, and also courtyard, banana as well. And they kept finding success after success with it. And I think Motivatia, you know, after Fame really stopped being a thing anymore, Motivatia was one of the first teams that was able to trade it out blow for blow on Himmelsdorf with Invil again. It didn't feel like another team was able to just come to this kind of understanding on the streets of Himmelsdorf.
Got into the and then we also got into the alternative kind of win scenarios. It was like Invil wins one turn, he loses the next. Wins one turn, he loses the next. Wins one turn, he loses the next. That has kind of ended. But Motivatia really, I mean, it could be, maybe should be 1-1 after this key hand. Should have been.
I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda. The fact of the matter remains that it is 2-0.
Yeah, and you're the admin. You can make the score whatever your heart desires.
That is true, and currently my heart desires the score to be, you know, whatever the games decided to be, which is 2-0.
That's not what you said last night.
Huh?
I can leak the conversation.
Better not. I want to keep my job, if you know what I mean. Anyway, though, round number 3, round number 1 on Himmelsdorf. Invil are going to come into this match here. And they do bring a singular CS, W5, W100, double 50B, and 860 TPs.
Motivatia bringing, I think, triple 50B, an E5, double E4, and then the red 60P, so that should be 9. Was I counting right? Yes, I think I was. And look at the minimap already. Motivatia, I think, is playing... No, I thought they were going to play aggro down the middle, but no, they're just really establishing G-line early, which could be actually a very good move against what Invil is doing, because Invil is, again, pressuring early. Pressuring 8-line en masse. And if Motivatia is going to be able to give some shots here, which they should when they're driving through. Already Chalky taking a 1-2 combination. Still needs to cross over down towards the one-shot. Invil says, no, stop. We are not going anymore. But the biggest issue for Invil is they will not win the hill. They cannot win the hill. The CS is spotting, so they know that nothing has crested just yet. But Motivatia, they stopped for a moment with the 50Bs ready to go down. Now they're pushing back up. And Invil's on a timer. It's sticking. The longer they wait to do something, the more likely it is they're going to lose. They're rotating their own tanks to the hill, but still not adequate numbers to challenge. There is 1, 2, 5, I think, or 6 Motivatia members going on the hill, and it will be 5 of Invil.
I mean, 1, 2, 3, many, most certainly, as Clownzik does take a shot of damage in that 60 TP, but to be honest, taking a shot or two in the tanks on the low side currently doesn't really matter. The hill is going to be the commanding position in this match from here on out, as Motivatia do start their push, my goodness, around the castle of Himmelsdorf. And Ketzai, that one's probably coming a little bit too early for the clipping tank of Invil that looks like it is getting clipped himself, because there's so many tanks of Motivatia looking for him.
This is a really, really strong, powerful move from Motivatia. You can see Invil was trying to rotate more towards the hill. Profuse Marcel arriving as well. But now, once you lose these upper positions, Kihan, there is no recovery. Akado, bad peek, getting killed. Good shooting from Invil. Pounder Fear and Phonic shut him down. And Invil's going to try to push back up with the guns that they have, because the rest of the Motivatia tanks were chasing Mentos. Brainbreakers now also coming back towards the hill. Rotations, counter rotations, and then a little bit more. Togger and Squeezy now trying to hold this area as the triple 50B is coming back in with Brainbreaker. Do they have the numbers now, though, Kihan? This is a good question.
It is a good question, but as the Invil reinforcements arrive, so do the ones from Motivatia, who are currently 1000 HP at Togger, dropping down towards one shot. But now Rambo has arrived, and he wants to redeem himself for the first round of Prokhorovka. Liberty driving in with that 50B as well, down towards 72 HP. How many shots more does he remaining? Turns out 0, as Phonic shuts him down, and still both teams are fighting it out on the hill.
Now the repush is coming from Invel. They're trying to focus out at 50B, running away. Toger and Squeezy just holding down the lane. There was an opportunity there for Hellmine to make his clip. He's been a bit passive about it, to be honest. When Liberty went, the rest of them should have actually contributed to that fight, and they didn't. Hellmine now has one shot left. Squeezy probably did his last one. Hellmine needs to hit at least this last shot. He does, and now Brainbreaker is arriving. The 60 TP says, hello, what's up, guys? I am here, but look what's coming on the hill from the other side. It's Piotr in his 60 TP coming back up, climbing that hill. That is gonna cost. That's a good workout for a 60 TP, but there's so many low HPs from Motivatia. But Invel has those single shooters. Rambo peeking. It's a good peek from Rambo against Franek. Drops in towards a one-shot from Brainbreaker. Piotr almost forced to drive in. Profuse looking to get that 50B from an angle. They need Brainbreaker's HP to contribute. He needs to kill Franek right now. Try and get involved in this battle. But he doesn't. He tries to kill Orchek, but Orchek survives on 7 HP. And now the lower side getting pressured in return by Motivatia, who realized all these Invel tanks have disappeared. Where have they gone? They're all on the hill. They're repressuring onto the courtyard. YOLO down towards a one-shot. Monster not much better. Chucky still on the 500 HP from the beginning of the game. And in the chaos, in this road battle of Himmelsdorf, it seems like Motivatia has done just enough to get themselves ahead. Rotation after rotation on towards that hill. But Motivatia always with the initial lead and never really letting it go.
Indeed, Motivatia here with a slight advantage from the get-go are going to convert that into bigger and bigger leads and now in towards a first round victory. But this one as well fought tooth and nail by either side, with the better end finally in the finals here for Motivatia. For once, they are going to put the first one on the board, but by God, Invel didn't make it easy on them.
No. Good shooting from Invel on zero line. Good rotations from them as well, just not good enough. And there was some miscoordination there. You know, Liberty's going in with his 4 shells and clipping, and Hellmine is like sitting behind him, literally AFK. I'm sorry to say it. That's what it looks like. Behind him with 4 shells in the chamber. Liberty's literally throwing his entire tank and then some at the Invel guys, and he's like, well, guys, it's a beautiful day on Himmelsdorf. Really, it's I'm just having a good time. Whatever shall I do with my 50B? I think I'll just go back. But not just him. I mean, Aka's overpeak in the 60p.
Yeah, that was, you know,
I mean,
trying to throw as well.
So there's like, you can excuse Hellmine because there was a lot of people in the way. He may not have found the angle in the 50B and he was a bit afraid of blowing up. But Aka overpeaking and dying, nah, that's just not really okay, to be honest. But at the end of the day, they take the round away. Franek 6.3, really good. That was a guy on zero line. That was one of the guys on zero line. I think T-Sec and Perfuse also guys on zero line. You can see shooting wise, they did pretty damn good. I mean, 60p is
10-10-3. I mean,
yeah, well, it looks like Very from yesterday. But he did 10-6-2 in the E3.
I mean, that sounds unfortunate.
It was.
But yeah, also, I mean, Chucky, Piotr, I mean, you can always argue, like, maybe, you know, RNGesus was not with them this round. But in the end, I think Motivatia, they got a little advantage at the start. I think also opening for opening, theirs was a little bit superior. And then despite some questionable, arguable plays even on their side, they were able to hold on. And for example, Diavol there with 6.5k damage as well. Just collectively, they were able to make it happen. But I think it was very clear to see that we have players on both teams and the two teams as a collective, as a unit, are not wanting to make it easy on each other. Like, this was literally, once again, a neck-to-neck round. Like, at the end, of course, it ended up snowballing a little bit in Motivatia's way, but for most of the round, it was extremely hard fought.
But again, good initial setup from Motivatia, sending appropriate number to the hill, appropriate number on the lower side, like really stopping Invel in their tracks. They wanted to push zero line, track it dropped to 5, and then they're like, no, something with a K, we cannot go, something with a K, rotate to the hill.
Yeah. But it always felt like the rotation by Motivatia was there 5 to 10 seconds earlier and gave that initial shot on the hill when it mattered more. Like you could see, like over the top of the hill, full HP, 60 TP coming, and then on the approach on 0 line, for example, Piotr was, you said it, 60 TP workout, just struggling his way up, just being a little bit slower. But I think we can get ready for the second round of Himmelsdorf, obviously. Sides will be reversed, will be switched now. Not that it matters a terrible lot if one of the teams doesn't want to camp, which doesn't really seem to be the case, but I'll make it easy. First of all, let's take a look at the Invil lineup, because that one seems to be rather normal. 1 CS, double E5, 1 I7, 1 E100, triple BZ75, triple 50B, and also quadruple 60. But Motivatia, they're cooking.
E4, triple T57, E5, E100, and the rest 60p. Now, triple T57, I love that tank. I really, really love that tank. I really think it's amazing. They might tap Profuse here through the window with those 60ps with a little bit of luck. One shot connecting, the second one not. They do get spotted out. Those BZs may continue pressure 5 line. There will be a rotation. Invil now pushing the 8 line. Currently unspotted. They catch the back of them. They catch the back of them with the E100. But that guy in the 5 line is in trouble, but you can see rotation coming back from the 3 line towards the 5 line. Invil is still sending tanks towards the hill, and Motivatia, I will compliment them on one thing. They're really not getting baited right now. They're really doing a good job at realizing that these are not full pushers. There is 5 Invil tanks on the hill. Key, look how many of Motivatia are going, because that looks like triple T57, man.
And that is triple T57, and the DPM that tank can unfold is absolutely brutal. Brainbreaker, they're not with the best of trades here, currently on the lower side, but maybe it's all not going to happen, because look at what is about to come on the hill. Exactly. Those double 60 TP together with Squeezy, DPME5, triple T57. You can see Mentos already booking it. He's probably realizing what's about to happen. Motivatia is pouring onto the hill. I mean, little do they know that Invil also have the Clippers there, but Invil know that 50Bs against T57s are never going to win. This is why they're now trying to push the banana. I said it's going to be the first focus here, as positive kills Rexa on the hill.
Yeah, but now what does Motivatia do? They have a lot of extra HP, though. I said still alive, trying to tank it out in the 100. Annoying tank. Profuse dying to Diavol. You can see the orange blob, Kihan. They're coming back. Invil retreating from the hill. Not trying to turn around, but Motivatia is converging on this one pressure point on the map. The 8 line, you can see the blob of orange just streaming down. They're gonna come raining in like a strain of bullets into these Invil tanks on the 8 line, from the D line, from the 7 line, and from the 8 line. Come Motivatia, and Invil's just chasing right now, coming back off the hill, but they will find just a mere 1 tank there, as the rest of their teammates are just getting obliterated by these Motivatia tanks. And Himmelsdorf, the stronghold of Invil back in the day, seems more like an abandoned ruin, as Motivatia will bring it back.
Absolutely, this currently did not look like Hammer and Anvil. This was more like 2 colliding Motivatia trains in C7. And that poor little Eagle of Inworld was just getting squished in between those two. As now, Motivatia, they didn't look good on Prokhorovka, especially round number 2. But here on Himmelsdorf, they do make it happen. Rolled. And you know what's on the right of the screen right now. They got smoked as well.
That's crazy. I mean, Invil, they're trying to bait. They're trying to bait here in both rounds, I feel. You know, like pressure on the 8 line in round number 1 with going on the hill. So maybe we win the hill if they're not on the lower side with enough. If they're on the lower side with too many. If they push 8 line, we just obliterate them. Round number 2, similar story, man. Quick push down the courtyard. Quick push down the 8 line. Trying to sell the fake. Trying to sell it, right? They're like, we're trying to get them to believe that we are really pushing the lower side. But they didn't flinch, man. They didn't even stop for a second. They just kept going. Like, those triple T57, E5, and double 60Ps for 6 tanks, they just kept marching on the hill. They were like, we don't care. We're going on the hill. There's some call there from Barbarian. Probably it's like, keep driving on the hill. Do not stop. And yeah, that was the perfect call.
Absolutely. Motivatia calling the bluff by Invil and doing it rightfully so. And at the end of the day, it also turns out if you put a T57 in front of a 50B, the T57 kind of ends up winning that scenario. Motivatia, I think at least the first round on Prokhorovka, that one arguably should have been theirs as well. So in an alternative timeline
In an alternative
now,
timeline, it's 3-1 Kiand.
but now it's equal. That means both of the teams have won both of the rounds on their map picks, which is, if you look at it that way, I guess kind of a good sign for them. But I think especially for Motivatia, it was important here on Himmelsdorf to like also call the bluffs that that Invil was doing and just be like, all right, show your hand. Well, mine beats yours.
Yeah, it was again just a good opening for Motivatia, just not falling for whatever shenanigans that Invil wanted to do. And we're back to square one, man. And Motivatia is probably pumped right now. After the throw they did on round number 1, right now they're probably hyped.
Absolutely, and it must be feeling good for their caller as well. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's Barbarian doing it, right? And like on Prokhorovka, things kind of start falling apart, partly also because of player mistakes. But here on Himmelsdorf, I think that is one of the map where the caller can absolutely make a difference, and at some point the player skill doesn't really matter as much anymore.
Very opening base.
Yeah, it's just opening and reactions. And to be honest, the map that we're headed into is a map of the same sort, even though it doesn't, like, Cliff plays absolutely differently than Himmelsdorf for sure, but Cliff is also opening and reaction based.
Yes, but even more opening base than Himmels.
That is indeed true. I think on Himmelsdorf there is a little bit more like room for error correction in the opening. For example, you can still do transitions, like if you start sending tanks up to the hill, that you can still like take them back. They're going to be a little bit delayed, but you can still fix things, right? But on Cliff, no. If you decide to go somewhere and the game is 20 seconds old, at some point, like there are some games at which you lose after 20 seconds and no tank has been spotted.
Yes, just opening for opening. Cliff can be one of those. It's a bit random sometimes. Depending on what one team plays, depending on what the other team plays, sometimes you end up in that scenario where it's like, they played the perfect counter without knowing.
Mm-hmm. And they will be like, oh, we played the perfect counter without knowing.
While knowing. It's always intended.
Oh,
yeah.
well, okay, yeah. While you play the counter, you obviously knew, yes. Are we going to see direct counters here, or are we going to see two teams that are going to be fighting? I mean, they are definitely going to be fighting tooth and nail, but is it going to help is the question. So I think let's just about start it up. Scoreline is even. 2 for all. As Invil once again look for the lead. Quadruple CS, 150B, and 10 BZ75s.
Motivatia, double 60p, double 50b, double CS, quad BZ, and 5 260s. 60ps. It kind of says that Motivatia is playing more middle than the R1 too. Because 60p is too slow for anything else. Restart.
Oh, that's
apparently.
the restart, yeah.
And we're restarting. But yeah, we can talk about it. Invil's lineup can do anything. It can go middle, it can go 1-2, it can go around the hill, it can build a lovely house in the mountains and live there, a happy life. But the Motivatia lineup at that double 60p is kind of already locked to playing mid.
I mean, the biggest problem that I think the Invil lineup has, despite having 50B for maybe a little bit of burst, but you can send the 50B to the lower side as well to maybe clip on towards the hill approach. the biggest problem that Invil have is that they don't have DPM. Like, yeah, 4 CS is okay, but they're kind of squishy. They get focused out, and then you're standing there with, 10 BZ75s, and you're like, well, hello, we fired, and now we all got to reload, and our alpha isn't that great.
Because the teams are not allowed to change compositions or anything, so we'll get back underway rather quickly. This is why they also need to have replacements available, or they can play with 14.
I mean, yes, this is why the teams get a roster of 18 players total, and actually, good point, every single one of those, of the winning players, that is going to take home a GPU by our sponsor, AMD. Once again, thank you very much for doing this. Thank you very much for sponsoring the AMD Clan Showdown. But now, Cliff, it has been, I think, one of those classic, really, really classic maps. We have seen reworks. I mean, thinking back as well, boosting the defensive side of the lighthouse tower, boosting in towards that middle hill. Some of it still a little bit possible, but most of it a remnant of the past. But the present is now. And this is where we do see Invil and Motiviaya in this struggle for the victory in the grand finals once again. Invil coming in with 50B, quadruple CS, 10BZs, and I stand by my statement, they are lacking a little bit of DPM here.
Yeah, but they compensate maybe in terms of alpha with that. And you can see already that, this lineup from Motiviaya is driving very, very much towards the middle of the map. Invil is driving towards the middle of the map also, but they're doing a split. It is triple BZ going 1-2 with a 50B, with the rest playing middle. And this is something they can do because they're reading the lineup from Motiviaya, and they're seeing that this Motiviaya lineup, well, it has to play middle, Kihant. It has to play middle. It doesn't have a choice.
Oh, the 250Bs also by Motiviaya currently from the lower side, not really connecting on towards Mentors. I think one of them bounced. Now finally they do start connecting. That's obviously a lot of information. Currently no fire in towards Mentors, and DJ completely gets blown up. -1 tank, but Barbarian is very much in a crossfire here with his 260 as Motiviaya don't let go. They don't let a second pass against those BZs, and they try to boost out of trouble here now, but Motiviaya from above the ramp, they try to power through.
The big thing here for Motiviaya is that double CS around the hill. They need to put in shot after shot after shot, hammer down on these BZs, put that DPM in action. That's what they're here for, to make those kills, to make those one-shots. And Motiviaya is trying to trample the middle, trying to use those 60 TPs as well. And that is going to be pretty nice for them when they arrive. That big alpha, big meaty 60 TP arriving. Invil now trying to repush, but look at that. They've lost the donut. The 50 Bs from Motiviaya just simply taking it back. And now, as Invil is starting to win their side of the middle, the double 50B taking the 2-line is going to be able to put a crossfire on the CSs behind the hill, are getting pushed by a singular BZ, but Chucky by himself not really enough to kill off these double CSs. Togra and Rambo will find the kill, but the good shot from Mentos, top of the hill, picks up one of those CSs. The other one will pick up the BZ, but now Motiviaya peeking back into the middle, using those 60 TPs, those big alphas, those big HPs to get the overmatch, to get the kills. And with Invil having just 5 tanks left standing, the chances are crumbling for them to win this round, because Motiviaya is about to win not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds in a row.
I mean, the Invil players, they have known to perform magic in the past, but this would be short of a miracle with 3 one-shots on the board for the team in white right now. Squeezy looking for that next kill on towards Ozek, and still the fact remains that there is a CS63 from Motiviaya that's able to provide crossfire. The single remedying factor, or the 2 ones for Invil right now, might possibly be the T-Sec and also the CS that are currently on the hill. So there is a little bit of crossfire, but already Motiviaya on the rotation. That is one very healthy 50B. He does get spotted. He sees T-Sec. He has 4 shells, and he is not going to miss 3 of them.
Yeah.
Oh, actually?
3 more opportunities. He has to hit all 3. Hits on the second. One
shot,
more
one
for
opportunity.
positivity. This is his moment.
And
Aiming.
Aka is coming from the back lines.
I just said the rest of the Invil team is dead, bro. We're just waiting if Positive can hit the shot. No! No! They ruined! Unbelievable!
It's gonna be Aka to spoil the 1v1, man.
Oh, it's unbelievable, dude.
He didn't respect the 1v1. Unacceptable. But yeah, for Invil, this round is going to be an absolute blunder as well, because Motiviaya, they do in the end understand that this lineup here with those 10 BZs, yes, it is fast, yes, it has HP, but it does not have DPM in a prolonged shootout, and that is exactly what they force Invil into. Just the brutal logic of the numbers here to put Motiviaya up for the first time in the grand finals. It's going to be 3-2.
That's crazy. In alternative universe, it's 4-1. It's absolutely ridiculous what's happening here. Motiviaya, that looked like a team that was going to get washed out, are now looking like the team that is just ruining Invil's odds. 3 rounds in a row. They've had one really bad round on Prokhorovka. They could shoot is a bad word to use technically, because you get what you deserve, but they could very easily have won Prokhorovka round number 1. But this round, man, Invil plays the middle, takes 1-2, puts up the crossfire, but is unable to hold it, even with Barbarian making what we call that FC trade, Gihand. The FC is not supposed to trade positively. The quicker he's dead, the better. Actually, you never focus the FC key, because the moment you do, he doesn't even have to shoot anymore.
You're just saying that because you want higher DPG in advances. But yeah, I do agree. The FC can unfold a lot of potential as soon as he's able to hop in between tanks and trying to understand the entirety of the situation, and not only his personal point of view. Also, the punishment on the cross on towards DJ maybe was one of those turning points in the game, because remember, he died right at the start, and to be honest, it wasn't really his fault. But look where the other CSs of Invil are situated. They're all in the top half of the scoreboard, because those were the DPM and damage dealers, and removing 25% of that right at the start of the game is obviously great, to say the least.
Yeah, and I am going to hammer on it. They should not be going on the hill. They should not be going on the hill from Invil. They should be playing the middle of the map. They should be brawling it out when they play like this. And when the double CS gets spotted from behind, it should be the trigger to overwhelm the middle in superior numbers. Going on the hill puts Mentos in a situation where he's half HP and takes time to go up, while the CSs from behind are constantly farming. And then, as a result, you're -1 CS already, and you're getting pushed, while you should actually be the one pushing. You should be taking the guys from 1-2 to join and brawling out the middle. That's what should be happening. The 50Bs shouldn't get any easy shots. They might give some shots to a BZ trying to play the ramp, but that's whatever. You don't care about that. That's just the price you pay. But the rest of them should be brawling it out, and double 50B out, double CS out. You now have a commanding overmatch in the middle, because the double 60P, sure, that's really cool, but they're still going to be driving, and you just ignore them and shoot everything else, and you force the 50Bs to recommit. But by then you should normally have won the fight, because you're up 4 tanks in this fight.
Cliff round number 2 is up and coming, and we'll be able to see if Invil is able to equalize the scoreline, or if Motiviaya will be able to make the next step towards winning the clan showdown here. Invil, they double down on the BZ stuff. It is this time only going to be 3 CSs and 12 BZ75s, so dropping the gloves, dropping any kind of subtlety.
Motiviaya, again with the 60 DPs though. They didn't really change anything, no? It's basically the same.
I mean, the longer the battle in the middle goes, I think the more atrocious it becomes for tanks, like, fighting against them, because you always need to aim to penetrate them. They have super high alpha that they return, but let's see. Double BZ from Invil splitting off towards the lower side. From Motiviaya, every single tank going middle, but I think they're going to once again send CSs around the hill. Monster actually taking a shot from speedy mode. I'm not sure which CS that was, but Motiviaya super unlucky for the team captain of Invil, but sometimes it just is what it is. And now the CS50B hit squad around the hill. It's going to be hitting here, but I think Invil is smelling something. They're boosting towards them with their BZs here. Motiviaya starting to attempt the overpush. Are they going to get enough is the question.
They need to, because the tanks from Motiviaya that are pushed around the hill are getting focused out immediately, and it's already a big HP deficit that Motiviaya has to face. They could take more tanks on the hill to take it back over, but around the hill is being lost. 1-2 line is also lost, and yeah, Kihan, the Invil reacted supremely well in this regard, pushing immediately towards this tank, nuking 2 of them, and now having the hill having 1-2, Liberty trying to run away as well. And you can see Motiviaya scrambling to take back position, but it's really not that easy as it may seem to get those tanks into the position when you are this far behind. Liberty is also dead. There's going to be a repush from Invil into the middle when the 1-2 is getting repushed from Motiviaya, and Motiviaya currently trailing quite heavily in this regard. They're winning the top of the hill, but they're going to get repressured in the middle.
Indeed, winning the top of the hill, but possibly losing everything else. Invil currently 4,000, make that 3,000 HP, dwindling a little bit, but Liberty about to get found in that 50B. The first jump by Chucky connects, and Profuse takes his time to aim, but lands the shot. 13 tanks still available for the side of Invil here, and on that top of the hill, still holding strong and holding on the Motiviaya tanks. That means they have a lot of shots everywhere on the map, but not where it's most important. That is close to the hill, and that is where Little is the next one to be found on the lineup of Motiviaya that are now behind in HP, behind in tanks, and I don't think the positions are going to remedy their fate in this round.
They need to somehow win the hill, but I think that's an impossible task. Hellmine one-shot, Barbarian one-shot, Barbarian looking to make the kill against Panther Fury. He's not able to do it either. And now DJ coming for cleanup crew. Tisek even climbing as well in that BZ, or can climb, doesn't need to. DJ finds another 5 kills already. Might even get the top gun out of this one. And yeah, Invil smelled the push around, and Motiviaya should have held for a second longer around the hill and just establish crossfire or wait on the corner. But now Invil just pushed right back into them, deletes them, and then Motiviaya is constantly trailing, constantly chasing the facts, and Invil will never let such a position go out of their way.
Yeah, now Invil on cleanup duty with double the HP, more than double the tanks. Monster still in crossfire in the drop-off position. And Invil are going to be happy with this round here, are going to be happy with their reactions as well, because if they don't realize what's actually happening, then the result of this round is going to look vastly different. If those 50Bs and CS63s make it around the hill, make it in crossfire positions, and the Invil tanks, like last round, just stand there, then they'll just meet in the grinder. This way, however, Invil managed to equalize it, and this grand final is going to go on for at least 2 more rounds.
At least 2 more rounds. We're going to get 2 rounds of Murovanka no matter what happens. Now, what kind of Murovanka do we see? I don't think Invil's the type of team to park the bus, and
no. Quite frankly, no. I think Invil and Motiviaya, both of those 2 teams, were the ones to kind of invent, like, on their attack against slightly pushed up. I alluded to it past match, I believe. They kind of invented pushing up, like taking 15 tanks, abandoning everything else, and then pushing into the forest on towards the pushed up tanks on the enemy. But first of all, the damage numbers from that past round here, but I don't think there is anything that surprising coming out of this one. I think it was just the good reaction coming out from Invil, eagle-eying the fact that their lineup didn't really have a lot of DPM, but if you just bring enough tanks to where it matters at the right stages in the game, then obviously you win regardless. And
they finally shut down the Motiviaya hype train, right? Which was in full effect They finally get something back. They're going their way. It was very important because if they lost the next one, it would be 4-2. If they lost this one, it would be 4-2, and then you're really looking at a very, very dire situation. But now, everything is chill again, even for Invil. Murovanka will be the next one.
Murovanka will be the next map, and you know, calling out players is always kind of a bit weird, but let's just say that the Invil EBRs had a lot more effect in the rounds where EBRs mattered than the Motivatia EBRs so far in this matchup. So I am a little bit worried on that front, because as an EBR player, you know that as well, obviously, and you're trying to make up for the fact. There are super experienced players on both sides of the field, so they're not going to get like completely over-eager, but I think, for example, Positive it must be like annoying him a little bit that he so far wasn't been able to help his team as much as, for example, Mentos.
Not quite yet. Can Invil or Motivatia make the difference on Murovanka? It's a good story. I think this match deserves a tiebreaker, Kihan, so we'll root for that.
I mean, what I've seen so far in this match leaves me only one thing, and that is more. If we're going to get it, I don't know. We will at least get 2 more rounds of Murovanka, and so far on that map we have seen, for my personal taste, too much of one and the same thing, and that was a very passive approach by the defending team. I'm not a fan. But I think the remedying factor here is that both of the teams are acutely aware of the fact and the factor that the opposing team should know how to beat a camp. And indeed, no badges across the board. Indeed, we see Invil coming out with Mentos once again, styling in that EBR double E5. We see 7 260s, a singular mouse, 1 IS7, and triple 60 TP.
Motivatia, EBR, Hori, CS. That's a lot of IS7s, making it 6, and the rest being 6 60 TPs. Invil again being the one with a little bit of everything, Kian.
A little bit of everything means a lot of specialist tanks that will do very well in their intended role, but will end up falling apart a little bit against a more brawl-focused lineup. That is the one that we are seeing from Motivatia here now. And I think a brawl is what both teams might be looking for here. Actually, Mentos is going to spot out that 1, 2, and 3 line. He does see one singular 60 TP. But we as the observers know that this is actually not everything.
They're hiding.
Motivatia are
hiding.
Building a little trap.
I mean, Aka is still going forward, but if Invil pushes this, Motivatia is very ready. Question is, does Invil keep They're getting baited, Kihan. They are really getting baited right now. Profus speaking over. They're gonna let them commit on towards Aka, I would assume, and then they're gonna spring the trap. They're even gonna let Aka die a little bit. Now they're gonna be coming back. Aka will fall for this, but Yuzak is not doing much better. And immediately the trigger gets pulled from Motivatia. It's like, do or die, boys. At this point, Profus trying to back off to more safe positions, and everybody from Motivatia just pulling out. But look at the tanks from Invil. They're actually not in such bad positions. I mean, yeah, Yuzak is low, and now they're pushing back towards that 1-2 line, but the brawl engaging. Yuzak falling, Rexar, Profus have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They're gonna get focused out from multiple angles. The 60 TPs now coming in, and Invil still trying to bring more tanks from the forest. Mouse fighting in the middle, IS7 260 still coming, but so far so good for Motivatia. If they can keep the snowball going, they may be able to take it before the rest of the tanks come into effect. Panzer Fury on fire, he will literally burn to a crisp, as now Motivatia say, let's go in and get everybody from Invil down, taking an HP lead, taking a tank lead. Piotr, the team captain, hunting for that purple fist, goes down, and Motivatia just streaming down that 1-2 line, baiting Invil into their guns.
Absolute bait coming out from Motivatia. Now it is the charge, but not the one of the Polish, but the Ukrainian Hussars down that 1-2 line. And they are going to wipe the floor on Murovanka number 1 with the Inver players that got baited into this trap here, just waiting a little bit. And for the first time in this tournament, we actually do see a patient team here. They do let the opponent make the mistake without revealing themselves too early. Now, this is not quite over yet. Invil still somewhat close in HP, but normally Motivatia shouldn't let this go anymore. That being said, though, I mean, Franek just missed shot here against Clownzik. Clownzik bouncing on the other hand, but Motivatia, they have so many guns more.
I mean, Minero's not really known to losing a lot of 1v1 ski hands, so not surprised that he beats the respective opponent, but the rest of the team just rolling over as a sea of orange swipes across the land, purging the white tanks out of this battle altogether. And what a prediction from Motivatia, thinking that there might be a 1-2 push. I mean, it's a great call, and if there's no push on 1-2 and there's a push in the forest, you could still push out 1-2 key hand split map. Not the worst for the attack, not the best either, but definitely not the worst playable if it was to be the case, because you just keep swinging A-line if they're pushing forest. And Mental's now the last one alive, and this is going to be a very fast battle as well for Motivatia. In the grand scheme of things, we'd have to look what the current times are on every single one of those battles, but this is pretty fast. I mean, 3 minutes and 40 seconds have passed so far, and they will hunt Mentals down. Aka literally lamb to the slaughter.
Yes, Motivatia here, what feels a little bit like out-minding Invil on Murovanka number 1, and there was, I mean, one Invil round here coming out of them on cliff number 2, but yeah, this Murovanka just felt like Motivatia was mentally ahead so far. Now Mentos is obviously going to try and let this battle run for the maximum possible duration, but Motivatia, man, they do make it happen. It's going to be
in an alternative world, Gihan. In an alternative world. They're winning the rounds that they're deserving to win. I feel like they've won both of them the rounds that they've deserved to win, except for that first Proco. And if that one comes to bite Motivatia in the end, it's going to be really funny. But this is just the bait of a century. And Invil's like, boys. Where do we go? There's always going to be some stragglers that cannot get out. And the snowball quite often turns into an absolute disaster for a team.
Yeah. So here, I think it was just the difference maker was...
It's like an avalanche.
Motivatia,
bro.
Yeah. No, the difference maker was before that. The difference maker was, just willing to let Aka
die.
Be the sacrifice. Yeah, die. Be the sacrificial lamb. And honestly, I think Aka doesn't mind too much, all things considered.
I would guess so. But yeah, all in all, really, really good stuff there from Moti in this round. Invil. You know what's also like a difference maker in this round? If Invil is a lot heavier, potentially they can hold. But
if Invil is a lot heavier, they don't do this
sure,
push.
but like even IS-7 is heavier than 260, respectively, in terms of 260 doesn't take as many bounces as an IS-7 does, for example. When the 260s get repushed, they kind of just start dying by this like E5, IS-7, 60 TP combination, which I kind of choose through them. But yeah, great opening from Mori, just reading what Invil is going to do. It's just a complete counterplay. And counterplays make normally the FC of the enemy team a little like, really?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that there's 14 tanks sitting on 1-2 line, hiding and waiting for us to push.
And the thing is, if we look at the course of this match, this is not the first time that the leadership of the Motivatia team, or rather the calling on the Motivatia team, has been kind of outclassing Invils, right? Because if we think back, Himmelsdorf, it was the same thing. Invil was trying to bait, and Motivatia was like,
it was the first successful bait, though. Where Invil tried it twice on Himmels and failed, Motivatia tried it once and succeeded.
Yeah, that's my point, right? The calling from the Motivatia side so far has been outminding Invil a little bit. Like the individual plays in some rounds, especially Prokhorovka 1, have favored Invil, but the calling so far, I think, has seen an edge from Motivatia.
I'm going to tell that to the Sigan. He's gonna get a whole band of angry Polish fans on your ass.
I think I will be able to deal with it, maybe even as well as you are whenever you predict against Invil. But I think today you predicted for them, so you should be fine.
In the finals, that's called jinxing, Kian.
Oh. Well, then you literally can't win. Well, unlucky. For our sake, though, I hope we get lucky, and I hope we actually get a tiebreaker, because this match so far has been giving round after round, has been great to watch and commentate. To be honest, I think the quality has been exceptional.
I feel like Motivatia is gonna perk the best. They're gonna try it. I swear, I have this feeling. Huh?
I hope not, but we'll see.
I have a feeling that they're gonna park the bus. You could already tell me if I'm wrong or right, no?
No, there was a slight little technical delay. But I think we are... there we go. We're about to load in. And Motivatia, indeed, that is a pretty heavy lineup. Not necessarily a camping one. Invil, though, that is quite rotational. Double EBR, double E5, 1 mouse, 5... Make that 6 IS7s, actually, and 4 60 TPs.
Motivatia, a lot simpler. 760Ps, 5 i7s, a Badger, a Hori, and an EBR. So Invil have the spotting advantage, but we'll be trailing again in that meat department. You can see naturally there's a bit of an HP lead for Motivatia by 1.5k, 1.4. And Invil is playing entire team on 1-2. Motivatia is playing the entire team on the Forest.
Guess that's gonna mean a split map for now. Invil is trying right now to do what Motivatia did to them in the past round, which is trying to kind of catch the defending team off guard on the 1-2 line. However, Mentos here... Yeah, Mentos
such a good spot.
He sees, and now they know what's happening here. Ketsai is probably going to run for the hills, and rightfully so, because his buddy Mentos just spotted out it's essentially the entirety.
Aka has to run now.
Aka, yeah, he has to, like, run, 10 seconds ago.
He might just stay as the sacrifice again, and Invil is not really going to stop either. He's again the sacrifice. I think he's going to spot out in like a few seconds what's coming, but he's just going to get rolled for this. And Motivatia is going to be trying to cover. The good thing for them is that they're going to see all of this and they're going to be in position to shoot at the very least.
Let's see if they stop to do that, or if they're going to try to transition with those IS-7s in the holddowns, as now the Invil hammer is about to strike like an angry god from the heaven. That's what it's gonna feel like for Aka, as all of those tanks do manage to converge on him and blow him absolutely out of the water. But there's a lot of Motivatia tanks to now shoot at the stuck Invil ones.
I don't think they meant to sit on the A line. I think they wanted to retake 1-2 because they got spotted, but Invil just beat them to that push before they were ever able to cross. And that is timing, Kihan, and timing against Motivatia, against Invil actually, because now you see these tanks stuck behind buildings. You know that there's at least 4 of them that cannot move, that cannot go anywhere, and Invil has to readjust, take A3 and then pressure back A6. But the only thing I do not like here from Motivatia is they've really allowed Invil to potentially retake the south of the map. They got to put a little bit of pressure on the 9-0 line. Now that the push is not coming, they got to establish the spot on the cross. They got to make sure that they are ready to receive. And they're doing just that. And rotation for rotation, Kihan, we know that there's a lot of times from Invil that are going to stay stuck this battle, where they can't really move. But Helmet, I said, B, Squeezy, they'll all have to need to back off soon. Once Piotr gets in position and they get spotted, which they should bring an EBR for example, they will start blasting away at those guys, and you cannot sit there anymore.
The thing is that Invil is currently doing it very, very smartly in the south there with that double EBR. Orzik is spotted, but he is still a mouse, so he shouldn't blow up just in one salvo. I think Piotr has now just about arrived in A4, so he's going to be starting to shoot at whatever gets spotted on that A-line. He should have enough trees and bushes to do so completely undeterred. Orzik, though, getting kind of found in that middle of the map, and indeed, it is going to be little in the hurry to shut him down. Barbarian smartly has taken the outside in that IS-7. That's going to be needed quite a few tanks from Invil to clear out, and now this time it's the Polish Hussars pushing across the field, but I'm not sure if it is too little here because all of those tanks stuck in the north of the map are not able to join their comrades, and Conrad is going to be stuck in the open.
It's do or die for Invil. Panzer Fury, Yuzek taking position. They might even try to peek. Nico Heinz supporting. There's more tanks coming for Motivatia. They're now spotted out Brainbreaker and another I-7 pushing down, which will force Invil into the north side overpush with those tanks from behind the buildings. They're now starting to aggress, starting to move, starting to prowl on that side. There's only 3 tanks left for Motivatia, and that is a lot of Invil tanks. Motivatia may have just over-rotated, but we'll see if it turns out to be that way. Monster low, DJ low as well. I don't think Monster is making it across. He's trying to stay alive, but there's still going to be shots raining in from the forest. Piotr is just using his body to ram straight into them. Wants to get behind the Badger. Squeezy, Hellmine, and I said will not allow this to happen just like this. Hellmine picking up Monster, trying to get towards the outside to survive. He realizes that Squeezy and I said are done for the double EBR on the cap, and Hellmine already making the hero play by going to go spot the double EBR because he knows that his team is cleaning up the forest, so all he has to do is delay this cap, delay Invil, the last desperate attempt here for the triple diamond, but it's not gonna be the case for them as Hellmine sacrifices himself in towards the cap. The EBRs are bailing, and the Motivatia lineup wipes the floor with Invil on Murovanka. They wanted it so badly, but Motivatia, they are the Phoenix Reborn coming through the lower bracket, bringing it to Invil, and they're gonna be picking up this clan showdown as well.
Indeed, Motivatia absolutely wiped the floor with Invil on Murovanka and the 3-marked Gold Fist. It is not going to happen, at least not today. Invil, another heartbreak for them. There have been many in the past, and they add one today. They will have to try again. And Motivatia, the smiling, the grinning victors at the end of the day. Superior calling in the grand finals of the AMD Clan Showdown in November is going to secure them the final victory with 5-3. They don't have to go to tiebreaker. They probably didn't want to. And wow, what a series, Ducky.
Yeah, I mean, Motivatia Reborn, they completely different team than what we saw from groups. I think Barbarian really thrives in finals. Like the last few times with W as well. In the finals, they were very close to winning, and it seems like he just has that mental edge in the finals over their respective FCs of the enemy team. And this time, seems like he has the players behind it without throwing any shade to support him in his conquest of winning and succeeding at that as well. And making it 5-3, which could have been 5-2, and this isn't a fluke. To be honest, they really this battle, I will say, is the unluckiest for Invil, right? I really don't think Motivatia was like going to cover Akka. I think they wanted to retake 1-2 line because Mentals did such a great spot in the beginning that they wanted to go retake 1-2 because like we're spotted, we cannot push down. If they're here, they're gonna be well set up, right? So I thought they would try to retake 1-2, but Invil already pushed at that time. And Invil's push was like, I mean,
if Invil's push comes 20 seconds later,
I feel like they were expecting Motivatia to keep driving down 9-0 line. That's what it felt like. Kill Akka and keep pushing to A line.
Yeah, I think if Invil is 20 seconds later, then all of a sudden they have a shooting gallery of Motivatia tanks in front of them. But because they are such a quick team, they actually end up getting ahead of themselves. And they end up getting 5-6 tanks stuck even behind the houses. Yes, they end up getting Akka, but just like in the Murovanka round before them, they get Akka and they lose the game for it.
I think Akka should rename to Akka_the Sacrifice. That's what I PM'd him to already.
I hope you also relayed our congratulations, because I think Motivatia, and at the end of the day, not undeservedly so, do crown themselves the champions of the AMD November Clan Showdown. Ducky, it has been an absolute pleasure, and not gonna lie, these past two matches here, lower bracket finals and the grind finals, have absolutely delivered, just like what I hope the drops have to our viewers here. And if you haven't been able to watch the full 240 minutes required, that you need to pick up the mystery drop for today, which does net you one of the items listed on screen for the third of the member here, then you should be able to finish it on Ducky's channel. The drops there are going to be running till 23 p.m. UTC, that's midnight Central European time, and directly after that, also on Ducky's channel, but also on some others, the drops are going to continue because Clan Showdown time is far from over for today.
You know, we still have some more NA. We still have some more NA time. But what a run from Motiviaya. Invil will have to put their ambitions for a triple diamond away a little bit further in the future. They will get another opportunity, and I'm certain we will see them in the grand finals again.
I mean, if the past is anything to go by, then Invil players in finals are a very, very likely thing to happen in future tournaments. Talking about future tournaments, it is going to be but a few weeks. Actually, it is going to be exactly 20 days from now that both of us are going to be together.
Dude, like, what tournaments in 20 days, bro? I'm like, huh? What's
He's like,
talking
oh yeah,
about? I'm like, December 20 days? Like, what?
Man, Ducky casually forgetting about which is gonna be, for many, the tournament of the year, and for some, probably the tournament of their life. I'm talking, of course, about the World of Tanks Championship International. It's gonna be coming to live from Chengdu. That is in China, if you didn't know. It's hopefully gonna be an absolutely grand experience. Personally, I'm certain with it. It's gonna be brought to you by 360, which is our local partner there. And Ducky and I, together with some others, are going to do our best to make it entertaining for you as well. Some of the players that you saw today are going to be, no surprise, appearing there as well. And that all being said and done,
Most of the Invil team will be there.
most of the Invil team, yeah. So maybe we can, you know, make up the relationship between you and them. Apparently, a lot of people are
like this. Like, oh man, I'm just gonna like print a shirt. If you're from Invil, don't talk to me. If you can read this, like, I'm gonna write it in Polish on the back of my shirt. I'm gonna put it. If you can read this, do not talk to me.
I'm gonna put a sticker there, like. But yeah, anyway, after all of this, thanks so much as well for the production team behind the camera. I had a grand old time. Hopefully you'll have a grand old time later in the NA Clan Showdown. And last but not least, after thanking the players as well for providing quite the awesome show today, thank you to you, dear viewers, because without you, it wouldn't make sense for us to be here and comment on it. And now from me, that's enough yapping. The last words, as always, go to you.
What an amazing tournament. We are hoping to see Invil return in the future and pick up the triple diamond, but that has to wait. Now the question is, can Invil or one of the Invil teams in China prove victorious, or is a Chinese team, an APAC team, or the NA team gonna steal all the spoils? We will find out rather soon. I hope to see you guys all in the chat for the WCI, which is indeed coming in like 20 days, that Kihan said. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys very soon, and yeah, see you on the next one.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.